No? Where the hell am I? Is this still my country? Where is my 300 square meter mansion? My child is still at home. This joke is not funny at all. Awakened by the noisy commotions, Zuo Cheng'an found himself lying in a spacious room with 2 door keys in his pocket. The room contained nothing but a shield and an axe, and a single door, not even a bed. Where was this? Before he could figure out the situation, Zuo Cheng'an was drawn by the arguing voices outside the door, so he opened it and stepped out. Outside the door was a very wide corridor, both ends of which were solid walls like a sealed chamber. On the 3-meter-wide corridor, 7 people were gathered in a panic, discussing fervently. Zuo Cheng'an had just been awakened by their voices. The 8 doors on the corridor corresponded to 8 people, so the men, women, old, and young talking in the corridor must be the occupants of these rooms. After eavesdropping for a while, Zuo Cheng'an realized everyone was in the same situation as him. 1 second, they were doing their own thing, the next they were teleported here. Recalling the recent spate of disappearance incidents, Zuo Cheng'an knew that they had probably become one of the missing persons as well. At first, people thought the disappearances were isolated incidents, but as the numbers grew and the methods became more bizarre, they began to take it seriously. For instance, in a dormitory, someone heard their roommate get up to use the bathroom, but never heard them return, and jokingly said, "Dad is bringing you toilet paper." Getting up, he went to the bathroom, but found it empty. When he returned to check the other beds, the people who should have been sleeping were all gone. There were also sudden multi-vehicle collisions with empty driver's seats, people who cut through an alley and never came out. Countless disappearances of the sort. Those who had not yet vanished lived in constant fear, half hoping the disappearance would happen to them for closure, half praying to survive a little longer. Now it seemed the disappeared were not dead, but had been pulled into a survival game. The reason he was certain they had been dragged into a survival game was because Zuo Cheng'an saw the personal information panel before him. "We regret to inform you that you have joined the world survival game. Please complete the dungeons carefully and strive to survive." Players: Zuo Cheng'an, level not ascended, mental 97100, physique 6, strength 5, speed 7, items, newcomer gift pack X1, skills none. Suppressing his shock, Zuo Cheng'an mentally opened the newcomer gift pack in his inventory. A blinding white light flashed, but what appeared was a mess of garbled characters. "Congratulations, you have obtained." Error. System repairing. Repair failed. System repairing. Repair successful. Congratulations, you have obtained the unique skill of the world survival game, Eye of Truth. After a series of blood-red error windows, Zuo Cheng'an's interface finally returned to normal. He checked again, confirming that nothing had changed except the addition of the Eye of Truth skill in his skill bar. No, something had changed. In Zuo Cheng'an's vision around himself and the people discussing in the corridor, there were floating eyeballs dragging long, thin blood vessels behind them. He was certain that before he acquired the Eye of Truth skill, these eyeballs were not there. Then lines of floating text appeared in Zuo Cheng'an's sight. "Hey, what do we have here? A newcomer's livestream. Shaming technology really doesn't notify their VIP members about fresh arrivals. Came too early, too many people. Probably not started the culling yet. These rookies look average. Which dungeon is this? If it's too hard and they all get wiped out, it'll be boring. It's just a simple level 1 dungeon. Anyway, they even give free weapons at the start. Even a moron could clear it." As soon as the bullet comments appeared in Zuo Cheng'an's sight, one of the eyeballs trailing a girl in a short-sleeved school uniform moved. It swung its long vascular tail, approached the girl's face, and zoomed in for a close-up of her features, while the girl in the school uniform was completely oblivious, still discussing escape plans with the others. Because an eyeball was occupied, many discontented comments appeared in the floating bullet screen. "There are already few cameras in level 1 dungeons. And you take one for a close-up. We want to see the panorama. I have money, so what? If you have the cash, rent a camera yourself. Okay." Zuo Cheng'an finally understood the function of these eyeballs. They were used to observe the players. Eye of Truth category, passive skill effect. See the world as it truly is. Restrictions, none. Description: someone must break the shackles. Eye of Truth. The real world. Is this the real world? Eye of Truth. The real world. Is this the real world? Humans are nothing but clowns performing for the amusement of some eyes. When Zuo Cheng'an saw his panel, the gathered group also saw theirs. Knowing they could never return and had become part of the missing persons in the public eye, a woman in a housewife dress wept bitterly. She had been cooking in the kitchen before being pulled in and worried about whether her child had cried after finding her missing and whether the gas stove had been turned off. A plain-dressed, honest-looking man clutched his backpack in silence. Before entering the game, he had been at a bank's self-service ATM, and the bag contained his mother's surgery money. But the world game does not give people time to adjust their emotions. Dungeon Screaming Night, ID 12441, task survive. Task time, 7 days. Game time, hint: hunters will appear in the corridor when it gets dark. Intact room doors can provide some protection. Time until nightfall, 5 minutes. The 8 people in the corridor noticed that the bricks on one wall had disappeared, replaced by a huge stained glass window. Strangely, the window's carvings were not decorative, but featured the figures of 3-headed monkey-like creatures, each uglier than the last. The taste was really awful. Outside the window was not the street or any natural scenery they had hoped for, but just a pure white light revealing nothing more than that it was daytime. At this moment, a seemingly mature man in a suit stepped forward. Everyone must have heard the game's voice. We are in the same dungeon, so we are teammates. So why don't we take advantage of the daylight to get to know each other and share the functions of our items? That way we can support each other and pass the level. The suit-wearing man had a simple and honest appearance, making him seem trustworthy. But everyone refused to give him face. But we praised you a moment ago, and now a lousy insurance salesman is acting all high and mighty. A fat man unable to stand it stepped forward and said bluntly, "You won't even tell us your name. If you want to cooperate, show some sincerity, first by introducing your item. Otherwise, who knows if you have ulterior motives." Though it was their first time joining the game, they instinctively knew that the items from the newcomer gift pack were their lifeline for survival. How could they casually expose it? The suit man opened his mouth, hesitated for a long time, and only uttered his name, Lu Shuang, ultimately not sharing the ability of his item. Those who had initially thought Lu Shuang's talk of mutual cooperation to clear the game made sense and were about to reveal their own items immediately shut their mouths upon hearing this. Exactly why should they expose their own items? Even in the real world, you wouldn't share personal information with a stranger you just met, and it was probably the same in the game. Lu Shuang snorted. Fine, then everyone can go back to their rooms. In 5 minutes, you're on your own. Seeing no possibility of an alliance, the suit man didn't linger outside. He took out his key and returned to room 207, where he had woken up. A schoolgirl in uniform stood by, her eyes clear but bewildered, uttering nonsense. Upon hearing everyone talk about items, she glanced blankly at the skill she had drawn from the newcomer gift pack, double kick, and as if realizing something, fell silent. Seeing the white light outside the window dimming, she quietly slipped into room 203. Zuo Cheng'an closed the door to room 204. Instead of hiding in the safer corner away from the door, he sat down against it with the axe and shield from the room, already placed within instant reach. Since acquiring the true sight skill, whenever he focused on the axe, he would see a line of text: hand axe, a weapon gifted to new players by the host of Happiness Apartment. Feel free to use it. Small wooden shield, it might save your life in critical moments. Say thank you to the small wooden shield. P.S. It's not very reliable. The axe and shield were not items. Zuo Cheng'an had subtly tested this during the day. Apart from him, no one else could see the annotations on ordinary objects. This gave him access to a lot of first-hand information. For instance, this place was called Happiness Apartment, but they couldn't even go downstairs. They could only move around the second floor, so naturally couldn't see the whole building. Presumably the dungeon's venue only required a corridor, not a whole apartment building. Or maybe the other floors belonged to other dungeons. Zuo Cheng'an didn't hide in the corner of the room. He stayed right behind the door since the room was so small it couldn't even fit a bed. Hiding anywhere was the same. Staying by the door allowed him to listen to outside noises and gather information once the so-called hunter appeared. At the same time, his eyes weren't idle. He stared at the floating barrage in the air, not missing a single message. How much longer until dark? Almost there, just half a minute left. Let the killing begin. Ha ha ha. I hope the hunter puts on a good show. The bloodier the better. I want to record it and keep it as a collection. After everyone returned to their rooms, the corridor fell silent. When the 5 minutes were up, the last glimmer of light outside the window vanished completely, plunging the entire corridor into pitch darkness. Creak. In the silence, any sound was distinctly audible. The enclosed structure of the corridor amplified every subtle noise over and over. Here it comes. The hunter is coming. Wow, is it appearing near room 208? Finally, some blood. If they keep stalling, him heading to the Meat Cannery livestream. I just came from there. Meat Cannery truly lives up to its reputation as the meat grinder of level 1 dungeons. I was so sick of it I rushed over here for something lighter. I love heavy bloody stuff. Thanks for the tip. I'm off there right now. Hunter has appeared. Number spawned 1. Squeak. Squeak. Outside the door came the sound of a sharp object scraping against the floor. An unknown creature emerged from the wall near room 208, passing by rooms 207, 206, and so on in turn. As if deliberately trying to frighten the prey hiding in the rooms, it circled in front of each door, but did nothing more. The doors had peepholes as if tempting the curious inside to press their eyes against them and observe. Fearing that his gaze would attract the creature's attention, Zuo Cheng'an closed the peephole and chose to learn about the outside through the barrage. After a while, he seemed to hear the sounds of a door being broken down and screams mixed with the noise of a struggle. But the distance was too great to tell which room it was. Who's in room 201? Poor soul. I didn't notice either. I was too busy watching the beauty in 203. Say backward as low-level worlds, are they really breed beautiful women? Look at that schoolgirl, not fully grown yet, and already so stunning. Imagine later. Only if she survives. Maybe she'll die this round and never grow up. Replying to the one before. Room 201, is that fat guy? Damn, he died horribly. You've piqued my interest. Which camera is that? Let me go check it out. Was it room 201 that got broken into? The answer surfaced in Zuo Cheng'an's mind, but the game hadn't signaled daybreak, so he didn't risk going out. Inside room 207. Lu Shuang stood nervously behind the door, a corner of his suit already crumpled from his fidgeting. Though he had been embarrassed when his alliance plan was exposed, the other party was right. His intentions weren't pure. Because the item he had drawn was truly useless. Dried lamb pack, category item, white consumable effect, strength 1. For a short time, after consumption restriction, none description poured on. Lu Shuang's base strength was 4. After eating the dried lamb, it became 5, pretty much the same as not eating. Moreover, after eating it, he discovered that the so-called short-term strength 1 actually lasted only 1 minute and couldn't be stacked. What good was that? Even a sip of water stays in the stomach for 5 minutes, right? If the dried lamb didn't come in a pack of 5 pieces, he would have lost it and started cursing. People are selfish, they can't stand others being better off than themselves. After realizing his item was useless, Lu Shuang couldn't suppress his curiosity and desperately wanted to know if others' items were equally disappointing. Without the confidence to fight, yet forced to come close to dangerous creatures, Lu Shuang's heart nearly leaped out of his chest when he heard the creature pass by his door. Fortunately, the hunter didn't stop at his room. As for who the unlucky loser was, he didn't care. After killing the occupant of room 201, the hunter seemed to have had its fill. It didn't choose another lucky victim and left through the wall it came from. Daybreak. The hunter has left. It's dawn. The hunter has left. The moment the notification sounded, everyone who had been anxiously waiting in their rooms almost simultaneously pushed open their doors and stepped out. Following the bloodstains on the corridor, they quickly found the entrance to room 201, which had been attacked last night. The wooden door of room 201 was badly deformed. About 30 centimeters from the middle and lower section, the hunter had smashed a hole. Around the hole were remnants of flesh and splattered blood. The answer was obvious. Given the deformation of the wooden door and the squeezed-out fat and flesh around the hole, the hunter had broken and killed the occupant and then dragged the body out through the 30-centimeter-wide opening. Upon witnessing this sight, coupled with the pungent stench of blood, everyone felt their stomachs churn and occasional retching sounds could be heard. Once they had finally acclimated to the environment, the bespectacled man spoke up weakly. If I remember correctly, the one in room 201 was a rather stout man, wasn't he? He had chosen his words euphemistically, replacing fat with stout. Reminded of this, everyone recalled that a few minutes ago when they were all gathered in the corridor, there had indeed been a man weighing at least 300 gene. He seemed irritable, cursing the heavens and the game from the moment he stepped out of his room. The man in the suit, Lu Shuang, had even been sharply rebuked by this hefty individual. It was better not to have mentioned it. Once reminded, everyone fell into a heavy silence. A 300 adult male was in ancient times the very image of a formidable general, muscle-sheathed in fat. His room contained weapons like axes and shields, as well as auxiliary items of unknown function. Yet even such a man could not survive the hunter. The hope of survival for the others was even slimmer. The schoolgirl tried to lighten the mood. Maybe the occupant of 201 was just flabby, not muscular. Was there even a difference? Lu Shuang reiterated his proposal. That's why I say we should all unite. I wasn't honest enough yesterday, but I'll go first now. My name is Lu Shuang, an office worker in a sales company. The item I drew is a piece of dried mutton. Eating it grants 1 point of strength, but only for a very short time, 10 seconds. Since I only have 1 piece of jerky, I can only use it at a critical moment. This is human nature. Usually lax and suspicious of one another, but once a powerful external threat emerges, they spontaneously coalesce into a whole. The hunters might have been deeply ingrained in the players' minds. Faced with Lu Shuang's invitation to unite, although they didn't agree immediately, their inner resistance had considerably waned. Lu Shuang, seasoned in dealing with clients, knew that with just a little more push, or if someone took the lead, this could be accomplished. And as the initiator of this small group, he could more easily seize the power of speech within it. Lu Shuang targeted the student who seemed the easiest to sway in the crowd and was about to strike while the iron was hot, when Zuo Cheng'an suddenly interjected. Instead of dwelling on the enemy's strength, perhaps we should all think carefully, why among so many rooms did the hunter choose room 201? If the occupant of 201 did something special that attracted the hunter, then, when night falls again, we can simply avoid doing that. Zuo Cheng'an said this because he had seen the live comments. Those people were all discussing the game's rules. They said the fat man in room 201 was unlucky to have encountered the hunter with a 50-50 chance. The schoolgirl was very proactive. Could it be because he looked through the peephole? I crouched in the corner of my room all last night and didn't dare go near the door. The woman still wearing an apron refuted her, not necessarily. I'm in room 208. Last night, I kept my eye glued to the peephole and personally saw the hunter pass by my door. But it didn't stop. The bespectacled man also raised his hand weakly. I'm from 205. I looked last night too. I don't think it was because of looking through the peephole. Someone else speculated. Was it because he was pressed against the door crack, letting the hunter smell his scent from the gap? Zuo Cheng'an. No, I was leaning against the door crack last night. Finally, someone suggested that they all detail what they did last night and then eliminate the common factors one by one. Everyone was about to proceed in order of their room numbers when the suited man, casting a displeased, stealthy glare at Zuo Cheng'an for spoiling his plan, impatiently asked the aproned woman and the bespectacled man, "Hold on. You two said you saw the hunter last night. What did it look like?" The bespectacled man and the woman closed their eyes to recall. The corridor at night had no light. The only illumination came from the bedroom lights filtering through the door cracks. Seeing in such dim conditions was a great challenge for humans. The woman racked her brains. I only saw a blurry silhouette, but I'm sure the hunter wasn't tall. It was humanoid, only reaching an adult's waist. All right, it looked a lot like the monkey pattern on the glass. The pattern on the glass was more abstract than a mosaic. This piece of information was utterly worthless. Everyone was slightly disappointed, but fortunately the bespectacled man had more detailed information. My item's ability is mediocre, nothing to hide. It's just a pair of glasses with night vision. Saying this, the bespectacled man pointed to the glasses he was wearing. These are the ones I'm wearing now. I put them on yesterday during the day. It's quite amazing. They happen to match my prescription perfectly. Lu Shuang, irritated by the man's mosquito-like tone, rudely interrupted him. Idiot. Just cut to the chase. It's going to get dark soon. Whether he was genuinely annoyed by the tone or jealous that the other's item ability was better than his own was anyone's guess. Only then did everyone notice that the light outside the corridor window was already fading. In another minute or two, the hunter would begin its hunt again. The bespectacled man shuddered. Too afraid to talk back, even when scolded, he silently increased his speaking pace. The hunter looks like a hunchback dwarf. Its entire body is covered in long hair, and its claws are so long they drag on the ground. That's the source of the scritch-scratch sound from last night. Also, it has no eyes. It seems to hunt using other senses. He spoke the entire sentence without pausing for breath, then gasped heavily, clearly winded. As everyone returned to their rooms to digest this information, the game's prompt arrived on cue. Hunter has appeared. Number deployed 1. Knowing that the hunter was blind, everyone in their rooms involuntarily slowed their breathing, terrified that a heavy breath might attract it. Some even began to speculate perhaps the fat man in 201, who seemed to have a tendency for rage, had simply dropped his axe, causing a loud noise that brought about his demise. If they remained silent, could they survive the night safely? Unfortunately, the man was already dead, and their conjectures could never be verified. Screech. The sound of claws scraping against the floor began again from the direction of room 208. The hunter, dragging its overly long nails, hunched over and walked slowly down the corridor. It seemed intent on repeating its actions from the previous night, like a cat toying with its prey, passing by every door before slowly deciding whom to kill. Zuo Cheng'an pressed his eye to the peephole, using the faint light to observe the situation outside as best he could. Since looking through the peephole didn't provoke the hunter's attack, he naturally chose this method to gather more detailed intelligence. The people in the live comments were either full of lewd thoughts or were extremists who wanted to see the world burn, hoping everyone would die. The intelligence they could provide was truly limited, and looking at it for too long was an eyesore. Scritch-scratch. The sound drew closer. Suddenly, Zuo Cheng'an's eyes widened. He saw a health bar. Could this be an ability of the true sight? The hunter's body remained shrouded in darkness, yet a conspicuous health bar floated above its head, much like a minor monster in a game. However, this health bar was far from healthy, having already dwindled to 48. Was it injured? Had the fat man from room 201 done this last night? Aside from that, as Zuo Cheng'an focused his observation, is true, I activated, and he discovered that even the hunter had an annotation. Huntery, the most prized alchemical life creation of the red-hooded witch. Offering her proper praise in her presence will yield a delightful surprise. Barrage, who will be tonight's lucky one? I can hardly wait. I'm hoping it's the girl from 203. Pretty girls must be adorable even when dismembered. Then your wish should come true. Scream Night is a basic first-tier dungeon. Its rules have long been figured out by veteran players. There are plenty of ways to clear it. Either go the brute force massacre route, killing all hunters to finish early, or use the killing rules to evade. The rule is simple: kill from front to back or back to front. Tonight it's 202, tomorrow 203. Soon you'll see what you want. Then I'm relieved. He'll order some takeout and watch while I eat. Killing in numerical order. How utterly idiotic. Even a 3-year-old could clear this dungeon right. Low-level worlds truly live up to their name. The people here are so stupid. Still, they're a bit smarter than monkeys. The dungeon has other traps after all. Scream Night was once a player wiper, so it's not that simple. But people from low-level worlds do seem underdeveloped in the brain. I often get second-hand embarrassment from their stupidity. Second-hand embarrassment, +1. There was a dungeon where they just had to kill their teammates to clear it quickly, but they chose the most troublesome path. It made me so mad I got a pimple on my face. How stupid. The barrage kept chattering on endlessly. Zuo Cheng'an listened to their guesses, tightening his grip on the axe. Tonight 202, tomorrow 203. The day after tomorrow would it be his turn? About a minute ago, the hunter had passed by Zuo Cheng'an's door in room 204. At its pace, it should now have turned back from 201, and on its return it would choose a room to break into. Zuo Cheng'an took a deep breath, holding it as he listened to the sounds outside. Bang, bang. Oh, damn it. Damn, how can you be so ugly? The hunter's door-breaking sound coincided with the scream from room 202's occupant. Although the scream was somewhat distorted, Zuo Cheng'an could still recognize it as the Joker, who had said, "Where the hell did I end up?" at the start of the game. Originally, the Joker had been in good spirits, even cracking jokes to lighten the mood. But after seeing the scene left by the hunter's kill, he fell silent, turning from a joker into a silent one. Even during the daytime review, he uncharacteristically didn't join the discussion. The scream came only once, followed by the sounds of a struggle at the door of room 202. The hunter, being injured, couldn't dispatch the player as cleanly as last night, giving the Joker a chance to resist and call for help. The Joker's cry of "someone help" echoed through the darkness. Hasty footsteps sounded from some rooms, as if someone heard the plea and instinctively moved to open the door to help. but the fear of death pulled them back from the doorway, retreating to their original spots. It wasn't their turn, so why take the risk? Seeing the 6 tightly shut doors, the Joker felt a wave of despair. During the day, he had examined the scene in room 201 and had some guesses about the cause of death of its occupant. Though it sounded gruesome, he suspected that after the hunter attacked the occupant of room 201, the victim had still been clinging to life, not fully dead. The final cause of death was the hunter dragging him out through the narrow hole in the door. To avoid suffering the agony of being torn apart, while barely alive, the Joker decisively opened the door when the hunter came for him, moving the battlefield from the cramped room to the relatively spacious corridor. He strongly suspected that the fat man from room 201 last night had died because he was trapped in the room with no room to maneuver. Everyone heard the Joker's plea for help. Thanks to the corridor's unique structure, even room 208, the farthest from 202, could hear it clearly. At that moment, Zuo Cheng'an flung open his door and joined the fray, axe in hand. Almost simultaneously, the schoolgirl from room 203 emerged hesitantly, clutching her axe. The Joker had been ready to give up and die. The wounds were excruciating, but seeing 2 helpers arrive, his spirit lifted and his will to survive reignited. The hunter possessed immense strength, and its sharp claws made it a veritable executioner in the dark. When the Joker saw Zuo Cheng'an raise his axe in the dim light, he panicked and tangled as he was with the hunter. Wait, bro, hold on. Let me lure him to where the light from the room shines. The Joker shouted as he twisted and crawled forward, leaving a trail of blood in his wake, clearly terrified that Zuo Cheng'an might chop both him and the hunter together. Don't worry, I won't miss. Zuo Cheng'an's sight was locked onto the health bar. Even in the darkness, he couldn't mistake his target. At this moment, the hunter's claws were deeply embedded in the Joker's abdomen. Its face lacked eyes but had a massive mouth that occupied its entire head. That mouth wasn't idle either. After securing itself to its prey with its claws, it eagerly began to feed. Zuo Cheng'an held nothing back, swinging the axe down at the hunter's head. Thud! The axe struck true, but was halted by the hard bone embedding itself halfway into the skull. A strength value of 5 was indeed too low. Sroar! The hunter in pain released the Joker and turned its attack on Zuo Cheng'an. Zuo Cheng'an wasn't too worried as he stood behind the hunter. But the hunter defied conventional logic. Its shoulder structure allowed it to twist around with ease. Bang! Sharp claws pierced through the wooden shield. Zuo Cheng'an blocked the blow, abandoned the axe that was now completely stuck, and prepared to retreat 2 steps. Just then the schoolgirl filled the gap, shouting, "Take my double kick." Thump thump. 2 miraculous kicks drove the axe stuck in the hunter's head another 7 or 8 centimeters deeper. Now the hunter's skull was split in 2, yet it still didn't die. In Zuo Cheng'an's eyes, the hunter's health bar plummeted to 10, and because its head was cleaved in 2, that 10 was also dropping. 10, 9, 2, 8, 5. Death was only a matter of time. Seeing this, Zuo Cheng'an thought to himself that it was done. His motive for coming out to help was to inflict as much damage as possible on the hunter, making its health bar less healthy. That way, when his turn came the night after next, even if no one came to help, he could survive on his own. Originally, he had planned to reduce the hunter's health to around 10% before stopping. But with the unexpected addition of the schoolgirl's combat power, the original plan was clearly off the table. Who would have thought that such an innocent-looking little girl could kick away 20 of the hunter's health with just 2 kicks? Was this the power of game skills? At this moment, the battle in the corridor was exceptionally brutal. After unleashing her skill, the schoolgirl's legs had become so weak from overexertion that she could not even stand. The Joker lay sprawled on the ground, covered in blood, his life hanging in the balance. Facing the still struggling hunter, neither of them had any strength left to resist. Zuo Cheng'an swept a glance over the 2, his mind racing with calculations. The Joker was half dead and could be disregarded for now. It seemed his original plan of gradually wearing down the hunter's health was unworkable. Even if he managed to reduce the hunter to a sliver of health today, the schoolgirl with her skill could finish off the weakened hunter with a single kick tomorrow night. By the time it was his turn, he would still have to face a fully powered hunter. There was no escape either. The door to room 201 now had a large hole, and there was no guarantee that the hunter wouldn't take a swipe at him as it passed by. On the contrary, if they killed this hunter today, when it was the schoolgirl's turn in room 203 to be attacked tomorrow, he could join forces with her. They wouldn't need to kill the fully powered hunter of tomorrow, just wear it down and buy time. That way, when his turn came the day after, the pressure would be much lighter. Moreover, the schoolgirl might willingly come to help him because of his assistance today. In the blink of an eye, Zuo Cheng'an grasped the crux of the situation and swiftly adjusted his plan. The hunter was still struggling. To prevent the nearly dead hunter from killing his teammate for the night after tomorrow, Zuo Cheng'an picked up the schoolgirl's axe and swung it with all his might. A direct hit. The hunter, which had only 3 health left, finally dropped to 0 after the heavy blow. Ding. Killed hunter type E. Obtained item tetanus potion X1. Congratulations on achieving the first blood achievement. Achievement condition: claim the first kill in the novice dungeon. Reward: 3 free attribute points. Tetanus potion category item: green, consumable effect. Coating a weapon with it inflicts debuffs such as poisoning, slow, and dizziness. Restriction: improper use may easily affect the user. 2 description: hurricane, tornado. Taste the power of my tetanus. A test tube about the size of a finger filled with a green potion appeared in Zuo Cheng'an's inventory. He ignored the battle spoils for now, kicked the hunter's corpse aside, and checked on the Joker's injuries. As for the schoolgirl, true to her innocent-looking eyes, even with her face twisted in pain from cramps, she waved her hand. My calf and thigh just cramped up at the same time. Nothing serious. Go check on the one who's about to kick the bucket first. The Joker's condition was dire. 3 bloody holes in his abdomen spurted like fountains, and a large chunk of flesh had been bitten off his shoulder with glimpses of muscles pulling at the bone beneath. With the crisis over and the adrenaline wearing off, the Joker, who had been crawling around the floor in agony, immediately collapsed and could not move. With injuries like these, if the bleeding wasn't stopped, he wouldn't last until the end of the dungeon. He might not even see the next night. Zuo Cheng'an felt no regret. In his envisioned future for the game's progression, there was no place for the Joker anyway. The Joker tremblingly reached out a hand to Zuo Cheng'an. I. Zuo Cheng'an sighed quietly. Is there anything you can't let go of? Just say your last words. The Joker closed his eyes in pain, his whole body shaking with emotion. Zuo Cheng'an thought it was from pain, recalling how severely wounded people often begged for a quick end. He assumed the Joker wanted the same, to end the suffering quickly. Want a quick release? No problem. They'll make it as painless as possible. Zuo Cheng'an picked up the axe and gauged the right spot to strike. Though it was his first time killing a person, it was to help someone find peace. Thinking this way, he felt no guilt. Hearing this, the Joker's eyes shot wide open. With some inexplicable strength, he spat out the blood clogging his throat. Bro, don't kill me yet. I can still be saved. My pocket. There's my item in my pocket. As he spoke, his emotional outburst caused the 3 bloody holes in his abdomen to gurgle and spurt a little more. Quite a sight. Realizing the misunderstanding, Zuo Cheng'an calmly put down the axe and retrieved the healing item the Joker mentioned. The moment he touched it, the item's information flashed into his mind. Warped soft candy category item, white consumable effect, significantly restores health. Restriction: children and the elderly should consume under supervision. Description: remember, the probability of being killed by a soft candy is never 0. When he heard the hunter scratching at the door, the Joker knew he couldn't escape. He tore off a small piece of the candy and ate it. If not for that mouthful of candy keeping him alive, his injuries would have killed anyone else long ago. The Joker, trembling, took out the remaining candy and split it in half again. The sweet taste spread and the effects were immediate. The 3 bloody holes in his abdomen finally stopped spurting blood. A thin layer of flesh formed over the exposed bone on his shoulder. The injuries still looked severe, but at least they were no longer worsening. The Joker offered the remaining candy fragment to Zuo Cheng'an like a treasure. Bro, it's orange-flavored soft candy. Want a bite? It'll make you feel full of energy. The candy had clearly been bear-shaped before, now torn down to just one leg. Zuo Cheng'an. No thanks. Me. I want it. The cramps are killing me. The schoolgirl, whose face was twisted in pain, shouted, I don't care if it's gross. As long as it stops the pain. I'll eat it. Shove it in my mouth. In the end, the candy fragment went into the schoolgirl's mouth. After eating it, she wore an expression of pure relief, like someone finally sitting on a toilet after holding it in for 10 hours. Her legs finally stopped hurting. Catching his breath, the Joker was deeply grateful to the 2 who had come to save him. Bro sis, my name is Zhengren. I know you wouldn't want me even if I offered myself up, but rest assured, as long as I'm alive, if there's anything you need me for, I'll be there. The schoolgirl suddenly turned shy. No. Don't be so serious. To be honest, I was just afraid no one would help me when the hunter came for me. If we all work together to take down the hunter, maybe we can end the dungeon early. Alright. My name is Li Yuechio. Zuo Cheng'an thought to himself, too bad, we can't end it early. There's more than one hunter. The night wasn't over yet, but the hunter that had been roaming around tonight was now lying dead on the ground, so it was safe to stay in the corridor. Zhengren was in pain all over, lying on the ground and groaning softly. Little did he know an eyeball beside him was transmitting the scene to a group of unknown beings. That kid got lucky, actually pulling a healing item and saving his own skin. Lucky my ass. It's not a skill, just a consumable item. Now it's gone, and we'll see what he does later. Saya was hoping to see everyone stand by coldly while he died alone in despair. How boring. If you want to see brothers turn against each other or couples become enemies, go watch the Rose Hotel Dungeon 31147. Never heard of it. Is it a niche dungeon? I'm going to check it out. The barrage was spewing nonsense again. Zuo Cheng'an ignored the comments at the corner of his vision and checked the 3 free attribute points that had appeared on his panel. The copy space was cramped with speed, there was nowhere to dodge, so it was useless. Physique should only help with taking hits, offering little assistance, and spirit couldn't be increased. In the end, those 3 free attribute points were allocated to strength. After allocating the points, Zuo Cheng'an's panel transformed into player Zuo Cheng'an, level not yet ascended, spirit 97100, physique 6, strength 8, speed 7, items tetanus potion X 1 vial, skill true sight. 3 attribute points. Couldn't tell how much strength they added as there was no suitable equipment around for Zuo Cheng'an to gauge immediately, but the axe and small wooden shield in his hand, which had felt heavy, now seemed light as a feather. They didn't feel like real weapons, but rather like paper props. It seemed that if the opportunity arose, he would need to find a suitable replacement weapon. Shortly after Zuo Cheng'an applied the tetanus potion to his axe, the game's prompt sounded, Dawn has broken. The hunter has departed. The hunter was already dead, so it couldn't leave. The hunter's corpse, its head split in two and body tattered, lay in the corridor. With the prompt, it rapidly decomposed, leaving nothing behind but Zheng Ren's bloodstains on the floor. Seeing the game continue, Li Yueqiu panicked. Why isn't the game over yet? Do we have to endure all 7 days for it to end? The sound of doors creaking open echoed one after another. The 4 people who had been hiding in their rooms emerged, showing no surprise at the 3 who had survived in the corridor. The rooms had terrible soundproofing. When the sounds of battle ceased at night, they knew the fight was over and the hunter was dead. But not appearing during the fight, and then rushing out as soon as the enemy was dead. Only someone with a face as thick as the soles of their feet could pull that off. Thus the people in the rooms simply stayed put, avoiding the awkwardness and waiting until dawn. One peaceful night injected a booster shot into everyone, making them realize that hunters weren't invincible beings. As long as everyone worked together. Well, better not mention that. Lu Shuang glanced subtly at room 201, its door broken and bloodstained, and room 202, with several claw marks on its door. He made no effort to hide his gaze, so everyone noticed it, and followed suit, observing the 2 rooms that had been attacked by the hunter. Lu Shuang voiced the doubt in everyone's mind. The first night it was room 201, yesterday it was room 202. So will the next hunters follow this sequence, attacking 203, 204, 205, in order? Except for Zuo Cheng'an, the owners of the room numbers Lu Shuang called out, all had grim expressions. Li Yueqiu was so frightened her face lost its color. Her room was 203. Didn't that mean tonight would be her turn? If she had known she wouldn't have gone out to help last night, she should have saved her skill for herself. Meanwhile, those with higher room numbers, especially 207 and 208, felt a great weight lifted off their shoulders, adopting a tone of detached ease. What's so? It's just sequential attacks. The rules are that simple. Really, they had us worried for nothing. The copy lasted 7 days, meaning 6 nights. If one person died each night, then numbers 7 and 8 could win without lifting a finger. An ordinary person knowing this rule would still consider the crumbling morale of those with earlier room numbers. Even if they were overjoyed inside, they'd maintain a worried expression on their faces. But Lu Shuang, the owner of room 207, seemed less adept at controlling his facial expressions than the woman in room 208. Or perhaps he had simply stopped pretending. He inadvertently made an exaggeratedly relaxed gesture. The man in room 206, addressed, simply completely broke down, pointing at the bespectacled man and angrily demanding what he meant and what his intentions were. He was only 1 number away from survival. If his room number were 207, he wouldn't have to worry anymore. Lu Shuang, knowing he was in the wrong, humbly tried to pacify him. He might as well preemptively adopt the spirit of the dead are paramount. Lu Shuang's indifferent expression further provoked the man. Thinking of his mother in the hospital who needed the money from his bag for surgery and might miss the optimal treatment window if he died in the game. The taut string in his mind suddenly snapped, and he rushed back into room 206, collapsing into a hysterical scream. The bespectacled man who had proposed the hunter's attack pattern also looked grim. He was in room 205, likewise on the hunter's attack list. Lu Shuang, as if oblivious to everyone's despair, acted like an uninvolved bystander, offering random advice. The hunter can be killed. If we join forces to fight it, we can all survive the game. Just like the 3 of them did last night. Li Yueqiu felt as nauseated as if she had eaten cold noodles left out overnight. Dude, still talking about cooperation. Where was your noble foot on the corridor last night? Seeing no one appreciated his suggestion, Lu Shuang adopted a not my problem attitude. You 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 can stick together. What does it have to do with me? By now he was completely at ease, no longer clinging to everyone as he had in the first 2 nights. Upon hearing this, Li Yueqiu silently assessed the current combat strength. Aside from herself, there was the half-crippled Zheng Ren, Zuo Cheng'an, and the broken man. She didn't count the bespectacled man from room 205, because he gave her the impression of someone who outwardly seemed timid and easily trampled, but secretly held grudges, waiting for the right moment to deliver a fatal blow. That made 4 people total, but with 1 crippled and 1 insane, their combat effectiveness was negligible. And while she had the skill double kick, her physique stat didn't meet the minimum requirement of 7 for using it. Forcing its use would damage her legs. Once would cause cramps or strains, and twice might endanger her tendons. In the future, her legs might even be permanently disabled. Zuo Cheng'an pondered for a moment, looking at the row of doors, and said uncertainly, actually, it doesn't necessarily have to involve fighting the hunter. Lu Shuang thought Zuo Cheng'an, knowing his turn was coming soon, had been scared into babbling nonsense. Not fight the hunter. Do you want to commit suicide early? Zuo Cheng'an couldn't be bothered to waste words with him. He directed Li Yueqiu to help him move the injured Zheng Ren back to his room, 202. After finishing, Li Yueqiu was about to leave when she found Zuo Cheng'an grabbing her. Wait a moment. Stay with me tonight. Li Yueqiu. Huh. She quickly stepped back, crossing her arms defensively and staring warily at Zuo Cheng'an. What do you want? I'd rather die tonight. Bash my head against the wall. Then do your bidding. Zuo Cheng'an ignored her for the moment, instead subtly glancing at the barrage of comments in the air. Damn. He figured out a way to clear the level with no casualties on his own. Is he a genius? What's so hard about that? I would have thought of it long ago. People from higher worlds are just smarter. Exactly, it's so simple. Why do you think Scream Knight is a level 1 copy? Players often bring guides and team up to farm points here. It's because the rules are simple and easy to avoid. That's right. I've watched dozens of Scream Knight copy streams. Experienced players always start by staying in rooms 2 to 6. After confirming whether the hunter attacks from front to back or back to front on the first night, they avoid those special numbered rooms. This simple. Too stupid. No one can die. While there are actually quite a few rules like no more than 2 people per room, no making noise inside, and doors must be locked at night. But since it's an old copy, guides are bundled and sold cheaply with other copies. Those few rules are too easy to avoid. Scream Knight used to be glorious. Don't judge it by its current status as a farming copy. When it first came out, a lot of pioneers died figuring out the rules. By the way, I've got some aged resources if you're interested. Zuo Cheng'an shared his speculation with Li Yueqiu, and she promptly changed her tune. Then let's hurry to your room. Yet he still harbored a final doubt. Will this really work? Won't the game eliminate us? Why all this talk of elimination? We spent most of last night in the corridor, and you're fine now, aren't you? Oh, Li Yueqiu suddenly realized. Well, I never expected someone as cold as you to be so kind. No, I'm a textbook egoist. Zuo Cheng'an led Li Yueqiu back to room 204, then suddenly recalled something and returned to room 203 to close its door. A soft click echoed, the sound of the door locking automatically. Shortly after he returned to room 204, a game prompt appeared. Hunter has appeared. Number deployed 1. Through the peephole, Zuo Cheng'an spotted an rank hunter at full health prowling the corridor. Though he had deduced from the barrage of comments that this approach was likely safe, every muscle in his body remained taut, ready for battle. As for Li Yueqiu, without needing his reminder, she instinctively covered her mouth and curled up in a corner motionless. In the end, the hunter indeed stopped before room 203, scratching at the door with a grating sound. But room 203 was empty. Even if the hunter tore the door apart, it would find nothing. Another day passed, and the surviving players emerged from their rooms. Seeing Li Yueqiu step out of room 204 completely unscathed, they erupted in wild jubilation. So it was truly possible to evade the hunter without fighting. So the dungeon was this simple. All one had to do was hide in a room with a different number. Swept up by the crowd's excitement, Li Yueqiu eagerly invited Zuo Cheng'an, benefactor. Come hide in my room tonight. Zuo Cheng'an glanced at the door of room 203 and refused without a second thought. No need. Huh. Li Yueqiu was puzzled, but upon seeing the sorry state of her door, she instantly understood. The door of room 203 had been reduced to splinters, having made the ultimate sacrifice. Zheng Run, who had recovered enough with the help of medicine to slowly shuffle along the wall, proposed. How about you come to my room? The door of 202 is intact. Great idea. Li Yueqiu agreed, cheerfully, showing none of her earlier wariness. That won't work either. Zuo Cheng'an refused again, recalling information from the comments. He jingled the keyring in his hand. It had appeared automatically in his pocket upon waking in the dungeon, bearing a room number that could unlock the corresponding door. Look, there are only 2 keys on our keyrings. I suspect this means the game allows by default one other person besides ourselves to freely enter the room. Zheng Run let out a long, ah, as the realization dawned. So that's it. I thought the game just gave an extra spare key in case we lost one. He then looked at Zuo Cheng'an with admiration. Bro, how are you so sharp? You caught such a tiny clue. The others were half convinced. Lu Shuang instinctively touched her own keys. Really? Only 2 people per room? Just a guess, Zuo Cheng'an said flatly. Believe it or not, after all, these rules had been tested by previous players with their lives. Besides, he was merely working backward from the answer to find the evidence, like a student scribbling a made-up process after copying the solution. The result was already correct, so the process didn't matter. Given that a room could hold at most 2 people, the next step was to find clues within the game, and the keys that had appeared in everyone's pockets from the start were the clue. Zuo Cheng'an hadn't lowered his voice while sharing his analysis, and the other players overheard. Their plan to huddle together in a single room was thwarted by this newly discovered limitation. He paused, then continued. Besides, hiding forever isn't a solution. Sooner or later, most doors will be destroyed by the hunters, and with our remaining numbers, we can't all squeeze into 1 or 2 rooms. We'll have to face the hunters eventually. Zuo Cheng'an laid out the harsh reality. The surviving residents exchanged subtle glances, their thoughts diverging. Time ticked by, and the 5-minute daylight period was almost over. Zuo Cheng'an stayed in room 202 with Zheng Run, while Li Yueqiu was taken in by a woman from room 208. Li Yueqiu was overwhelmed with gratitude. Sister, you're too kind. Thank you for taking me in. You're such a good person. The woman smiled gently. It's no trouble. Having you with me makes it easier for me too. The last sliver of light vanished outside the window. Barring any surprises, tonight's hunter would target room 204, the room Zuo Cheng'an was in. Yet Zuo Cheng'an remained uneasy, sensing something was amiss. Such a simple rule couldn't be the cause of the mass player wipeouts mentioned in the comments during the dungeon's early days. Could there be another hidden rule? What night is it? After binge-watching so many Scream Knight dungeon replays, knowing the inside scoop, I'm getting excited. Tonight they're hitting room 204. It's the 4th night. Why? You'll find out when it gets dark. That's what makes it fun. Killing in order is just boring. Hunter has appeared. Number deployed, 2 hunters deployed tonight. Hearing this announcement, Zuo Cheng'an raised an eyebrow, thinking to himself that it couldn't be that simple. Whether both hunters would target room 204, or one would go to each door. The comments had already provided the answer. Haha, look at that guy in 205. He's wet his pants. Haha, record it quick. I gotta show this to the guys. Well, looks like he's crying too. Inside room 205, the bespectacled man stared in disbelief at the door being pounded by the hunter. What was going on? Why were 2 hunters deployed tonight? Wasn't it supposed to be 1 per day? Overwhelming terror nearly drowned him. He knew he shouldn't just sit there, he should grab a weapon and fight for his life, like Zheng Ren in room 202. But his legs felt like lead, utterly immobile. Meanwhile, the faces of those hiding in other rooms were equally grim. Especially Lu Shuang in room 207. She had assumed only 1 hunter would appear each night, targeting a single door, leaving room 207 perfectly safe. But in reality, the dungeon had started deploying 2 hunters at once. If tonight it was rooms 204 and 205, then tomorrow night it would be 206 and 207. No. Suddenly Lu Shuang thought of Zuo Cheng'an. Not only was he the first to propose that the hunters might follow a certain pattern or have a specific trigger for killing, but he also deduced that a maximum of 2 people could stay in 1 room. He must know something, but he didn't reveal it. He wanted to get me killed. That has to be it. Heh. Lu Shuang let out a cold laugh. Since he wants to mess with me first, don't blame me if I survive. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang. In the pitch-black corridor, the sounds of doors being smashed echoed one after another. The door of room 205 gave way, first a gap appearing at the bottom of the wooden panel. Nothing makes a person grow faster than death. In this critical moment, the bespectacled man, his expression frenzied, grabbed an axe and wildly chopped at the claw that had reached into the room. Unfortunately, his strength stat seemed low, limiting the damage he could inflict on the hunter. His strikes were weak, and after a long bout of chopping, he hadn't even broken the bones in the hunter's arm. Hearing the commotion from room 205, the hunter that had been working on room 204 immediately abandoned its target and joined the effort to break down the door to 205. With the 2 hunters working together, they soon managed to tear open a hole large enough for them to crawl through. No, no. Don't come near. Trapped in the room, the bespectacled man, his face a mess of tears, and snot, seemed to tap into a deep-seated ferocity, swinging his axe wildly. Lu Shuang calculated the time in room 207. When there were only 30 seconds left until dawn, he quietly opened his door. On the corridor, there was only the sound of the hunters chewing and faint moans, which soon faded away entirely. Sensing dawn approaching, the 2 hunters abandoned the corpse and left one by one the same way they came. At that moment, Lu Shuang mustered his courage and dashed out of the room, snatching the glasses from the bespectacled man's face and quickly stowing them in his game inventory. The hunters, eager to leave, did not attack Lu Shuang. Having done this, Lu Shuang suppressed his wildly beating heart and let out a long sigh. The survivors emerged from their rooms. Though they were prepared for what the night might bring, they were still startled by the gruesome scene in room 205. The bespectacled man's skin and clothes had been completely torn off. Half of his body lay inside the room, while the other half was scattered outside. At a glance, it was impossible to tell which parts were missing. Zuo Cheng'an barely managed to find what might have been part of the skull, but the glasses were gone from it. He cast a cold glance at Lu Shuang, who was the first on the scene, but didn't expose him. Soon the others also noticed something was missing from the corpse, or rather an item was gone. Where are his night vision glasses? They're not in the room either. Did a hunter swallow them? Or maybe they were automatically reclaimed by the game when the owner died. That must be it. His head isn't even whole, like a half-eaten apple. The glasses must have gone into its stomach too. Under Lu Shuang's misleading words, the group temporarily believed the story that the item had been eaten by the hunter. The man from room 206 suddenly asked Lu Shuang, "If there are still 2 hunters tonight, that means they'll be coming for us. Want to form an alliance for the night?" Lu Shuang was more than willing. "Of course, no problem. I've already told you about my item, the dried mutton. What's yours? If you don't want to say it in front of everyone, we can talk in the room." "No. No need for that trouble. My name is Zuo Cheng'an. My item is a long-handled mirror. It's green quality. It can reflect special existences that are normally invisible to the naked eye." A sharp intake of breath. Everyone gasped in unison. It was an item that could see ghosts. Though they didn't fully understand its value yet, the fact that it was related to spirits and was green quality meant it was likely a rare find in the game. Facing the envy in everyone's eyes, Zuo Cheng'an twitched the corner of his stiff mouth as if mocking himself. But this instance isn't a supernatural one. What use is it? Zuo Cheng'an had shown his sincerity by introducing his item, but Lu Shuang seemed extremely dissatisfied with it. A mirror with no combat ability at all was utterly useless to him as an ally. Then with a hint of disdain, he turned to the others and said, "What are you all waiting for? Don't think you can stay out of this. There were 2 hunters tonight. Tomorrow night, there could be 3. Once the hunters break down all the doors, no one will escape." It was clear he thought Zuo Cheng'an was too weak and wanted to forcefully rope more people in. After several cycles of day and night, the 6 surviving players in the instance could barely be called friends through life and death. They had become much more familiar with each other than at the start of the game. Zheng Ren thought the suited man's words made some sense. The game required them to survive for 7 days. Today was the 4th day, and there were already 2 hunters. If they increased by 1 every 3 days, would there be 3 hunters by the 7th day? Zuo Cheng'an shook his head in rebuttal. If we hadn't killed that hunter, there might indeed have been 3 on the 7th day. But since we killed 1, there are probably only 2 left in the game, the ones we saw last night. Zheng Ren wasn't stupid, but he was sometimes slow on the uptake. Once someone gave him a nudge, he could figure out the key point. Is it because of the carved patterns on the windows? Yes, 3 monster patterns correspond to 3 hunters. A level 1 instance wouldn't be too difficult. See, the game shoves the clues right in the players' faces. Hearing that there were only 2 hunters left in the game, everyone felt a slight weight lift from their hearts. As the 5-minute dawn period was about to end, and they still hadn't figured out a safe way to deal with the hunters, Lu Shuang became frantic. He knew that the hunter's target tonight would be him. Among the 8 rooms, the only ones with intact doors that could be used for hiding and weren't targets of the hunters were rooms 202 and 208, both already occupied. The only path left for him was to fight the hunters. So, what good does my death do you? Are you just going to watch me get killed by the monsters? Right now, working together is the best solution, don't you think? Lu Shuang stared intently at the woman, waiting for her answer. Everyone noticed Lu Shuang's drastic change in attitude. When it didn't concern him, he was indifferent, but the moment he was dragged into it, he became more anxious than anyone else. The woman, feeling uneasy under his gaze, kept rubbing the corner of her apron. Finally, like Zhao Qingyuan, she briefly introduced her ability. My name is He Jinmei. I don't know what you mean by items, but if you're talking about what I got from the newbie pack, I only got a skill book called Basic Archery Technique, which I've already used. With that, He Jinmei pulled a key from her pocket and threw it with perfect accuracy, hitting the center of the forehead of the monster in the middle of the window's pattern. After using it, I found that my control over my muscles deepened. As long as I can throw something to a spot, I can hit it with precision. Zheng Ren was utterly stunned by He Jinmei's dart-throwing prowess. Holy crap, that's an amazing skill. If you used it at a carnival ring toss booth, you'd clean the owner out of everything, even his underwear. Although He Jinmei was already married, she seemed somewhat conservative in her thinking. Upon hearing Zheng Ren's jest, a flush crept across her cheeks. Li Yueqiu quickly stepped forward to rescue the gentle woman from her embarrassment. My name is Li Yueqiu. I also unlocked a skill called Double Kick. However, to use it properly, my physique stat needs to be at least 7 points. I only have 5, so I haven't met the minimum requirement. At best, I can barely manage to use it once. With the ice broken, the others had to follow suit. Zheng Ren, my item is a crookedly refreshing big gummy. It's a type of food that can heal injuries when eaten, but I've almost run out. Zheng Ren finally managed to utter the embarrassingly named item. Anyway, he had thick skin and wasn't afraid of social death. Only Zuo Cheng'an was left, and everyone couldn't help but turn their gaze toward him. Zuo Cheng'an, I also unlocked a skill Basic Blade Technique. As he spoke, Zuo Cheng'an twirled his axe a couple of times. Learning an extra skill in ordinary times really paid off, though it could come in handy at a critical moment. Zheng Ren gave a thumbs up. Cool. If it were me, I'd need 6 stitches on my chin. Zheng Ren added, oh right. That insurance salesman, what's your name again? Whatever. Isn't your item the mutton jerky that boosts strength? Why not give it to Brother Zuo or Aunt He? Then we can just lie back and let them carry us. How awesome would that be? Lu Shuang let out a sly chuckle, not giving a direct yes or no. Of course, he couldn't agree, though otherwise the lie had told earlier about the mutton jerky's effects would be exposed. But in the end, Lu Shuang achieved his goal. Afterward, the 5 survivors agreed to deal with the 2 hunters together at night, then each returned to their own rooms. The daytime in the game passed in the blink of an eye, and nightfall arrived quickly. At the last moment, Lu Shuang shouted uncertainly from his room, you guys are definitely coming out tonight, right? Only after receiving everyone's affirmative replies did he feel reassured. Hunters have appeared. Number deployed 2. To prevent both of them from being cornered in the narrow rooms, Lu Shuang from room 207 and Zhao Qingyuan from room 206 each stayed in their own rooms. They agreed to shout a signal and charge out together once the hunters emerged. Since a fight with the hunters was inevitable anyway, it didn't matter if the noise gave away their positions. The creaking sounds arrived right on schedule. When the 2 hunters reached the midpoint between rooms 207 and 206, Lu Shuang and Zhao Qingyuan shouted in unison 1, 2, 3. They opened their doors and charged out, axes in hand. But once in the hallway, Zhao Qingyuan realized he was the only one who had come out. Seeing food voluntarily emerging from its kin, the 2 hunters stopped obsessing over breaking down the doors and focused their attacks solely on Zhao Qingyuan. Terror seized Zhao Qingyuan's heart. The fury of betrayal and the fear of the hunters, 2 utterly different emotions, washed over him almost simultaneously. He cried out for help at the top of his lungs. Help! Someone help! The residents of the other rooms had been waiting for some time. Hearing the signal, they all opened their doors at once. Even He Jinmei, her legs trembling violently, came out to bolster their numbers and boost everyone's courage. She had pinpoint accuracy, but lacked the courage to face the enemy. The sight of the hunters had completely weakened her. How could she possibly dare to hurl her axe at their heads? Zuo Cheng'an, who had charged out, surveyed the heads of the 2 hunters. One had health at 87, 7, and the other at 72, 6, barely passable, like 80 new. It seemed that even though the bespectacled man had fought tooth and nail last night, his basic physical condition was limited and the damage head dealt to the hunters was minimal. By now the effect of the big gummy had fully taken hold. The injuries on Zheng Ren's body were reduced to mere superficial wounds that barely hindered his movements. He charged out with wild abandon, but quickly narrowed his eyes, sensing something off about the numbers. 1, 2, 3, 4. Wait, insurance guy, you're not playing fair. You were the one who first proposed cooperating, so why are you hiding in your shell at the critical moment? Zheng Ren cursed a couple of times offhandedly before quickly joining the offensive team. Seemingly bound by the game's rules, the hunters always prioritized attacking Zuo Cheng'an. Even if he hid behind others, they would abandon a closer target and instead reach for him with their claws. Seeing this, Zuo Cheng'an shouted, "Throw out one of the keys." Since the hunters were targeting the residents of the corresponding rooms in the dungeon had hosted countless players, the hunters couldn't possibly rely on facial recognition every time. If they possessed such intelligence, their classification in the game would long since have surpassed a grade and reached A or grade. Therefore, the only plausible option was that the hunters used the keys to distinguish residents of different rooms. Hearing Zuo Cheng'an's words, Zuo Cheng'an didn't hesitate. He pulled the 2 keys from his pocket, separated them, and tossed one to Zuo Cheng'an. The moment Zuo Cheng'an caught the key, the hunters' priority targets instantly shifted. They no longer relentlessly pursued Zuo Cheng'an alone, but split up, singling out Zuo Cheng'an and Zuo Cheng'an equally. Seeing that the hunters who had always moved like conjoined twins were finally separated, the others automatically split into 2 groups. Each team took on 1 hunter, aiming to survive the night. Having consumed a gummy bear to heal her injuries and rested for an entire night, and Li Yuechio now had enough strength to use her skill once more. At Zuo Cheng'an's signal, she unleashed her double kick fully onto the hunter with lower health. The health bar above the hunter's head, true to expectations, plummeted a huge chunk, a full 20. Zuo Cheng'an eyed the skill's formidable damage with envy. If it could deliver such power, even when the stats didn't meet the skill's requirements, how much stronger would it be once it reached the required 7 points or higher? Of course, Li Yuechio only had that one moment of glory. After the 2 kicks, she immediately wilted. Her legs trembled more violently than after a physical fitness test, forcing her to withdraw from the front line and provide support alongside He Jinmei. The situation now had Zuo Cheng'an and Zheng Ren dealing with the hunter whose health was over 80, with He Jinmei providing support, while Zuo Cheng'an and Li Yuechio faced the hunter whose health had dropped to 51. 32. However, since Li Yuechio was already half incapacitated, the burden fell mostly on Zuo Cheng'an. He hadn't lied about learning basic blade technique. He really had picked up a few moves from an old man practicing in the park. But when he practiced, he used prop swords softer than noodles. Now the weapon in his hand was an ordinary wood-splitting axe. As the game progressed, Zuo Cheng'an gradually found his feel for the weapon. He subtly shifted his footwork, dodging a claw aimed at his face, and simultaneously swung his axe in a vertical chop aimed at the hunter's wrist. Crack! The axe embedded itself in the hunter's bone. Since insufficient strength had caused the weapon to get stuck before, Zuo Cheng'an was prepared this time. He raised the wooden shield in his other hand, and using it like a hammer, slammed it forcefully onto the axe head. The axe was driven downward sharply by the impact, and the hunter's wrist, along with its sharp claws, was severed from its body. The loss of the limb cost the hunter another 10 of its health. But the hunter truly lived up to its reputation as the witch's most prized alchemical creation. It seemed to feel no pain, its body utterly unresponsive, maintaining its offensive stance. It continued its assault on Zuo Cheng'an with its remaining claw. Zuo Cheng'an blocked the strike easily with his wooden shield. At that moment, the tetanus agent smeared on the axe seemed to have taken effect. The hunter's movements began to slow, as if played back at several times the normal speed. Even an 80-year-old grandmother could have dodged it. And due to its physical damage, its health bar was steadily dropping at a rate of a few tenths of a percent. It quickly fell below 40. At this point, the hunter's only remaining claw was stuck in the wooden shield, its other wrist bare. So it could only try to bite Zuo Cheng'an with its mouth. A clack sound, the grinding of teeth against a hard object. Li Yuechio hadn't been slacking off. Seizing the opportunity, she shoved her own axe into the hunter's mouth. For a moment, the situation reached a stalemate. On the other side, Zheng Ren was facing a 3-0 fight with much less pressure than Zuo Cheng'an. He even had the spare energy to use Zuo Cheng'an's mirror prop as a toothbrush to brush the hunter's teeth. A pile of pried-off teeth clattered to the ground, bringing Zheng Ren immense satisfaction. Just as everyone's fighting spirit was at its peak, the hunter suddenly lost its will to fight, and faint light began to seep through the window. Dawn has broken. The hunter has departed. Under Zuo Cheng'an's deliberate delay and restraint, although the health of both hunters had been reduced to a mere 20%, they still maintained their combat capability. He lifted his axe, his face dark with fury, as he strode to the door of room 207, where Lu Shuang was hiding, and swung the axe at the lock. Zuo Cheng'an instantly grasped Zuo Cheng'an's intention and joined in breaking down the door. Inside the room came Lu Shuang's panicked cries. Hey, 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 what are you doing? Zuo Cheng'an said nothing, only striking with increasing force. In the end, the already flimsy door was reduced to a pile of splintered wood. Lu Shuang cowered in a corner of the room, clutching dried mutton in his palm, ready to fight for his life at any sign of trouble. What's going on? Let's talk this out. Avoiding danger and seeking survival is human instinct. Zhao Qingyuan raised his axe, pointing it at Lu Shuang's face, his gaze icy cold, clearly intent on killing. Lu Shuang was so frightened he stammered this. It's my fault from before. Don't worry, tonight, I will definitely. Zhao Qingyuan couldn't be bothered to say more. He swung the axe. Lu Shuang screamed and covered his face, but quickly realized he seemed unharmed. A flicker of joy arose in Lu Shuang's heart. Truly a naive bumpkin who was easily fooled. A simple apology and a few kind words were enough to brush him off. But Zhao Qingyuan had no intention of letting him off. Instead, he changed his aim from the head to the leg. With a thud and a crack, Lu Shuang let out a scream as if a needle had pierced his nail bed. My leg. My leg. His screams were abruptly cut short as Zhao Qingyuan grabbed Lu Shuang by the collar and dragged him toward room 208. That was the room targeted by the hunters tonight. But the door was locked, and they couldn't get in. He Jinmei was too frightened to move, but Li Yueqiu helped by tossing the key to room 208 to Zhao Qingyuan. Zhao Qingyuan unlocked the door with the key and, like carrying a dead chicken, threw Lu Shuang into room 208. Then he raised his hand and struck. Fueled by rage, the force of this punch was naturally formidable. Lu Shuang, clutching his injured leg, was slammed against the wall, bouncing back from the impact. Then Zhao Qingyuan raised his hand again, as if to strike once more. Lu Shuang reflexively shouted, I was wrong. I'm sorry. I'm just a cowardly weakling. Please spare me. No more hitting. If you keep hitting, he'll really die. Toward the end, his voice even broke into sobs. His response was 2 more punches. With the view obstructed, the others couldn't see what was happening inside the room, but they could hear every sound clearly. After a series of thuds, Zhao Qingyuan's voice finally rang out. If you dare to take a single step out, it'll break your other leg. Zhao Qingyuan was the quintessential honest man. As long as his bottom line wasn't crossed, he would just smile no matter how much he was bullied. But once he got angry, well, he was not far from killing. After doing all this, Zhao Qingyuan tossed the key to room 208 at Lu Shuang, then seemed to suddenly realize what he had just done. His imposing aura instantly softened, as if he had reverted to his former honest self. He handed the key to his own room to Li Yueqiu, and he Jinmei softly muttered 2 apologies, and then chose a room with a relatively intact door to hide in. After all, he would have to fight the hunters again tonight. Anyway, it didn't matter where he was. For the first time today, no one gathered in the corridor. Everyone returned to their rooms to recover their strength as quickly as possible. Tonight was the last night, and everyone had their own thoughts. Some just wanted to wait out the game timer, thinking one bout of madness was enough. Others thought since they had already fought, they might as well kill all the monsters and clear the stage. Zuo Cheng'an chose the latter. Since killing enemy monsters could drop items, killing more would be a sure profit. Seeing everyone had left, Lu Shuang, clutching his clearly crooked shin, trembled all over with pain, but dared not cry out. He frantically mouthed curses at the others to vent his anger, then forced himself to think about what to do tonight. Lu Shuang's heart pounded. According to the order, room 208 should be attacked today, but since he wasn't a resident of 208, logically the hunters should have no interest in him. So as long as he hid in another room, even if the door was broken, he should be safe. With that thought, Lu Shuang listened through the door for a while to the sounds in the corridor. After confirming no one was there, he quietly opened the door and, dragging his injured leg, painfully crawled into his own room 207. The door to room 207 had long been smashed by Zuo Cheng'an, and Zhao Qingyuan, serving only as a psychological comfort, expecting it to provide protection, was impossible. It wasn't that Lu Shuang didn't want to go to a room further away, but his leg injury prevented him from moving properly. He had to choose the nearest option to leave room 208, that place of trouble. Today should be the last night of the game. If he could survive it, he would pass the stage. The light in the corridor dimmed. The hunters have appeared. Number deployed 2. Although it might not be apparent on the surface, the remaining 2 hunters were both on the verge of their limits. Therefore, they had no intention of making a threatening round outside all the rooms. Like robots completing a task, the 2 hunters came to the door of room 208 and scratched it twice perfunctorily. In truth, they had long sensed that tonight's target was next door. They could easily go there and devour their meal. But according to the game rules, they could not go foraging yet. They had to break through the door marked with the target's number, or wait for the prey to voluntarily step into the corridor. Lu Shuang in the adjacent room 207 heard the scratching at the door of 208 and sneered inwardly, thinking they were just brainless NPCs that only followed rigid rules. His last shred of worry vanished. He jingled the key to room 208 in his hand, shifted to a comfortable position, and waited for the game to be cleared. But in truth, if Lu Shuang had joined the chaotic battle last night, or even just stepped out of his room to witness the whole process, he would never have entertained such a ridiculous notion today. The hunter's performance in battle was by no means that of ordinary NPCs, merely following the game's script. With no one obstructing them, the 2 hunters worked together and broke through the door of room 208 in an extremely short time. They didn't even glance inside, heading straight for the room where the resident of 208 was hiding. Lu Shuang noticed that the scratching sound next door had stopped, and room 208 seemed to have fallen. He felt lucky that he had made the decision to move during the day, otherwise he would have been torn apart by the hunters bursting into his room by now. But it was too quiet outside. Suddenly, Lu Shuang caught a whiff of a foul, rancid odor coming from above. He looked up to find the source, only to see the two hunters squeezed into the gap in the door made by the axe. They were measuring his neck with their long, slender claws as if about to strike. Oh, hey. It was the first time Lu Shuang had seen a hunter's face up close. Last time, he had only caught a glimpse of a hunter's back just before dawn. Now, with such a close-up view, he was terrified out of his wits. He scrambled backward into the room while fumbling for the axe on the floor to strike back. In his panic, he accidentally hit the wooden door several times, widening the gap even further. It was now wide enough for a hunter to stick half its body through. Realizing this, Lu Shuang was jolted again, swinging the axe wildly without any technique. Die, 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 don't come near me. Even so, he hadn't completely lost his reason. Knowing that everyone else was hiding in their rooms watching the spectacle, he abandoned all pretense of pride and cried out for help. Anyone, please, brothers, sisters, dear parents, save me, I beg you, come and save me. At this moment, Lu Shuang finally comprehended the despair Zheng Ren felt when fighting alone without support, and the fury Zuo Cheng'an experienced when he was stood up. No, the despair he endured was even greater, for he had to face two stalkers alone. With a sharp tear, a stalker's claw slashed across Lu Shuang's thigh, shredding his seemingly expensive tailored suit into strips. Naturally, the muscles of his leg were also carved into ribbons. Accompanied by the prey's screams and convulsions from pain, the stalker savored its meal with relish, slowly tasting the night's spoils. At the brink of death, Lu Shuang's mind was unprecedentedly clear. He consumed a piece of dried mutton to bolster his strength for resistance, used his weapon to block the stalker's tearing jaws, and shouted toward the corridor, Brother Zhao, your mother needs money for surgery, right? I have money. As long as you help me once we get out, I'll give you 500,000. No, 1.5 million is fine too. I also have a property. Lu Shuang's words struck a chord with Zuo Cheng'an. The money he had withdrawn from the bank was far from enough for his mother's surgery. If he was tempted, wanting to open the door and join the fight. But as his hand touched the doorknob, Zuo Cheng'an's voice drifted over. People who enter the world survival game seem to be those who vanish in reality. I haven't heard of anyone returning, have you? On the contrary, this game is so miraculous that you might obtain items capable of curing all diseases or even bringing the dead back to life. The most obvious example is that soft candy, which can heal even injuries requiring ICU care. His tone was deliberately drawn out, sounding sly and mischievous, but in just a few words he clarified the reality for Zuo Cheng'an. Returning anytime soon was certainly impossible, but striving in the game and accumulating healing items might present an opportunity to go back and save his mother in the real world. Zuo Cheng'an's heated mind had cooled down as he seriously considered Zuo Cheng'an's suggestion, finding it indeed reasonable. Compared to the game human medicine in the real world, no. There was simply no comparison. Even if he got the money, his mother's illness might not be cured, and she would ultimately die in agony. Conversely, if he could find an item to cure cancer in the game, and then seize a chance to return, his mother could fully recover. Hurry. He must act swiftly. Zuo Cheng'an closed his eyes, and when he reopened them, the weakness was gone. Upon hearing Zuo Cheng'an's voice, Lu Shuang's forehead veins bulged instantly. Vicious curses rang out one after another, but soon the corridor fell silent again, leaving only the crunching of bones and the tearing of limbs. Just as Lu Shuang had failed to show up and join the fight last night, no one came to rescue Lu Shuang tonight. Having eliminated the future time bomb through the stalker's claws, Zuo Cheng'an, who had been waiting, stepped out of the room, axe in hand, and charged at the two stalkers whose health bars had dropped to 28, 7-inch, and 30, 22. Seeing the nearly untouched health bars above the stalkers, Zuo Cheng'an contemptuously kicked Lu Shuang's corpse. So this is all you could do with a strength-boosting item. You contributed even less than brother glasses. The two stalkers, clearly remembering the man who had inflicted heavy losses on them last night, stopped feeding and stared warily at Zuo Cheng'an. Zheng Ren, seeing Zuo Cheng'an voluntarily leave the room, looked puzzled. Brother Zuo, isn't tonight the last night? Once the stalkers finish eating the corpse, dawn will likely break. Wouldn't it be better to just wait for clearance? Zuo Cheng'an answered with action. Dodging a stalker's attack, he flash-stepped to Lu Shuang's corpse, picked up a bag of dried mutton and a pair of glasses that had dropped, and without minding the bloodstains, put on the glasses and ate a piece of mutton. Sensing the surging powers, Zuo Cheng'an precisely swung his axe at the stalker's neck. Previously relying solely on the health bar to locate the stalker, Zuo Cheng'an could only vaguely determine its position. A single axe swing might hit a shoulder, an arm, or a head. He had no way of knowing, and it could easily get stuck in bone. But with the semi-enclosed black-framed glasses on, his vision instantly sharpened, and the stalker appeared as clear as in daylight. Why wouldn't he now target the vital spots? However, the axe blade was too short, and this strike failed to decapitate, only slicing through the soft front part of the neck. Yet it still shaved off 5 of the stalker's health bar. The reduced health bar fueled Zuo Cheng'an's motivation, and he raised his axe to continue the assault. He hadn't been idle earlier in the room. He had used a potion to enchant the axe blade again. The potion's quantity was already limited, and now only a third remained, but the dungeon was nearly over. Others also rushed out to help. They couldn't see the stalker's health bars, and since the stalkers seemed to feel no pain, even severe injuries didn't affect their attack power or speed. This led them to believe the stalkers were still at full strength, making victory seem hopeless, so they focused on stalling for time. It was only when the potion's effect kicked in slowing the stalkers' reactions that they glimpsed a hope of victory. With a final blow to a stalker's chest, Zuo Cheng'an successfully took one down. Defeated Stalker EX1. The game's prompt sounded in Zuo Cheng'an's mind, but no item drop was indicated. No items this time. Zuo Cheng'an had anticipated this and wasn't too disappointed. His previous item drop might have been due to a first kill bonus in the dungeon. At that moment, the health bar of the other stalker fought by Zheng Ren Li Yuechio and the others also hit bottom. Zheng Ren, who landed the final blow, froze for a moment. Zuo Cheng'an knew him well enough. He wasn't one to hide things. Since he only paused without showing surprise, it meant Zheng Ren had heard the game prompt, but also received no item. With too few samples, the item drop rate in the dungeon couldn't be determined yet. With all three stalkers dead, according to the barrage, they could clear the dungeon early without waiting until dawn. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Zuo Cheng'an's vision went black. The next moment, he found himself on a bustling, lively street. People in oddly styled clothes moved back and forth around him, seemingly oblivious to his presence. He could see their mouths moving as if speaking, but he couldn't hear a sound. Moreover, there were no eyeball-shaped cameras on this street, and the barrage in his vision seemed to be blocked. It appeared the audience couldn't follow him here to witness this scene. Ding! Congratulations, player, on passing the novice trial dungeon. Rewards are being calculated. Overall rating S free attribute points earned 10. Level 1 dungeon cap is 5. A doubled for S rating points earned 200. Level 1 dungeon cap is 100. Doubled for S rating detected player's body damage. Spend 25 points to recover. Click for details. Yes, no. Upon reading the detailed content of the game, Zuo Cheng'an realized that the damage referred to by the game included not only the few scratches he had accidentally sustained while fighting the hunter, but also the scars from his surgeries, the slight misalignments in his bones after healing, and the accumulated internal injuries in his meridians. A wave of fear washed over him. Among the restoration items provided by the game, he was aware of some of the issues, but others were completely unknown to him. Had he not been drawn into the game, he would never have imagined that despite his healthy appetite, his body had already accumulated so much damage. After pressing the confirm button, his remaining points dropped to 175. Zuo Cheng'an felt a lightness in his body, as if all the garbage within him had been swept away at once, instantly shedding a heavy burden. When the warm sensation in his body faded, even the physique stat in his panel had increased by 1 point. It seemed that the harmful substances left behind by years of consuming processed foods had also been cleansed along with it. Looking at the 10 free attribute points he received after the settlement, Zuo Cheng'an didn't hesitate and first allocated them all to strength. However, when he found that strength could no longer be increased after reaching 10 points, he distributed the remaining points to physique and speed. His current panel attributes were as follows: player Zuo Cheng'an level, not yet ascended, spirit 74100, physique 10, strength 10, speed 10, items tetanus antidote, X131, night vision goggles, dried mutton, 2 pieces, skill eye of truth. Originally, Zuo Cheng'an's strength was only 5 points. Through achievements in the dungeon, he obtained 3 free attribute points, all of which he added to strength, raising it to 8. After the dungeon settlement, he received 10 free attribute points. He added 2 points to strength to max it out, then used the remaining 8 points to bring both physique and speed to 10, only to find that 2 points remained unused. When he tried to click the button next to the attribute values again, the game reminded him to go to the heavenly ladder tower to raise his level, after which he could break through his physical limits and continue allocating points. Breaking through physical limits. That was just an advancement in the game. Only after advancing could he level up normally. Such a simple trope. At that moment, Zuo Cheng'an felt even more that the 25 points he had spent earlier were worth it. If the points hadn't cleansed his internal injuries, raising his physique by 1 point, he wouldn't have been able to save those 2 free attribute points. However, the change in his spirit stat troubled him deeply. Before the dungeon began, his spirit had been 97, but after one dungeon it had dropped to 74. What exactly did this stat affect? Without time to ponder further, Zuo Cheng'an noticed that his ears began to pick up sounds from the street. For instance, a vendor right beside him was haggling with a customer over a trumpet-shaped item, which had been reduced from 200 points to 161 points. Now the customer was arguing over a single point remainder. The anti-intuitive phenomenon of Zuo Cheng'an suddenly appearing on the street didn't draw a crowd. Passers-by merely muttered another newbie before hurrying off to attend to their own affairs. However, there were a few probing gazes from the corners, though they carried no malice. Thus, Zuo Cheng'an ignored those stares and focused on observing his surroundings. The environment was that of a normal human city, but the pure white sky and the ability to see clearly in every corner despite the absence of any light source told him this was not the real world. They were still within the game. Occasionally, newcomers like himself would suddenly materialize on the street. It seemed he was at the entrance of a marketplace filled with stalls that occupied an entire square. Some vendors, seemingly unwilling to be seen, covered themselves entirely in black cloth. Zuo Cheng'an briefly strolled around the entrance, surveying the prices. He realized that the 175 points in his pocket could be either a lot or a little, depending on what he intended to buy. If he bought ordinary food, 175 points would be enough to eat to his heart's content for over 2 months. But if he purchased a single white-quality item, it would drain his entire balance. Just then the hidden gazes finally approached, and someone greeted him. "I've been watching you for a while. You suddenly appeared on the street. You're new, aren't you? Do you need a guide? Only 5 points. Super cheap." A shrewd-looking woman walked up to Zuo Cheng'an and immediately grabbed his wrist, aggressively marketing her service as if afraid he would escape. Zuo Cheng'an recalled the prices he had seen earlier. 5 points were enough to buy 10 jean of rice. He wasn't opposed to hiring a guide to quickly understand the game's mechanics, but the price was clearly inflated. And he had no habit of being taken advantage of. Besides, what could someone who aimed to scam newcomers possibly offer? They might even deliberately withhold crucial information. They might cause newcomers to suffer in silence. But the woman clung to him, stubbornly hinting at additional special services after the guiding work was done, as if refusing to let him go without spending. Zuo Cheng'an calmly gripped the woman's wrist, gradually increasing the pressure. His full strength of 10 points made her cry out in pain, and hastily let go, staring at him with a mixture of fear and barely concealed envy, realizing she had provoked a tough opponent. She didn't dare to think that Zuo Cheng'an's rating might be S. Instead, she guessed that his physical condition was naturally excellent with a good foundation. Such conditions meant this newcomer likely achieved an extremely high rating in the dungeon. His reward points would surely be higher than others, and he would probably be more generous with his spending. But as the pain in her wrist intensified, the woman feared that if she didn't give up, her wrist would be snapped clean off. "Bro, I'm sorry. I don't need your service. Let me go." Zuo Cheng'an finally released her, granting her freedom. After this incident, seeing the woman's fate, many others who had planned to scam newcomers dared not approach. Enjoying the peace, Zuo Cheng'an observed that there seemed to be many people in this place who survived by acting as guides. Almost as soon as a figure materialized from the air, several gazes would lock onto them, changing their approach depending on the target. If a young hot-blooded man appeared, the woman from before would approach. If it was a woman, a disabled person who could more easily evoke sympathy would step forward. Even though points could heal physical injuries and just 2 days' worth of points could turn things around, they still maintained this pitiable appearance, even forming an industry. The profit margins must be enormous. Watching some newcomers being easily fooled, Zuo Cheng'an had no inclination to play the hero and offer a warning. However, with the organized scammers gone, those who had been pushed aside and genuinely made a living this way finally had a chance to step forward. A child who looked about 8 or 9 years old cautiously stepped out. He didn't rudely grab Zuo Cheng'an's clothes, but stood politely half a meter away, speaking in a calm tone. "Sir, do you need a guide? For just 1 point, I can show you the main functional areas of Safe Zone 7. Finally, Zuo Cheng'an gleaned some useful information. This place was called Safe Zone 7, and if there was a 7, there would be numbers 1, 2, 3, and 4. Offering a piece of information up front was far more generous than the scam group that only demanded consumption while hoarding knowledge. And the price was also cheaper. In the end, Zuo Cheng'an chose to let the young boy guide him around. Through conversation, he learned the boy's name was Yulu, though his voice was peculiarly high-pitched, hardly like a young boy's. Zuo Cheng'an had no desire to pry into others' secrets, but what astonished him was Yulu's background. Yulu was born and raised within the game. Both his parents were players. Moreover, there were many children in Safe Zone 7 with similar upbringings. Zuo Cheng'an calculated the timeline. The mass disappearances in the real world had occurred only 2 weeks ago. That was hardly enough time for human gestation and childbirth, let alone raising a child to this age. Either the game had existed for over a decade, or time flowed faster within the game than in reality. Born and raised in the game, Yulu often wondered why some adults still yearned to leave when everything they needed was already here. "Big brother, you came from the real world, right? What's so special about that place?" Zuo Cheng'an thought for a moment, then settled on an explanation that would resonate most with a game dweller. "The real world is much the same as here, except people earn currency to buy food through jobs that pose no threat to their lives." "So that's how it is," Yulu said with a look of sudden comprehension. In the game, the sole currency was points, obtainable only through dungeon runs or player-to-player transfers. And dungeon runs, even with the most detailed guides, could easily prove fatal if one lacked sufficient strength. This realization made Zuo Cheng'an wary. Didn't the newcomers you've guided before tell you all this? As a guide, he must have interacted frequently with newcomers. Surely he should know these things. Was he pretending, or was he genuinely ignorant? Yulu shook his head. "I only turned 10 yesterday and was kicked out of the sanctuary instance. You're my very first client." In the game, pregnant women and children under 10 were exempt from dungeon runs. They lived together in a zero instance called the sanctuary, where they lacked freedom but never went hungry. "Ah, here we are, the dungeon lobby." Yulu stopped before an egg-shaped building at the heart of the safe zone, explaining, "Every player in the safe zone must enter a dungeon at least once a week. If you don't want to go, you can pay 100 points to skip." Yulu led Zuo Cheng'an into the massive egg-shaped structure. "Be careful not to step into the glowing circles on the ground. That'll be taken as your intent to join a dungeon, and once you are in, there's no coming out." The dungeon lobby resembled a train station waiting area, but the entry gates were replaced by massive screens. Each screen corresponded to a dungeon, thoughtfully displaying its name, difficulty level, required number of players, and even looping promotional footage to help players choose. Take the screen nearest Zuo Cheng'an, for instance. It showed a luxurious cruise ship adrift in the middle of the ocean. The sea, the vessel, the setting sun, the bustling passengers, all composed with perfect harmony, evoking a serene and tranquil beauty. The looping images and videos all depicted only the idyllic side, aristocratic balls, opulent suites with ocean views, private cinemas, bars, and even a golf course. Beside it was the dungeon's name, 31588 No Escape, a large-scale instance requiring a full 100 players to commence. The 3 indicated it was a level 3 dungeon, a 1588 was its serial number. The name and images served as clues for players to deduce whether it was a survival instance, where staying alive was the only goal, or a mission-based one requiring the completion of specific tasks. Seeing Zuo Cheng'an's interest in the No Escape instance, Yulu quickly warned, "Big brother, don't be fooled by the promotional video. This level 3 dungeon just came out, and no one has cleared it yet." As a result, there wasn't even a complete guide. Everyone was waiting for the big guilds to pioneer it, so they could buy the guides later. There was no rush to go in before then. Besides, newcomers shouldn't tackle dungeons above their level before climbing the heavenly ladder. If your stats aren't high enough, you might not even be able to scratch the monsters inside. Zuo Cheng'an nodded. He wasn't fooled by the game's pleasant facade. The ocean, the cruise ship, the name No Escape. Together they painted a picture far more sinister than it appeared. While Yulu was detailing other aspects of the dungeon lobby, a commotion erupted near the entrance. Damn. Why is the Surging Waves Guild here? What lousy luck. If you hate them so much, stop buying their guides. Great news. Finally, a major guild is making a move. I heard the team leader is from the Dawn Moon Guild, already climbed to the 4th heavenly ladder, right? You can really tell the difference from ordinary people. Why are both guilds walking together? Are they planning to cooperate on a dungeon run? 2 groups entered from the entrance. No small number, all players at the peak of the 2nd heavenly ladder or from the 3rd. At least 100 people strong, they strode into the dungeon lobby with clear purpose, heading straight for the glowing circle corresponding to the level 3 instance No Escape. As more and more stepped into the circle, the number above it ticked from 100 to 37,100. Until finally, when both guilds members had fully entered, it reached 100,100. The moment the quota was met, all 100 vanished, instantly, seemingly teleported into the dungeon. The screen that had been displaying images of the level 3 No Escape instance switched to 20873 Blue Hat Granny Circus, a dungeon requiring only 20 players to start. The bystanders, noticing that the next instance to appear was an old, low-numbered level 2 dungeon that still dropped items, grew eager. Some began hawking dungeon guides, rank evaluation, full collection, guide to unlocking Blue Hat Granny's hidden reward, Dawn Moon quality, trustworthy, side quest activation method, how to steal the Blue Hat item without taking damage. Take a look, folks. No risks, no shortcuts. Follow my guide, and you'll come out in one piece guaranteed. Different versions of guides had different prices. Soon 20 players snatched up the guides that suited them and stepped into the glowing circle. After they vanished, the next dungeon to appear was also level 2, but had a high serial number. Though it had been successfully cleared by a major guild, the guide hadn't been released, yet so few had ventured inside. Meanwhile, Yulu didn't idle. He seized the chance to expand Zuo Cheng'an's knowledge. Dawn Moon, Surging Waves, and Thousand Hunt are all famous major guilds in Zone 7. They've mastered thousands of dungeon guides between them. If you can join one of these guilds, not only will veterans guide you through dungeons for greater safety, but you'll also enjoy all sorts of guide-related perks. Think about it, over 1,000 guides. Even if you only run dungeons once a week, barely scraping by, you won't have to risk pioneering new instances for 20 years. Don't the big guilds in this game feel just like major corporations in the real world? Zuo Cheng'an thought without hesitation, great benefits, but incredibly hard to get in right. Yulu pondered for a moment, then nodded emphatically, his small face stern with seriousness. Hard, extremely hard. Xiaoya and Qianlai require old players to at least reach the 1st tier just for a chance to join. Even then, there's a high probability of being eliminated. They hardly ever recruit newcomers, but if a rookie achieves in a rank evaluation on their very first instance, a monster like that, they'd welcome them with open arms. If we're making comparisons, Zhulang Guild is relatively easier to get into, at least they recruit new members often, but Yulu gently tugged at Zuo Cheng'an's sleeve, signaling him to lean closer. But word has it that Zolang's members sometimes deliberately use newbies to test the lethal rules of instances. Sometimes after an instance, the veterans come out unscathed while all the newbies are dead. Zuo Cheng'an made a mental note. Although he had no intention of joining a guild for now, it didn't hurt to gather some information. What about small guilds? There can't be only these 3 big ones in Zone 7, right? Small guilds are simpler. At the market entrance, just now they had recruiters. You just show them your stat panel, and they'll tell you if you can join. Some guilds accept anyone, while others have requirements like minimum strength or speed stats. The criteria vary. Zuo Cheng'an nodded, filing that away. A brief understanding of this information was enough, though showing his panel to others was absolutely out of the question. Next, Yulu took him to the entertainment hub, the arena, the ladder tower, and finally the sales center. Huh. The sales center. Fresh from the ladder towers, Zuo Cheng'an was taken aback. Could they be dabbling in real estate development in the game? Yulu, of course. The game itself is the biggest developer. After all, every player needs a place to live. With a house, after leaving an instance, you can choose to teleport directly home or to the street. If you're severely injured, you can go straight home to recover slowly. Plus, it offers much more privacy. At least you won't have to change clothes or bathe on the street. Zuo Cheng'an checked the housing prices. A standard hotel-style single apartment costs 2.0 points to purchase or 30 points per week to rent. What if I can't afford the rent? Yulu was familiar with this. He pointed toward the park across the street and the bridge tunnel nearby. You can sleep in the park or in the bridge tunnel. But the tunnel offers shelter from wind and rain, so securing a spot there can be troublesome. In the direction Yulu pointed, a large pile of bedding belonging to players was visible. One sleeping mat pressed against another like a communal dormitory with absolutely no privacy. When parting with Yulu, Zuo Cheng'an paid him an extra 4 points as compensation for the wealth of information Head provided, especially the clear explanation of the ladder tower, which he cared about most. Then, without hesitation, he spent 30 points to rent a cheap room. The moment his panel bound to the room, a sensation of weightlessness washed over him. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a space of over 40 square meters. The room seemed to exist in a different dimension. Opening the door led directly to the square in front of the instance hall, and looking out the window revealed the full panorama of Zone 7 safe area. Convenient transportation and a beautiful view. It had no flaws at all. Stepping out of the room, Zuo Cheng'an instantly appeared at the entrance of the instance hall. This was the very heart of Zone 7 safe area, making it easy to reach anywhere from here. After getting his bearings, Zuo Cheng'an headed toward the ladder tower. Ascending the ladder was the player's own term. The official name for the level-up area was the ladder tower. Since players climbed the tower floor by floor to level up, resembling a ladder ascent, coupled with its name, it became known as ascending the ladder. On his personal stat panel, Zuo Cheng'an's level was marked as not yet ascended. Thus, his attribute points could no longer increase after reaching 10. To progress further, he needed to ascend to the first floor of the ladder tower. How to ascend? Simple, by clearing an unreleased instance of the corresponding level. These instances had never entered the instance hall, so no guides existed. They truly tested a player's real ability. Of course, if one could find a high-level powerhouse willing to bulldoze through the instance with them, the situation would be different. But few had such connections. Zone 7 safe area had a total population of 100,000, with over 20,000 being players who hadn't ascended the ladder. That was the reason so many remained unascended. Without ascending, one could still scrape by in the game using guides. But attempting the ascent might very well be the end of them. Guides seemed to help most players survive and boost instance clearance rates, but in reality they stifled players' independent abilities. Over time, reliance on them grew. This was still manageable. Some were so terrified by instances that they slept on the streets, ate cold food, and toiled endlessly just to save 100 points to offset the weekly instance requirement. Living day by day, the guide groups lurking near newcomer spawn points were mostly made up of such people. There were also players who used their skills to buy raw materials in the game, then process them into clothes, food, furniture, and other items to sell. Over time, the safe area became indistinguishable from the real world. At least here you could still buy a piping hot jianbing at the crossroads, tasting exactly like the real thing, but with healthier ingredients. Though Zuo Cheng'an couldn't see the barrage of vulgar comments, now he wouldn't forget what he witnessed in the instance. Humans treated like zoo animals, observed for amusement by some entities. The floating eyeballs in the instance. No matter how he tried, he couldn't read their annotations. It was highly possible those eyeballs weren't even products of the game. To uncover the beings hidden behind those eyeballs, he needed strength. The ladder tower was a straight-up metal white tower resembling a steel pipe. It was also the tallest structure in Zone 7 safe area, so tall that standing on the ground one couldn't see its peak. It perfectly lived up to its name. To ordinary players, it might just be a vast, ordinary metal tower, but in Zuo Cheng'an's eyes, the ladder tower also displayed an annotation. Ladder tower, the path to godhood. Can you seize the opportunity? Remain. This annotation differed from what Zuo Cheng'an had seen before. The most crucial part at the end was garbled. The font was also a distinct gold. What kind of entity couldn't even show its name and still had a skin? The moment the thought arose, a chill ran down Zuo Cheng'an's spine. In an instant, his innermost clothes were soaked through with cold sweat, and an overwhelming fear engulfed him. What a miser! Zuo Cheng'an cursed inwardly, though he had no death wish. He made sure not to think of the garbled code when uttering that thought. Sure enough, as long as he didn't dwell on it, the unpleasant sensation vanished. Pushing the unpleasant experience aside, Zuo Cheng'an approached the ladder tower. It was already awe-inspiring from a distance, but up close the sense of wonder only intensified. Players who had not yet reached the ladder tier were all gathered outside the first floor of the Tower of Ascension. Only those who had attained the first ladder tier or above were eligible to enter the tower. The main facilities here were similar to those in the instance hall, with screens lined up one after another displaying videos or images of instances. Beside each screen were the instance's name and the number of players required to start it. On the ground beneath the screens were light circles. Stepping into one signified selecting the corresponding instance. Some instances required more players, and thus the light circles would be larger accordingly. Compared to the instance hall, the number of players here was far fewer. Many light circles contained only 1 or 2 people, nowhere near the threshold to start an instance. Once the matching time exceeded an hour, those standing inside would be expelled. Thus, to improve efficiency, players would pre-form teams based on the required numbers before entering together. A rough estimate placed the screens at over 100, offering ample choices for the players. Bus route 412. Need one more for 5. One more, and we can start. Desert tour group. 20-person instance. Need 4 more to start. We have a member with an item that produces unlimited drinking water. No worries about water sources. Island hotel. Stay in the presidential suite. Unlimited food. Clearing this instance is like a vacation. Only 6 spots left. Players were recruiting teammates beside the instances. Those interested in a particular instance could follow the voices and join in. There were also those who worried about being at a disadvantage if they joined a pre-formed group alone, so they lingered on the sidelines. Zuo Cheng'an found himself overwhelmed by choices, unsure which to pick. In truth, he had his own criteria: no supernatural instances, no instances that took too long, and ideally those that could be completed within the safe zone's time frame, leaving and returning the same day. If the instance offered excellent accommodation or meals, he might relax the second condition slightly. With these restrictions in place, there were not many options left. 14779, Uncle Red-Eye's farm. Zuo Cheng'an paused mid-step and stopped before a screen. The images on the screen diligently showcased the farm's idyllic side patches of ripe tomatoes, chicks following a hen, sheep scattered across grassy slopes, cows. It looked quite pleasant. Zuo Cheng'an was not the only one drawn to the instance. 14779, Uncle Red-Eye's farm. Beside him, 2 players who appeared to be twin sisters were carefully studying the screen. Sister, look at this. It seems like a quest-based instance. Complete the tasks and we can return. A farm. The hostile creatures should be things like wolves or leopards. Definitely no zombies or female ghosts crashing this scene. How about we pick this one? We could, but there's only the 2 of us. The instance requires 5 people to start. Then well, just recruit 3 more. This screen is in a good spot as someone should come along soon. The twin sisters' guess was correct. Including Zuo Cheng'an, within 10 minutes, 4 more male players were attracted to the screen. But Zuo Cheng'an and the twin sisters had already stepped into the light circle, occupying 3 slots. The 4 newcomers, unwilling to split up, had to search for another instance. 2 minutes later, a lovey-dovey couple approached, filling the last 2 vacancies. The moment the couple stepped into the light circle, without any warning, Zuo Cheng'an felt a slight tugging sensation. The next second, he caught the scent of grass and earth mingling. Opening his eyes, he found himself standing beside a bus stop sign. The sign clearly read, Uncle Red-Eye's farm. At the same time, the instance information appeared in his mind. Instance, Uncle Red-Eye's farm, ID 14779, quest complete, the work assigned by Uncle Red-Eye. Quest duration 1 day. Quest background: Red-Eye owns a farm and the tomato sauce produced there is very popular. However, he has been troubled lately because he can never find workers and the farm is severely understaffed. Fortunately, a group of hard-working and brave players arrived just in time to fill the labor gap. Friendly reminder: Uncle Red-Eye is gentle in this instance, but he dislikes lazy people. Please complete the tasks assigned by Uncle Red-Eye before the instance ends. The specific tasks had yet to be revealed, seemingly awaiting assignment by the NPC named Uncle Red-Eye. Moreover, compared to the beginner instance, Scream Night, he had cleared before, the latter instances featured a quest background. The other 4 players were also near the bus stop sign. The twin sisters stood together, the couple clung to each other, and Zuo Cheng'an, entering the instance alone, naturally found himself isolated. But he had no time to dwell on that. His focus shifted entirely to the air around him, where those eyeballs, trailing blood vessels, and long tails had reappeared. Their numbers far exceeded those in the Scream Night instance. If in Scream Night, each player was followed by an average of 1 eyeball, then in this instance each player was surrounded by 3 to 5 eyeballs. These eyeballs orbited the players, transmitting every subtle expression and every move to another group of viewers. The long-missed barrage comments reappeared in his vision. The latter instances are the best, all unreleased, no brain-dead spoilers. You know what I hate most? Just when I'm really into it, some comment spoils where the monster jumps out and all the thrill is gone. Tell me about it. And the instance quality is way higher than those dumb ones out there. Mostly because the quests are full of traps. Love watching players get screwed by the missions. Everything's great, but this instance has too few people. If they're all idiots, they'll be dead in no time. A farm. Will they die that fast? Haven't you seen the stream title? It's Red-Eye's farm. That money-grubbing rabbit. I remember now. That rabbit who loves to set traps for players. If it's him, we're in for some fun. Zuo Cheng'an extracted key information from the barrage. The Uncle Red-Eye mentioned in the instance name was a rabbit, and he seemed to take pleasure in tricking players with a particularly malicious personality. Armed with this knowledge, Zuo Cheng'an, even before meeting the so-called Red-Eye, had already heightened his vigilance by 3 notches. The other players were experienced. In quest-driven instances like this, there was usually a welcoming NPC. Since no such NPC had appeared yet, they decided to briefly introduce themselves to avoid awkwardness when cooperation became necessary. The twin sisters spoke first. I'm Fuyu, and this is my sister Fuyu. We've cleared 4 first-tier instances. All 3 stats except physique are maxed out, and our spirit is above 70. We're safe. The couple followed. Call me Wang Fei. This is my girlfriend Yu. Our stats aren't great. Only speed is maxed, but our spirit values are high, both over 80. Listening from the side, Zuo Cheng'an noticed they all emphasized their spirit stat. What would happen if one's spirit became too low? Now only Zuo Cheng'an himself remained to introduce. He concealed part of his information and said Zuo Cheng'an full strength, but lower spirit above 60. Summarizing the pattern that at least one attribute of the other four was maxed out, he set a verbal trap to make others mistakenly believe his spirit was only in the 60s. If the other four showed no reaction, then even if his spirit dropped to this level, it would be safe. If they reacted, that would suit his purpose, allowing him to gather information about the spirit attribute. Yet before the other four players could respond, the barrage exploded. Holy crap, this guy's spirit is only in the 60s. That's on the edge of danger. I bet hell mutate in this instance. I guess hell grow rabbit ears like Red Eye, after all it's on its turf. Not necessarily. The bigger factor influencing mutation is fear. He might turn into a monster that left a deep impression on him. The players in his instance are really unlucky. If his self-control is poor, there might even be a traitor. The barrage was vague and confusing. After all, they wouldn't bother to explain things like a search engine, as if specifically for someone to see. Thus, Zuo Cheng'an could only note down the term mutation and observe the players' reactions. Fuyu frowned slightly, looking worriedly at his sister Fuyu, who gently shook her head. Then Fuyu asked Zuo Cheng'an, "Have you been going through instances consecutively at high intensity? After this latter climb, you'd better rest for a couple of days, or your body won't hold up." The young couple discreetly moved 2 steps away from Zuo Cheng'an, as if afraid of getting into trouble. Is mutation that terrifying? Zuo Cheng'an suddenly developed a keen interest in it. Dear players, I've been waiting for you for so long." Beside the signpost, a white rabbit over 1 person tall, walking upright, wearing a black evening gown and a matching top hat, had appeared. Now this big white rabbit broke into a smile and greeted the players in a crisp, high-pitched child's voice. With such an outfit and its size, even though it was a rabbit speaking human language, it didn't feel too jarring. As it spoke, the rabbit's blood-red eyes stared intently at the players. Everyone understood. No wonder it was called the Red Eye Farm. White rabbits do have red eyes, don't they? But the rabbit's attire didn't match the farm style, and neither did its voice. Though its voice sounded like a child's, the instance was named Uncle Red Eye's Farm. It seemed more like a noble child just leaving an aristocratic banquet than a farmer. Zuo Cheng'an, however, stared in disbelief at the space above the rabbit's head. Floating there was a health bar reading 94. 88. It was a hostile monster. It could be killed. As if he didn't see the confusion in the player's eyes, Uncle Red Eye recited his lines on his own. "You've arrived just in time. There's so much work on the farm. Picking ripe tomatoes, herding the little sheep that ran out to play back home, collecting eggs. I simply can't manage it all alone. Thank you so much." Despite his words, there was not a trace of gratitude on Uncle Red Eye's face. Instead, he looked more impatient, as if he wanted to pound each player flat to vent his frustration. "Since the opportunity to work on the farm is rare, you'll need to pay to earn this precious chance. But you don't have any ladder coins, so consider it a debt. When you get some, you must pay me back 100 ladder coins." Red Eye shook his head, showing no hint of shame. Only when money was involved did he show a bit of interest. The trend of paying to work had finally drifted into the instance. Zuo Cheng'an focused his attention on Red Eye and the evening gown he wore. Red Eye, a mad rabbit. Note, actually, it's kind of cute. Bloodstained evening gown from the dressing room of the 3rd level instance, no escape. Since it was almost completely soaked in blood, it will soon become stiff. More golden text. Following the code was also golden. But Zuo Cheng'an's attention was more on the other information. Red Eye could appear in both the farm instance and the no escape instance. Could NPCs in the game walk freely between instances? Were they that short on staff? And isn't your filter a bit too thick? No sooner had he voiced the complaint in his mind than Zuo Cheng'an sensed trouble, bracing himself for the oppressive feeling that might come at any moment. But after waiting for a long time, nothing happened, unlike with the previous, which he couldn't even bear to think about. Zuo Cheng'an tentatively continued to think about it, and even silently cursed. Still no reaction. After the brief introductions and opening remarks, Red Eye led the players toward the farm on a nearby hill. Along the way, he introduced the farm's history. Our farm's most famous product is tomato sauce. We have countless loyal big clients: Happy Apartments, Ladder Department Store, Rose Hotel. Every tomato season, they order a huge batch of tomato sauce. When talking about the farm's achievements, the Red Eye Rabbit finally broke free from his lifeless recitation, his tone gaining some inflection. He even conjured a jar of tomato sauce labeled Red Eye Farm Tomato Sauce out of thin air to show everyone. The players listened intently, not daring to blink, afraid of missing any mission information. But throughout the walk, Red Eye either boasted about the farm's glory or reminded players not to forget to pay for the work opportunity, without revealing anything related to the mission. This disappointed the players. Look, dear players, the place we're passing now is the farm's tomato field. Impressive, isn't it? Hearing Red Eye's words, everyone turned to look at the tomato field by the roadside. Their tomatoes, with vivid panda-like facial features, were actively turning their bodies, staring back at the players with their eyes. Was it an illusion? Staring longer, one could even see the tomatoes smiling at them. A panda emoji smiling at you. That image was too surreal. The players present were all at the pre-ladder level, having experienced few instances. Where would they have seen such a spectacle? They felt their eyes stung and quickly averted their gazes, daring not to look at the tomatoes anymore. But in Zuo Cheng'an's eyes, the annotations beside these tomatoes with eerie pandemoji faces were actually quite cute. Wailing tomato, a very sensitive and timid variety, also very delicious. Must be picked with extreme gentleness. If frightened, they will wail and spoil rapidly. P.S. Red Eye loves these money-making tomatoes, but hates them being called tomatoes, as in the term fanxia. He absolutely hates it. Detests it. Zuo Cheng'an saw the last line, and on a whim said, "These tomatoes look so good. They must have been meticulously cared for." Red Eye was truly pleased. Of course, at least this player has some discernment. Zuo Cheng'an. That's it. Wasn't there supposed to be some reward? Damn, what a stingy rabbit. Just then Yu seemed to want to ingratiate herself with Red Eye and chimed in. Yeah, these little tomatoes are so pretty. In human terms, tomato and fanxia refer to the same thing. People often prefer calling it fanxia because it's shorter and smoother. A perfectly normal and harmless compliment made even sweeter by the girl's voice. But Red Eye's expression froze. He slowly turned his head staring at Yu and said word by word, "You. What did you say is so pretty?" Yu didn't realize she had made a mistake, completely unaware of the momentary tension in the air. She kept praising the little tomatoes in the field, saying how damn cute they were. Damn lovable. The twin sisters Fu Yu and Fu Yu exchanged glances, thinking of following suit to compliment. But facing a field of tomatoes with panda emoji faces, they just couldn't bring themselves to speak. In the end, Wang Guangfei sensed the gravity in the air and quietly tugged at his girlfriend, Yu, softly reminding her, "Don't say anything yet. Your charm tools seem ineffective against the boss in this tower's instance." Hollowweed Rabbit's expression stiffened, its claws tightly gripping its staff, as if only by doing so could it barely control itself from killing the players on the spot. Wow, what a lovely bunch of players. A terrifying pressure emanated from Hollowweed, causing a few nearby tomatoes to sense a threat. The faces on their surface instantly wrinkled, as if they were about to burst into tears at any moment. EW disdain. The scene is so beautiful. Seeing its beloved little tomatoes in discomfort, Hollowweed finally reined in the aura it had released. Noticing the change in Hollowweed's tone, the young couple of players ceased their chatter and fell silent. After the small interlude, Hollowweed Rabbit took the players on a tour of a stinky cow pen, which was filled with chicken coops towering over one's head with backward curved beaks and sharp claws, all empty except for the feeding troughs filled with hay and meat. In the sheep pen, a particularly colored black sheep seemed to have lost its mind, repeatedly trying to bite Hollowweed. "What's wrong with you, you beast? I'll bite once every time I come. Can't you just calm down for a day?" A rabbit scolding another sheep as a beast looked bizarre no matter how you viewed it. The players were too preoccupied to notice, as they were all captivated by the blood and flesh of unknown creatures in the feeding trough. Hollowweed was quite satisfied with the look of fear on the players' faces and relished the feeling, its furry rabbit face breaking into a radiant smile. But soon its smile froze at the corners of its mouth. "Again, it's you damned rats. Keep away from my tomatoes." It turned out that two mice larger than cats had emerged from the farm without anyone noticing. They swaggered along the road, brazenly rummaging through the warehouse for breakfast. Two palm-sized eggs and succulent tomatoes that seemed freshly picked were swallowed one by one into the mice's bellies. Zuo Cheng'an looked over. These mice were different from the other animals on the farm, as they had health bars above their heads, indicating they belonged to the enemy faction in the instance. Steel-toothed mouse, a creature that roams freely throughout the latter city, boldly invading residents' homes in search of food. "Go make me stir-fry 4 dishes and a soup." Watching the steel-toothed mice recklessly ravage its tomatoes, Hollowweed was furious. Oh right, it did have red eyes. Hollowweed was hopping mad. Based on the aura it had previously revealed, Zuo Cheng'an felt that it had the capability to instantly deal with this annoying group of mice, but was restricted by certain rules of the instance and could not take action against them. Even if Hollowweed was furious enough to explode, it could not act out. Indeed, its identity in Uncle Hollowweed's farm was that of an ordinary farmer, and ordinary farmers naturally had no way to tackle the rampant rodent problem, relying solely on the players for help. Hollowweed pointed its rabbit paw at Zuo Cheng'an. "Your task is to kill the mice in the farm. I want to see 1,000. No, 100 mouse corpses by tonight." Instance task updated. Task time 1 day. Congratulations on accepting the hidden task. Kill the steel-toothed mice. 0-100. Task time 1 day. Friendly reminder: Uncle Hollowweed is very gentle, but he despises lazy people. Please complete the task given to you by Uncle Hollowweed before the instance ends. P.S. Hidden tasks can significantly increase settlement scores. I see now, upon seeing the changes in my personal panels, Zuo Cheng'an suddenly understood that his earlier words had drawn Hollowweed's attention, and coincidentally a mouse that displeased it had appeared, prompting it to assign the task of clearing the mouse infestation to him. There was also a small detail: Hollowweed had originally wanted to assign itself the task of killing 1,000 mice, but it seemed the game had rejected that, so it was changed to 100. It was probably because the game detected that it was impossible for it to complete the task of killing 1,000 steel-toothed mice, so it was not approved. This suggests that game instances would never assign players a task that was impossible to complete. However, clearing the mouse infestation is a hidden task. What was the original task meant for me? Well, shearing, cleaning the house, milking cows. Zuo Cheng'an could see his panel and realized he had taken on a hidden task that could increase his score. But the other players had no clue and thought Zuo Cheng'an was just flattering the rabbit, and ended up stepping on its leg. They were secretly mocking him in their hearts. However, they would soon find that laughter would not last long. Encountering the mice, Hollowed Rabbit lost its mood to give the players a complete tour of the farm and immediately began assigning work to everyone. It seemed to think of something fun and grinned, wickedly pointing its staff at the young couple. "There are a total of 21 sheep in my farm. You must herd them all into the pen before nightfall. And you will pick tomatoes because they are needed for the sauce, so they must be perfect and not rotten filling the warehouse." After assigning tasks, Hollowed forced an exaggerated smile and kindly reminded them, "Dear players, Uncle Hollowed hates lazy people the most. Please make sure to complete all your tasks before nightfall." After hearing the work assigned by Hollowed Rabbit, the other 4 players breathed a sigh of relief, their eyes towards Zuo Cheng'an carrying a hint of pity. They were all tasks involving picking tomatoes and cleaning the cow pen, which might be dirty and tiring, yet considering their physique, those qualified to challenge the ladder tower were already superhumans with high strength and speed. They would surely finish their tasks. However, dealing with the mice, not to mention the risk of injury, whether they could complete the workload assigned by Hollowed before nightfall was still a question. Zuo Cheng'an did not feel that he had received a hard task. He could see the health bars of the mice, and those steel-toothed mice were the only creatures in the entire instance with health bars. Thus, he could easily pinpoint the positions of the mice without having to search hard. Moreover, with the night vision goggles obtained from the novice instance, he could see well in the dark. This task was incredibly simple for him, and perhaps killing enemies might even yield some items. Given Hollowed's reputation among the audience, it was impossible for it to assign such an easy task to players. Undoubtedly, there would be a plethora of traps waiting. For example, tomatoes that would rapidly spoil upon crying. If the picker was not careful, they would end up harvesting a warehouse full of rotten tomatoes. The barrage was also bustling with speculation about what traps Hollowed had set for the players. Lacking the true sight skill, they couldn't see the item descriptions and could only rely on experience from other instances to make guesses. "I reckon we can only pick fully ripe red tomatoes. When Red Eye inspects them at night, he'll surely toss out any that are still green and then dismantle the players for failing to fill the warehouse. I think the tomatoes are a special breed. During picking, you'll inevitably brush against some rotten ones, and the juice will make your skin swell and fester. You guys are so vicious. I love it, ha. I'm not as imaginative as you all. I think the farm's chickens are fiercely protective of their nests. Anyone who dares take an egg will get pecked, and if a player fights back when Red Eye returns and sees an injured chicken, they'll be in deep trouble." The barrage of comments revealed much to Zuo Cheng'an, making him increasingly cautious about the upcoming whack-a-mole task. Unlike him, the others seemed unworried, casually dismissing the so-called ladder instance as nothing special. Wang Guangfei from the young couple seemed eager to impress his girlfriend. "What's the big deal? It's just herding sheep. My buddy was too scared to come, but once I'm out as a first ladder player, he'll go laugh at him. Yeah, I just need to pick tomatoes. Aside from the gross fruit, there's nothing to it. We've been through so many instances so cautiously, but it was all unnecessary." Yu recalled how she and her boyfriend had prepared for the latter instance before entering. With limited points, they couldn't afford guides that guaranteed a C or B rank clearance, so they settled for basic ones that ensured survival. This way, they'd only get a D or D rating, maybe 1 free attribute point if lucky, but with too many players in an old instance, even that 1 point was lost. Thus, their strength grew slowly, and they couldn't even afford basic items or food and shelter. Facing dire straits, tempted by the game's discounts for ladder players, they gritted their teeth and chose the ladder tower, hoping to snag the first ladder rank for a weekly subsidy of 1 point each. 1 point per person, 2 points for 2. That covers a week's meals right. The twin sisters, however, had maxed out both attributes, properly hitting a bottleneck before attempting the ladder, though normally only 1 attribute needed to peak. Focusing on quality over quantity, they'd been through far fewer instances than the young couple. To earn free attribute points, they had to avoid overcrowded instances and maintain high ratings. But reward came with risk. After just 4 instances, Fu Yu had maxed 2 stats, far more efficient than the young couple's dozen-plus instances, yielding only 1 max stat. Red Eye seemed busy assigning tasks to each player, setting sunset as the inspection time, muttering about returning to the ship and his seasickness before vanishing from sight. The players exchanged glances and hurried to their posts, leaving Zuo Cheng'an alone. Watching Red Eye leave, Zuo Cheng'an finally relaxed, having resisted the urge to strike that ever-present non-full health bar before him. Wait, he had no blade. Only the novice instance provided free weapons and armor. All others offered no such perks. With that thought, Zuo Cheng'an sought a makeshift weapon nearby. With true sight, he wouldn't risk grabbing the wrong item and courting disaster. The farm's main area was the vast tomato fields on the slopes, with smaller structures like chicken coops, sheep pens, cattle sheds, and granaries. Oddly, there were no cats or dogs. Beyond the animal quarters stood a 2-story red-roofed house, presumably the farm owner's. Zuo Cheng'an tried the door, locked unsurprisingly. Seeing this, the audience speculating about ambushes lost interest. A locked door didn't rule out entry via the chimney. With all 3 attributes maxed, climbing to the roof was as effortless as breathing for Zuo Cheng'an. But time was tight. He couldn't waste it exploring everywhere. Hidden quests were tempting, but 100 wild beasts were no easy target. Failing Red Eye's orders wasn't a fate. he wished to experience. Once the instance ended freed from rules, it could do as it pleased with players. Dubbed Mad Rabbit read, I surely had vicious methods. Luck was on Zuo Cheng'an's side as he found a pitchfork in a dusty warehouse, a long-handled weapon. Pitchfork from farm, a humble yet deadly tool. One end was a wooden handle, the other a sharp, unshipped metal with razor tips. This pitchfork had likely forked more than hay given the bits of flesh and bloodstains on it from the sheep pen's trough. Don't underestimate a pitchfork. It's long and sharp. Paired with night vision goggles, he could hunt in every crevice. One thrust, and the rat would be skewered. While retrieving it, he saw Yu returning with a basket of tomatoes. Her boyfriend had already gone to find the sheep. From afar, Zuo Cheng'an heard the tomatoes wailing loudly in the basket, an eerie sound. Stop it. You're already picked, why keep fussing? They'll smash you if you don't shut up. Yu snapped, overwhelmed by the massive workload. This feeling reminded her of her pre-game life, shackled by congenital heart disease, where even a brisk walk left her breathless and cold-palmed. The warehouse seemed small, but its racks were surprisingly spacious, likely requiring tomatoes from half the hill to fill. Yu was grateful shed maxed speed before attempting the latter instance, otherwise she might have failed and perished here. She hoped her boyfriend Wang Guangfei would herd the sheep quickly so he could help her pick tomatoes. The crying tomatoes frayed her nerves, and she had no patience for fellow players. Get out of my way. The game tasks required no cooperation. Each player fended for themselves, tending only to their own duties. Thus there was no need to cultivate player relationships. With that, she carried her tomato basket into the warehouse. Wang Guangfei faced trouble. Red Eye said there were 21 sheep, but when he found the flock grazing outside the farm, he counted again and again. Only 20. 19 white sheep, 1 black. No mistake. Though anxious about the whereabouts of the remaining sheep, he could only first drive the other 20 back to the farm. Once Yu finished picking tomatoes, she could help him search for the lost sheep. Yu harbored a simmering anger, finding fault with everyone. Normally her boyfriend spoiled her, but now that he was gone, she increasingly lost control of her temper. Zuo Cheng'an shrugged, glancing at the slightly discolored tomatoes in the bamboo basket without a word. The warehouse vicinity was where rats most frequently appeared, inevitably involving interactions with women. He had intended to build goodwill, but if she was unwilling, so be it. In his line of sight, 2 large gray rats were poking their heads out from a hole in the wall, not far away, seemingly coveting the tomatoes Yu had just moved in. Though their bodies were hidden in the shadows of the wall crevices, Zuo Cheng'an had never removed his night vision goggles, allowing him to easily see the situation within the gap. He stealthily circled to the upwind side, then lunged forward with a swift step, thrusting his pitchfork. Squeak. Killed Steeltooth Rat X1. Obtained item Swift Rat Dagger. Killed Steeltooth Rat X1. When he pulled back the pitchfork, 2 rats were impaled on it. Unexpectedly, the first Steeltooth Rat dropped a dagger item for Zuo Cheng'an. Could it be that the first kill in every instance guarantees a 100 item drop? Suppressing his speculations, Zuo Cheng'an examined the item's attributes. The system displayed Swift Rat Dagger, white category, weapon, effect, attack. 1 description: a stab from it feels like a rat bite. It hurts. A single attack point was nearly negligible, and its attack range was shorter than his pitchfork. The only advantage of the Swift Rat Dagger was that it was an item players could store in their inventory and take out of the instance, unlike the pitchfork. Damn, the Pitchfork Warrior trial card was about to expire. Seeing that he had finally gained something, Zuo Cheng'an worked with renewed vigor, continuing to hunt other unlucky Steeltooth rats. Another point: after killing 2 Steeltooth rats, the task panel's 0-100 changed to 2,100, meaning the game recognized his kills. Even without sufficient corpses, Red Eye couldn't do anything to him. Zuo Cheng'an, who had expected to carry a mountain of corpses, breathed a sigh of relief. While doing his tasks, he couldn't help wondering about the progress of other players, and that was where the bullet comments proved useful. Sometimes, setting aside the textual pollution, they were quite helpful. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 18, 19, 20. No matter how I count, it's 20 heads. You're right. I count 22. Could Rabbit be deliberately lying? Maybe there aren't 21 sheep at all. Saying 21 is a lie. Didn't this guy offend Rabbit? Getting screwed would make sense. Impossible tasks given to players are always completable. Since Red Eye said 21, there must be 21 sheep. Then is the last sheep hidden? A sheep missing? Zuo Cheng'an recalled that Wang Guangfei, one of the young couple, had been assigned by Red Eye to drive the sheep back to the pen. He had thought it the least time-consuming and laborious task aside from the danger posed by the carnivorous sheep. But it turned out the pitfall wasn't the danger. It was that the sheep couldn't be found at all. If Wang Guangfei couldn't find the missing sheep before dark, he'd be on the express lane to the end of his life. Whoosh, and his life would be over in a flash. Amidst the bullet comment discussions, Zuo Cheng'an dispatched another Steeltooth rat that had eaten its fill and scurried out of the granary. Seeing that the Steeltooth rats in this area were too scared to show their heads for now, Zuo Cheng'an shouldered his pitchfork and headed to the cowshed for a look. Earlier, when Red Eye led them around, he had glimpsed the cowshed. The feeding troughs for the dairy cows, like those for the sheep, bore traces of having held flesh and blood. Where there was food, Steeltooth rats would come calling. Since few bullet comments discussed the cowshed, Zuo Cheng'an had braced himself for a nauseating environment. When he had passed by earlier, he had only glanced from outside, and even from there the cowshed seemed to be coated in filth. But inside, had a toilet exploded? How many years had it been since it was last cleaned? Cleaning this place in a single day truly lived up to the Tower of Ascension instance. Though the direction was a bit odd, the difficulty was entirely fitting. The task of cleaning the cowshed fell to Fuyu, the younger of the two sisters. She was now covering herself with what seemed to be her own cloak, using gloves made from modified clothing to laboriously push cartloads of trash out of the farm one after another. In the sight of true sight, only a few eyeballs were following Fuyu's live broadcast. Most were watching Yuyu pick tomatoes, enjoying the beauty of a woman at work, or following Wang Guangfei in his sheep search, playing a real-life game of spot a difference. Alternatively, they watched Fuyu collect eggs with quite a few eyeballs around her. After all, though the audience from another world had heavy tastes, they weren't that extreme. Fuyu was in a foul mood sweeping cow dung. Zuo Cheng'an didn't want to court trouble, so he killed a few steel-toothed rats around the cowshed and retreated. But unexpectedly, beneath a pile of debris outside the cowshed, he spotted a doghouse. Its size was clearly meant for a large shepherd dog. The owner seemed very meticulous, though it was covered in dust inside, and out it was evident the doghouse had been painted and had a nameplate. But now it had been reduced to a storage spot for odds and ends. Seeing this, Zuo Cheng'an's earlier confusion finally cleared. No wonder there were no dogs on the farm. They had probably kept one before, but it met with an accident, and afterward the farm owner didn't want another. Time flew by. The sun in the instance had reached its zenith. The players were all busy with their tasks, not speaking to each other, but they all unconsciously quickened their pace. Just then an argument erupted at the entrance of the tomato warehouse. Zuo Cheng'an had already hunted over 80 steel-toothed rats, and was close to completing his task, so he spared an ear to listen. Wang Guangfei, why are you dawdling and still not done with your task? Can the sheep burrow into the ground? How hard is it for you to help me fill the warehouse first? How many times do I have to say it? The warehouse is huge, there's no way I can finish it in a short time. Why don't you come with me to search outside while the sheep haven't run far? Once it's found, I can help you, can't I? Yuyu tried to reason. Finding the sheep takes luck. If you're unlucky, you might not find it all day. But my task doesn't need luck. If we work fast, we'll finish soon. Wang Guangfei reasoned back. See, even you admit finding the sheep takes luck. What if my luck is bad and I can't find it until dark? That's why we have to seize every second. Zuo Cheng'an listened for a while and felt both of them had a point. The bullet comment audience agreed, splitting into two factions. With the drama unfolding here, more and more eyeball cameras gathered nearly surrounding the young couple completely. Zuo Cheng'an could not discern the full picture and thus lost interest, continuing his mission to exterminate the rats. Throughout the morning, he had killed a total of 84 steel-toothed rats, yet only managed to obtain a swift rat dagger as loot. It seemed that relying solely on defeating enemies to gain items yielded a lamentably low drop rate, and he could essentially only depend on the 100 drop guarantee from the first kill in each dungeon. Moreover, the information regarding the 100 drop on first kills was merely Zuo Cheng'an's wild guess. He would need to conduct another round of experiments in the dungeon to confirm it. At that moment, the young couple seemed to suddenly realize that rather than squabbling away their time, it would be more beneficial to utilize that time to get some work done. Yuyu, in a fit of anger, stamped her foot and turned to leave Wang Guangfei. You've really changed. Wang Guangfei felt quite helpless. The missing sheep hung over him like the sword of Damocles. He had even prepared himself to abandon the task altogether and help Yuyu pass, thinking that at least one of them should survive. However, Yuyu's cold indifference, focusing solely on herself without any consideration for him, left him disheartened. I'm just worried that the lost sheep will run further away while we work and we'll miss our chance altogether. If by change you mean not responding to your requests immediately and acting according to your wishes without considering the bigger picture, then yes, I have indeed changed. Wang Guangfei sighed deeply, feeling for the first time that his girlfriend was so unfamiliar. I just hope to enter your life for you to learn to expand your considerations from I to we when thinking about problems. But you never have, not even once. I held on to hopes that you would grow, but you. Sigh. I have failed, utterly failed. With that, Wang Guangfei turned and walked away without looking back. Yuyu felt an overwhelming panic suddenly rise within her, fearing she was about to lose something forever. Yet when she thought of the last 1/5 of the shelf that needed to be filled, she turned back, picked up her basket, and headed straight for the tomato field. She didn't want to give up on life. As for Wang Guangfei, she would find him after completing her task. After all, she only needed to act a little cute and yield. No matter how angry Wang Guangfei got, he would unconditionally forgive her. This time would surely be no different. The sun was inching closer to the mountaintop. The last one. Got you. Zuo Cheng'an chased a steel-toothed rat from the sheep pen area to the chicken coop. Just as it was about to dive into its burrow, he pierced its body with a pitchfork. Hidden task: kill steel-toothed rats. 100,100 completed. It was only when he confirmed on the game interface that his task was marked as completed that Zuo Cheng'an let out a sigh of relief. It seemed his guess was not wrong. The hidden task he had undertaken truly was the one with the least pitfalls and was the easiest. As for Wang Guangfei, there was still no sign of the last sheep. Yuyu's task of picking tomatoes appeared simple, yet there were traps where tomatoes would rapidly rot after crying. The task environment was so poor that even the spectators were unwilling to watch. As for Sister Fuyu, When Zuo Cheng'an passed by the chicken coop in the morning, he saw her being chased around by a flock of hens while carefully protecting the eggs in her arms from breaking. She didn't dare retaliate and couldn't run too far after all she hadn't finished collecting the eggs. As Zuo Cheng'an passed by, she proactively asked if he had any healing items or controllability items. She was willing to pay a high price or trade. Zuo Cheng'an was quite interested in the item Fu Yu wanted to exchange called Shadow Spray. The spray would allow the user to hide in the darkness, which should work well with his night vision goggles. Zuo Cheng'an still had 1/3 of a tetanus potion left in his backpack, but it was only effective when applied to wounds. Who knew if injuring the reedy chickens would lead to revenge at night? After struggling for a long while, Fu Yu ultimately decided to tough it out and did not purchase Zuo Cheng'an's potion. Zuo Cheng'an felt quite regretful and could only wait to see if there were similar items in the market later. This time he happened to return to the chicken coop to see if she had changed her mind. Unexpectedly, the person who had been engaging in a battle of wits with the nearly 1-meter-high hen had transformed from Fu Yu to Fu Yu. "Where is your sister?" Zuo Cheng'an casually asked. In this dungeon, players' tasks were unrelated and there was no competition among them, so there was no need for deceit or caution against each other. As those in the bullet comments put it, human relationships are quite pleasant as long as one's own interests are not infringed upon. Fu Yu did not hide it in the cattle shed. There was no need for Fu Yu to divulge detailed information, though it wouldn't benefit her. Answering Zuo Cheng'an's question was merely out of basic courtesy. The complete story was that Fu Yu had been pecked while trying to steal eggs, leading her sister Fu Yu to voluntarily exchange tasks, allowing Fu Yu to undertake the safer cleaning work while she stayed behind to gather the eggs. Zuo Cheng'an learned these details from the bullet comments. Sometimes the spectators just enjoyed engaging in one-sided interactions with the players, conversing and interacting from afar regardless of whether the players followed their wishes. When he first discovered this, Zuo Cheng'an thought his ability to see the bullet comments had been exposed. However, upon observation, he realized the spectators were merely entertaining themselves. They found it too boring when there were no battles or thrilling scenes, yet couldn't bring themselves to leave, so they looked for something to occupy themselves. For instance, right now they were discussing their task issues. Why isn't this player working? What is he doing wandering around aimlessly? It seems like he finished his task. If I remember correctly, his task was to kill 100 steel-toothed rats, right? So fast. Of course, I've been counting one by one. He completed his task long ago. How boring. I thought having the redeed would make the dungeon interesting, but it turned out to be just this. So dull, I'm out of here. It seems the redeed in this dungeon is just performing a task distribution role and won't participate in the game. After all, a level 1 dungeon isn't fit for the redeed to join as the players are too fragile. It probably is just because the farm is its territory that it was brought in for a cameo. Breaking news. The redeed has returned to the level 3 dungeon. No place to escape. The battle for the lifeboats is about to commence there. Hurry to watch the live broadcast. Upon seeing this bullet comment, Zuo Cheng'an noticed that the attention around him and Fu Yu had significantly decreased, as if everyone had gone to the level 3 dungeon. No place to escape, where the redeed appeared. Does it mean that only in the level 3 dungeon can the redeed personally confront players? Those who can enter the level 3 dungeon must be players who have reached the 3rd tier, right? How powerful must the redeed be to not fall behind against 100 3rd tier level players? However, the bullet comments reminded Zuo Cheng'an that the redeed was no longer in the farm. Previously, Zuo Cheng'an thought the redeed was hiding in the shadows observing and had been cautious not to act out of line, since it had now gone to another dungeon. The bullet comments indicated that the redeed was a melee warrior and probably lacked the ability to monitor from a distance across dungeons. This meant he could take advantage of the remaining time in the dungeon to thoroughly explore the farm. The only hidden spot in the farm was the 2-story re-roofed house in the center. With this in mind, Zuo Cheng'an left the chicken coop and headed straight for the center of the farm. The illustration feature was there to use, and he decided to make do with whatever he could find. The cottage on the farm perfectly embodied the image of a fairy tale dwelling, with its sloping tiled roof, moss creeping into the crevices, walls built from timber and stone, and a small chimney perched atop. Through the window, the fireplace inside the room was clearly visible. Since the owner was absent, the hearth lay cold and extinguished. Zuo Cheng'an plotted a route across the ground, then leaped lightly and gripped a ledge. Like a rock climber, he supported his entire body weight with just the strength of his fingers. A full 10 points in strength represented the theoretical limit of human physical power. Any greater, and the body simply could not bear the burden. Yet the game seemed to possess the ability to grant humans strength far beyond the limits of their species. With enough stat points invested, a mortal body of flesh and blood could withstand gunfire and cleave through refined steel. Common viruses would no longer pose any threat to humanity, and lifespans would be vastly extended. In a sense, the game was not a catastrophe, but an opportunity for human evolution. Meanwhile, Zuo Cheng'an had already climbed effortlessly to the edge of the roof. He descended through the chimney into the interior without incident. The first thing that met his eyes was a massive white rug on the floor. As he walked past, he caught a faint smell of mutton from it. It was a sheepskin rug. Zuo Cheng'an. Wait, sheepskin. He had already walked past, but now he stepped back. It seemed he had found the 21st sheep that Wang Guangfei had been desperately searching for. Many eyeballs followed Zuo Cheng'an, and this discovery immediately set the audience ablaze with chatter. Whoa. Red Eye is as wicked as ever. When he said to find sheep, most people would instinctively think of live ones. But who would have guessed the 21st sheep was already a rug? Ha ha ha. Exactly. If you hadn't entered this cottage, you could turn the whole dungeon upside down and never find it. The best part is the cottage is locked, and the players coming to the Heavenly Ladder Tower are all seasoned veterans, overly cautious, afraid that poking around carelessly might cost them their lives. They wouldn't risk wandering into unknown places. Do you think this player will do a good deed and tell that guy searching for the sheep the clue? Probably. People from the lower worlds love that kind of helping others routine. If it were me, I wouldn't give away a clue I risked my neck to find for free. Zuo Cheng'an noticed something: the eyeballs following the players could ignore physical obstacles flying through walls and floors to explore the dungeon freely. But they weren't without limits. For instance, they seemed unable to stray too far from the players. Since no player had lingered near the cottage for long, they couldn't enter to explore it either. Naturally, they couldn't see the cottage's interior. Otherwise, they wouldn't be flooding the screen with debate over the 21st sheep that had become a sheepskin rug. The dense barrage of comments was somewhat obstructive. Zuo Cheng'an had to lower the transparency of the subtitles again before he could observe the cottage's interior. The first floor of the cottage was very spacious, with little sign of daily life. Using the fireplace he had crawled out of as a reference, a large white sheepskin rug lay before it. On the rug stood two exquisitely crafted rattan black wooden chairs adorned with skull and tomato reliefs. These were all the furniture on the first floor. The notes from the Eye of Truth stated these were the works of Pippi, the finest carpenter in Heavenly Ladder City. Though the audience couldn't see the notes, they recognized the creator of these chairs through special markers. Didn't expect to see something made by Pippi here. The wood grain is exquisite. Must have been soaked in special blood plasma for a long time, right? At least 2 years. Someone tried to replicate Pippi's technique by soaking materials in processed blood plasma for half a year, but the finish wasn't as good as this. Of course it might be because Pippi uses pure human blood, while the imitation used pig blood. But why does Red Eye have furniture made by Pippi? Based on my 8,000 hours of watching streams, Pippi and Red Eye have a pretty good relationship. I often see them hosting dungeons together, messing with players. Bull. It's clearly Pippi trying to moan some tomato sauce by sucking up to Red Eye. The barrage was still arguing. Meanwhile, Zuo Cheng'an had finished exploring the first floor and entered the second via a narrow spiral staircase. The second floor was half the size of the first. The only furniture was a bed and a bedside table, both thick with dust, as if unused for a long time. In stark contrast to the sparse furniture, rows of picture frames lined the walls, covering almost the entire room. The photos featured farm animals and high-quality crops, including not only tomatoes, but also wheat, cucumbers, and even beans. The hens and tomatoes in the photos looked normal, no hooked beaks or meme-like faces. They were just ordinary animals and vegetables, as one would imagine. Among the photos on the wall were some of the flock of sheep. Prompted by the barrage, Zuo Cheng'an counted them. There were 20 pure white sheep, their fleece as snowy as clumped cotton candy, huddled around a figure whose face had been scratched out. It was definitely a person, not a rabbit. This figure appeared frequently in other photos as well, cradling a giant pumpkin large enough for 2 people to sit and carrying a basket of tomatoes, herding sheep, with a tall, imposing black shepherd dog milking cows. But in every single one, the figure's face and parts of the body had been violently scratched out, as if to conceal some secret. After surveying the photos, a string of phrases popped into Zuo Cheng'an's mind: usurping another's nest, seizing power, the farmer, and the snake. But why was there never a black sheep in any of the photos? Zuo Cheng'an had been to the sheepfold. Inside were the 20 sheep Wang Guangfei had already driven back, 19 white sheep and 1 black sheep. If the 21 sheep Red Eye mentioned were the ones in the photos, why would a black sheep appear among a flock of white ones? Did Red Eye buy it later? Or was it born from one of the pregnant ewes? Ding! Congratulations on triggering a special quest. Farm quest objective: correctly write the characters represented by. Quest reward: recipe for the tomato sauce that's all the rage in Heavenly Ladder City. Note: may incur Red Eye's hostility. A special quest. Ignoring the ridiculous rewards, Zuo Cheng'an stared at the golden characters appearing on his panel. He felt he had stumbled onto something significant. He had only seen the golden game fonts twice before, glimpsed through the Eye of Truth skill. Once in the annotations of the Heavenly Ladder Tower, and once in the notes on Red Eyes. That's stingy. No, he must not dwell on it. Zuo Cheng'an still remembered the sensation of being stared at by an unknown entity. Unless necessary, he did not wish to experience it a second time. Was strength so formidable that even a silent insult in one's mind could be avenged instantly? Damn, it seemed strength truly allowed one to do as one pleased. Upon second thought, both possessed golden fonts. Could there be a special connection? Or was it merely a unique way the game displayed significance? Just like in the game's public chat channel system, messages had a different font from those sent by ordinary players. Hide-ear items to highlight their distinction also used uncommon fonts. Unable to decide for the moment, Zuo Cheng'an turned his attention to studying the quest. First, the quest's name, S-Farm, clearly required the player to fill in the blank. A horizontal line indicated where the player should write the answer. Moreover, there was a hint: if Zuo Cheng'an's answer was incorrect, the text would be automatically erased and one writing attempt would be deducted. Therefore, the certainly did not mean each question mark represented a single character. Rather, it was a short phrase of variable length. Moreover, the short phrase combination of So-and-so's farm easily evoked the dungeon's name, Red Eye Uncle's Farm, Red Eye referring to that rabbit. But the rabbit's voice was that of a child, and combining it with the word uncle to form Red Eye Uncle sounded utterly mismatched. Could it be that uncle was part of the farm's original name? Having determined half the answers, Zuo Cheng'an tentatively wrote uncle in the latter part of the horizontal line. The character's uncle did not disappear, indicating they were part of the correct answer. Having taken a step closer to the correct answers, Zuo Cheng'an felt quite pleased. In truth, he was exploiting a loophole in the game. The game only indicated that if the answer was incorrect, the text on the line would be cleared. But what if the answer written was correct, yet incomplete? Naturally, the text would not vanish, but remain on the line. Zuo Cheng'an shrugged. What's wrong with writing slowly? It's my habit to write one character an hour. Can you control that? The game. Fine, whatever makes you happy. Next, Zuo Cheng'an meticulously searched the room, lifting picture frames to check for hidden compartments behind them, then removing them to see if anything was written on the back of the photos. He pulled open the bedside cabinet to see if there were any secret layers inside. To his surprise, he actually found some information. A photograph of a scratched-out human figure with his sheepdog was placed in the bedside cabinet. It seemed the room's owner cherished this photo greatly, often taking it out to look at, so it was kept in the most accessible spot. The figure in the photo was tall and sturdy, holding a pitchfork in one hand, while the sheepdog beside him was a large, long-haired breed, looking majestic and utterly mismatched with the playful bell around its neck. On the back of this photograph, Zuo Cheng'an found two characters, Mo-do. Could refer to Uncle Mo-do or Uncle Mo. Zuo Cheng'an did not rashly write this answer on the panel's horizontal line. Using the same method to leave the house, he identified his direction on the rooftop and hurried toward the sheep pen. As the 21st member in the flock of sheep, the black sheep might carry information related to the quest. Perhaps could also represent the four characters Black Sheep Uncle. Adding Black Sheep and Mo-do to the candidate answers, Zuo Cheng'an did not rush to try them. There were only 3 chances to fill in the answer incorrectly. It was better to decide when he was 70% sure. Surprisingly, Wang Guangfei's figure was beside the sheep pen. Had he not gone out searching the entire mountain for sheep? Wang Guangfei sat on the open ground, not daydreaming, but pondering. He had finally realized that game quests were no longer so simple. Stubbornly completing them led only to a dead end. This new realization was completely contrary to the survival principles he had summarized from over a dozen first-level dungeons. In ordinary first-level dungeons, the game did not dig a pile of traps in the rules, nor did it play word games with players. Black was black, white was white, do as told, no detours. As long as players followed the game's requirements and kept up their strength, they could clear the dungeon. Never had there been a situation where the game demanded players find 21 sheep, yet after searching the entire dungeon, only 20 were found. Based on Wang Guangfei's experience clearing dungeons, the farm should have a basement where the missing 21st sheep was locked up. The little sheep's pitiful bleats would serve as hints to lure players to the basement. Then a ferocious monster would be placed in the basement. Players had to defeat it to rescue the 21st sheep and complete the quest. But the Heavenly Ladder Tower dungeon did not follow the formula. More than half the game time had passed, and aside from the protective hens in the chicken coop, which could barely be considered adversaries, no traditional hostile individual had appeared. This was utterly abnormal. Where was the game designer? Did they even know how to design a game flow? As for the locked redrift house, it had never crossed Wang Guangfei's mind. Because first-level dungeons never set up such scenes requiring detours to enter. Either a closed corridor, a supermarket flat, or a bus. The entire game took place in these small, enclosed locations. Even if outdoors there were invisible walls blocking the way. Wang Guangfei had also grown accustomed to the fact that all smoothly passable areas were within the dungeon's scope, while places he couldn't reach were instinctively regarded as decorations or background boards to be ignored. And this played right into the game's hands. Only those who could quickly break free from habitual thinking could pass the selection, successfully clear the dungeon, and level up to become first Heavenly Ladder players. The game's establishment of the Heavenly Ladder Tower promotion system without guides was likely intended to screen for truly capable individuals to rise, funneling resources to the top. As for those who relied on teaming up and being carried by others, even smart people needed a few cannon fodder to experiment and summarize experience. It was still making the best use of resources. Wang Guangfei kept a close watch on the 20 sheep in the pen. Just as Zuo Cheng'an tried to approach, he was stopped. Wang Guangfei, what are you doing here? Zuo Cheng'an did not answer directly. Instead, he pointed at the black sheep in the pen and asked, can I take a closer look? Wang Guangfei was indifferent. If you can catch it, look all you want, however you like. Without skill, these sheep would never obey. He had personally driven them back from the wild and knew all too well how formidable they truly were. Without exaggeration, they were nearly as dangerous as a black bear. Had his physique not been passable, even a gentle nudge from a sheep would shatter his internal organs, leading to death. Even now, 2 of his ribs remained fractured, unhealed, each breath sending a dull ache through the broken bones. Had these sheep not appeared to be neutral creatures reluctant to attack players easily, he would have reported to the King of Hell upon encountering the flock in the wild. Fortunately, he had herded cattle as a child, so handling this flock came naturally to him. Zuo Cheng'an climbed into the pen and slowly approached the black sheep. But the stranger's arrival stirred panic among the sheep. They began trotting around the pen in circles, with a few even attempting to leap out, resembling a restless mass of popping candy. Seeing this, Wang Guangfei frowned, a flicker of regret crossing his face. He had no desire to see the fruits of his morning's labor go to waste, so he decisively rose to intervene. At the same time, he asked Zuo Cheng'an once more, "What exactly are you here for? I recall your task has nothing to do with catching sheep, does it?" The word leave was practically written on his face. Meanwhile, Zuo Cheng'an finally grabbed the wool on the black sheep's back and, exerting force with both arms, pinned it to the ground. The black sheep kicked its forehooves futilely, bleating pitifully, "Ba-ba." The sound was oddly strange, Zuo Cheng'an remarked. Moreover, the sheep's strength was not insignificant, equivalent to a value of about 7 or 8. If a newcomer hadn't invested enough points into strength, they wouldn't be able to hold it down. Yet after pinning the black sheep, the game offered no prompts. Could the key to the task not lie with the black sheep? "What are you looking for?" Wang Guangfei, noticing Zuo Cheng'an's actions, seemed to recall something and looked at him with increasing suspicion. The audience could not see the game tasks, only the player's actions, so they too wondered what Zuo Cheng'an was searching for. "Hey, remember when the flock was in the wild, the black sheep had a bell around its neck, right? Why is it missing now?" "Right, I recall saying that little bell was quite pretty and wanted to screenshot it to buy one for my dog Dahuang. You all left midway, unlike me, who's been watching this guy stream the whole time. That bell seemed like an item. He already put it in his backpack. Another item with special abilities. How nice. I want one too. People from low-level worlds don't deserve to use them." Seeing these messages, Zuo Cheng'an understood why he had found nothing. The crucial information likely lay with that bell. Just as he was about to try borrowing it for a look, the thunderous footsteps of a giant creature echoed in his ears. From the direction of the cowshed, thick smoke billowed, and one mad cow after another, each as large as a minivan, charged toward the sheep pen, panting heavily. In front of the herd, a slender figure was also fleeing for her life. Fu Yu, already injured. She was still holding a mop she had used for cleaning. Seeing the two people blocking her escape route, she waved and shouted, "The cows have gone mad. Get out of the way." Zuo Cheng'an pushed his speed to the limit and leaped onto the awning used for shading in the sheep pen. Wang Guangfei followed closely. His speed was the only attribute he had maxed out among the three. When Fu Yu reached the vicinity, Wang Guangfei pulled her up. With his help, she also managed to climb onto the awning. The three sat on the rooftop watching the mad herd disappear into the distance, their hearts still pounding with fear. Zuo Cheng'an glanced at his palm. He had felt a leathery texture on the black sheep's neck. Now was not the time to investigate. He watched the herd gallop away, suddenly realizing that their route seemed meticulously planned, covering every area of the farm in the shortest time while avoiding damage to the buildings. It didn't seem like an accident, but rather an obstacle deliberately orchestrated by some entity to hinder the player's tasks. The commotion from the stampeding herd also caused the sheep in the pen to break free in the chaos. Wang Guangfei, anxious, jumped down the moment the mad herd left, eager to round up the scattered sheep. Fu Yu followed suit as the herd was heading toward the chicken coop, where her sister was still working on her task. With the sun sinking lower, time was running out for them. It was unclear how much the herd had affected things. Soon only Zuo Cheng'an remained on the rooftop. He felt somewhat exasperated. Trouble always arose at critical moments. Since his own task was already complete, he decided to help Wang Guangfei gather the sheep, driving them back one by one. 1, 2, 3, 4. 18, 19. Wang Guangfei counted again and again, forced to accept that another sheep was missing. The pure white of the pen told him that the missing one was the black sheep. The 21st sheep that had been lost was never found, and now another was gone. Wang Guangfei laughed bitterly while the audience in the chat discussed the matter. Was anyone watching the stream just now? Does anyone know where the missing sheep went? No idea. I was watching the cows trample the tomatoes, the poor girl, crying her heart out. When I was there, that player's 2 large baskets of tomatoes were crushed. It's already dusk and time is running out. Who had a bird's eye view of the sheep pen? No need to look further. That sheep jumped out from the west side and ran far away. Absolutely true. If I'm lying, may I be a pig from the lower worlds. Hearing such a serious oath, the others believed it 8 parts. But where exactly in the west had the black sheep gone? Damn it. I don't care if this guy lives or dies or completes his task. I just hate being kept in the dark. I've been switching views so much I'm about to throw up. How can I still not find it? Yeah, if I'd known watching a dungeon without a guide would be so frustrating, I wouldn't have come. Indifferent. I actually enjoy the process of the mystery slowly unraveling. Found it. Found it. The black sheep ran into the tomato warehouse. Strange, why would it go there? Zuo Cheng'an had been carefully examining the spot where the black sheep disappeared, but unsurprisingly found nothing. Then on a whim he glanced at the chat, and by sheer luck spotted the message about the sheep being in the warehouse. But before heading to the warehouse, there was something he needed to do. Zuo Cheng'an walked toward the disheartened Wang Guangfei and cut straight to the chase. Could you lend me the item you obtained from the black sheep for a look? Though Wang Guangfei's emotions were somewhat on the verge of collapse, he hadn't abandoned hope of clearing the level. He kept replaying possible locations of the black sheep in his mind. Upon hearing the question, he grew wary. I don't know what item you're talking about. All right, it seems I wasn't specific enough. Zuo Cheng'an smiled. Could you lend me the bell you got from the black sheep for a look? In exchange, I can tell you where the 21st sheep is hiding. What? Wang Guangfei shot up from the ground. How do you know I got a bell? No, wait, what did you say? The 21st sheep. Where is it? Zuo Cheng'an retorted with a sly grin. I don't know any sheep. It was a clear case of turning the tables. Wang Guangfei. If only he had known, he wouldn't have acted that way earlier. Embarrassed, but not hesitating, he reached into his backpack. Here, take it. He pulled out the bell item. The moment Zuo Cheng'an touched the bell, a game notification chimed in his mind. Ding. Key quest item discovered. Shepherd's Bell white category item effect, a silent decorative accessory that makes the sheepdog appear cuter. Restriction: sleeping with it on will cause dreams of little sheep. Description: 1 sheep, 2 sheep, 3 sheep, 4. ZZZZ. In short, the bell was an ordinary canine bell. Without a special quest from the instance, it was a useless, unsellable trinket. But if a special quest was triggered combined with the activation conditions, one could glean information from this item. After examining the items, Zuo Cheng'an could piece together most of the clues. Without hesitation, he told Wang Guangfei about the wool carpet in the red house. The latter didn't doubt him and immediately went to the window of the red house, peering inside. Indeed, he saw a sheepskin rug spread on the floor. When he returned to the sheepfold to thank Zuo Cheng'an, he found that Zuo Cheng'an was no longer there. While Wang Guangfei was crawling through the chimney, Zuo Cheng'an had already taken the bell and made his way to the warehouse where the tomatoes were stored. It was strange enough that a vast farm grew only tomatoes. Well, tomatoes with panda emoji faces on them were even stranger. Due to the nature of weeping tomatoes and the rough handling by the pickers, the warehouse was already filled with the sound of crying infants. Yu, already irritable by nature, grew even more agitated in such a noisy environment. She tossed and slammed items around, as if venting all her anger. Even if a sheep passed by, Yu would curse it out. Black sheep. What do you want, you beast? Get lost. This isn't your place. Yu tried to drag the black sheep away by its horns, but after tugging for a while, the sheep didn't even move a hoof. Instead, the black sheep gently shook its head, and Yu was flung 2 or 3 meters away. A woman's strength was inherently weaker at the start, and lacking the courage to take on newer instances, Yu hadn't earned many free attribute points, most of which she had allocated to speed. She had finally accumulated enough to meet the conditions for the Heavenly Ladder Tower and entered without a second thought. Now, even a sheep in the tower's instance was stronger than her. Yu couldn't handle the black sheep. If she hadn't fallen out with her boyfriend, she could have asked Wang Guangfei for help. Whenever she asked, he would drop everything to come to her. But she had just had a fight with Wang Guangfei and was still angry. Taking the initiative to reconcile would be too embarrassing. So she picked some tomatoes from the 3 baskets trampled by the mad cows and tossed them on the ground before the black sheep. Eat up, you beast. Isn't this what you eat? If those 3 baskets hadn't been ruined, she would only need to pick 1 more to complete her task. Now she had to pick 4 more baskets to fill the warehouse. After venting her frustration, Yu had no time to complain further. She pulled herself together and prepared to pick more tomatoes. If she hurried, she could return just as the instance ended. But the moment she left the warehouse door, the black sheep dashed inside. Yu's face turned pale. No, you beast, don't go in there. Get out now. The tomatoes in the warehouse weren't piled haphazardly. They were all packed in bamboo baskets stacked on shelves. Otherwise, the lower tomatoes would be crushed by the ones above. So-called filling the warehouse simply meant filling all the empty bamboo baskets on the shelves. The black sheep darted between the shelves with Yu chasing behind. In the cramped space, the animal's 4 legs seemed to have the advantage. With a few agile dodges, it escaped deep into the warehouse. The shelves at the back had already been filled by Yu in the morning. Before being sucked into the game, Yu had been pampered by her family at home due to her congenital heart disease and cared for by teachers and classmates at school. She had never done heavy labor, and no one even dared to make her angry. Who would have thought that once in the game, though the risk of dying from her illness was gone, she now had to do heavy work she had never even touched before. Indeed, her choice of boyfriend was poor. If she could find a man in a major guild with their protection, a level 1 instance would be a breeze. Unlike now, where she had to think for herself and work with her own hands. It was utterly exhausting. The warehouse had no light source, and everything was pitch black. The black sheep, relying on its natural camouflage, had long since hidden in some corner. Yu, after bumping into the shelves several times, had to slow down and grope her way forward bit by bit in the darkness. But as she slowed, she caught a rotting smell in the air. At first, she thought it was just mold, given the warehouse's dilapidated state with mold spots everywhere. A bit of rotten odor was normal, but she soon realized the smell was remarkably similar to the tomatoes crushed by the mad cows outside the door. No, it was the same smell, only more concentrated in the unventilated warehouse. A sense of dread rose in Yu's heart. Trembling, she reached out and pulled the nearest bamboo basket. Groping in the dark, she didn't touch firm, smooth-skinned fresh tomatoes, but instead felt a handful of rotten juice. Due to advanced decay and external pressure, the skin of the rotten tomatoes broke easily. A stench like leftovers left out for a week in the dog days of summer assaulted her nose. Ugh! Yu vomited on the spot. Even in the most difficult days of the game, Yu had never encountered such a smell. With her boyfriend, Wang Guangfei, handling all the household chores, her only job was to dress beautifully every day. Then she would sit down on time waiting to eat, and afterwards she would comment on the seasoning of each dish. Having never washed a dish or thrown out kitchen waste, she couldn't bear the smell at all. Just a slight inhalation made her dizzy, her vision darkening. Without caring for any black sheep, she held her breath and rushed towards the exit of the warehouse. As soon as Zuo Cheng'an entered the warehouse, he was unexpectedly bumped into by Yu. She felt as if she had crashed into an incredibly hard wall, causing her nose to ache, as if her implanted prosthetics had been knocked askew. But she didn't have time to argue with Zuo Cheng'an. Her limit for holding her breath was about to be reached, and she was busy looking for a place with fresh air to breathe deeply. Wearing night vision goggles, Zuo Cheng'an immediately spotted the black sheep in the corner of the warehouse. It was lying down, continuously digging in the soil, its short tail wagging incessantly. Such abnormal behavior had never occurred before. It might be due to receiving a special mission. As an important NPC in this special task, it needed to exhibit unusual behavior to provide hints to the players. As Zuo Cheng'an approached, he discovered that one corner of a wooden box was already visible in the pit. The black sheep was so engrossed in digging that it didn't even notice Zuo Cheng'an getting closer. Finally, Zuo Cheng'an was able to carefully explore the black sheep's neck, searching for the spot where he remembered encountering an object. Sure enough, he found a collar hidden beneath the layers of curly wool. The collar had once been adorned with a bell, but after Wang Guangfei removed it, only a bare leather collar remained. Zuo Cheng'an found the clasp of the collar and easily took it off. On the inner side of the collar, the words "Mo Do" were inscribed. Mo Do. The moment Zuo Cheng'an uttered these words, the black sheep, which had been focused on digging, paused its movements and let out a distressed owl. It cried out in pain. Its limbs spasmed until it could no longer support its body and collapsed to the ground, struggling and kicking. Its horns retracted, its hooves began to resemble claws, and the curly, fluffy fur on its body was pulled straight by an invisible force, while its tail lengthened considerably. In just a few breaths, the black sheep transformed into a majestic, large black dog. Zuo Cheng'an had seen this dog in a photo on the second floor of the small house. Seeing its body return to normal, Mo Do wagged its tail excitedly, the thick tail hitting the nearby shelf with a loud bang bang bang, suppressing two excited ow sounds in its throat. After a brief emotional release, Mo Do did not forget its mission, tugging at Zuo Cheng'an's clothing to prevent him from leaving while continuing to dig up the wooden box. With its hooves transformed into claws, it dug more efficiently, and with Zuo Cheng'an's help, the wooden box was quickly unearthed. As Zuo Cheng'an was contemplating opening it, he caught a glimpse of the dimming light outside the warehouse door. The sun was about to set, and he had little time left. Amidst the barrage of spectators, Zuo Cheng'an violently unlatched the lock on the wooden box and opened it. Inside there were no items, no treasures, only a can of tomato sauce wrapped in tinfoil. The tin had rusted somewhat from being buried in the ground for a long time, even with the protection of the wooden box, but thankfully the words on it were still legible. Unlike the packaging that Red Eye had shown to the players, which read Red Eye Farm Tomato Sauce, this can was labeled Muzhou Farm Tomato Sauce. Not only was the farm's signature different, but the back was also named with the words tomato, which Red Eye despised the most. So should this farm actually be called Uncle Muz's farm? Thinking this, Zuo Cheng'an opened the task interface, preparing to add the words Muzhou on the line. Suddenly a loud shout came from the warehouse entrance. "What do you have in your hand? Hand it over." "Owl, owl." Accompanied by Mo Do's angry barks, Red Eye stepped into the warehouse, bathed in the fading sunlight. At this moment, it was no longer the noble gentleman from the morning, but rather looked disheveled, as if it had just been through a fierce battle. The tailored tailcoat was tattered, the cane was bent in the middle, the hat had flown off somewhere, and one of its ears was even broken. Zuo Cheng'an squinted his eyes and looked at the top of Red Eye HB 4277. Unfortunately, it was not in a near-death state. At this moment, Red Eye glared viciously at the tin can in Zuo Cheng'an's hand. "Dear player, give me the item." Although it was trying hard to control its tone, Zuo Cheng'an could still detect the urgency and unease hidden within. "Dear player, you must like rare items, right? I happen to have dozens of them here. Oh, just hand me the tin can in your hand, and all of these will be yours." "Just came from the No Way Out dungeon." I said. Red Eye was in a hurry to do something halfway through fighting. Turns out it has a side job in this dungeon. Working 2 jobs isn't easy. Such a diligent game boss is rare. You're focusing on the wrong thing, right? What is that thing in that kid's hand? Can it be exchanged for all the items that Red Eye just stole? Yeah, those were all just stripped from players on the 3rd ladder. Those who had chased over from the No Way Out dungeon had seen Red Eye kill half of the players while being besieged by 100 players on the 3rd ladder and still managed to retreat safely. Now it actually wanted to trade hard-earned loot for a rusty tin can. Red Eye smiled and sweet-talked the players, but in reality, it wished it could stomp Zuo Cheng'an to death. Clearly, it had already destroyed all the old packaging of the tomato sauce, so how could there still be a fish that slipped through the net? Owl, owl. Mo Do faced off against Red Eye fearlessly. Seeing Mo Do, Red Eye remembered. "It's you again, that stubborn creature. Wouldn't it be better to be a turtle? Why do you have to come out and ruin my income?" "Owl." Mo Do barked again. Of course, Zuo Cheng'an couldn't hand over the tin can. His right hand swiftly moved through the air, adding the word Muzhou before the word uncle on the line. "Uncle Muz's farm task objective correctly. Write out the text represented by completed." Task Reward 1: a recipe for the tomato sauce that is all the rage in the entire Ladder City. Task Reward 2: congratulations on acquiring Red Eye's enmity. The moment Zuo Cheng'an wrote down the text, a sudden change occurred. The world inside the dungeon began to shake, without any warning. In the farm, chickens flew and sheep jumped, and the cattle ran wild. The tomato field outside the farm was no better, with countless wailing tomatoes crying out in the tremors, unable to stop. At the same time, the jar of ketchup in Zuo Cheng'an's hand transformed into a stream of light and surged into his mind. Muzhou brand ketchup. Category: recipe. Ingredients: fragrant tomato X1, white sugar X1, electric, numb honey X1. Description: the most beloved sauce in Ladder City. No one can dislike it. Perhaps you could gift it to someone. The tomatoes used in the recipe are actually fragrant tomatoes. Wasn't it supposed to be weeping tomatoes? Could it be that after seizing the farm, Red Eye secretly altered the ketchup recipe? Seeing that Zuo Cheng'an had already learned the recipe, Red Eye knew it was too late. The sauce recipe that could bring it immense wealth was no longer secure. Fortunately, the one who obtained the recipe was just a player. Even if they worked tirelessly, their production could never match an hour of output from its assembly line. If it could eliminate this player and completely cut off any further spread of the recipe, it could continue to rest easy. But this goal was unattainable within the farm instance. Players who had completed their tasks could withdraw from the task-based instance at any time. Inside the warehouse, Zuo Cheng'an remained utterly calm. Having completed his task, Red Eye had no reason to attack him. Otherwise, it would have snatched the iron can the moment it was discovered, rather than continuously raising the stakes to coax him into a willing exchange. Perhaps besides the prohibition against harming players without cause, there were also restrictions against stealing player items or hindering the normal progression of the instance. Red Eye could only watch helplessly as the iron can dissolved into a stream of light and vanished. The ketchup produced on its farm could sell briskly in Ladder City, bringing it substantial profits. To expand production, it had uprooted all crops except tomatoes and replaced the variety with the higher-yielding weeping tomatoes. Although consumers often complained the ketchup wasn't as tasty as before, it dismissed them with the excuse that it was a necessary sacrifice for yield. Hearing this, the consumers didn't press further. "You brat. I oversee far more instances than you can imagine. Next time you'd better choose carefully and pray you don't end up in my hands again." After saying this, Red Eye stalked off to other parts of the farm, venting its fury on the players who had failed their tasks. Of course, it secretly hoped Zuo Cheng'an's next instance would be on its turf. Zuo Cheng'an knew this was what they called Red Eye's hostility. Just like the young couple who, for saying the wrong thing, were deliberately assigned the two most difficult tasks, he too would likely be saddled with troublesome missions in any future instances presided over by Red Eye. However, meeting challenges head-on was his way. The rewards from completing special tasks far outweighed the cost of offending a minor game boss. Moreover, Zuo Cheng'an felt that while Red Eye might be formidable to players who hadn't yet ascended the ladder, it was quite average compared to higher-tier players, say those on the third ladder. The fact that its health bar had been reduced to just over 40% was proof of that. If it were truly powerful, it wouldn't be in such a sorry state now. Even a god, once its health bar was revealed, was reduced to a tough boss. So what was a rabbit that had been beaten down to half health by third ladder players? Zuo Cheng'an wasn't intimidated by Red Eye's threat. Instead, it fueled his drive to grow stronger. With both tasks completed, he could exit the instance anytime. As his gaze swept over Madu, who was panting with its tongue out, a thought struck him. The 21st sheep in the instance had reverted to a dog, so Red Eye's claim of 21 sheep on the farm no longer held true. Would the game invalidate the task, recalculate based on the new data, or leave everything unchanged, adhering to Red Eye's original statement? Just as he pondered this serious question, Madu suddenly sensed something and dashed toward the sheep pen. Zuo Cheng'an followed suit. In the game, humans formed a major interest group, with common enemies being the game bosses and the audience behind the eyeballs who reveled in the grotesque spectacle of human death. As comrades in the same camp, lending a hand when it didn't harm one's own interests was only right. Besides, the guy had just broken up with his girlfriend today. Dying alone as a single man would be too tragic. After the earthquake within the instance, the surviving players were astonished to find the instance's name had changed. From Uncle Red Eye's farm to Uncle Muzz's farm. Could an instance's name actually change? Madu sprinted down the farm path. Before the instance was renamed, it had lived in a daze devoid of self-awareness, even believing it was truly a sheep. It vaguely recalled that it had refused to become a game boss, preferring to be a mindless NPC within the instance. Day after day, it mechanically grazed and wandered. Only today did its mind polish like a mirror act in ways it never had before. It leaped out of the pen and ran to the warehouse, as if instinctively knowing something important was buried there. Not until the instance was successfully renamed did the burden in its heart finally lift, allowing it to truly move on. What remained now was a seething hatred for Red Eye. It was consumed by a burning desire for vengeance. But Madu was a clever sheepdog. It knew that as an NPC, it couldn't defeat a game boss alone. To eliminate Red Eye, it would have to rely on players. The twin sisters exchanged a glance and remained still. Compared to the young couple's tasks, theirs were far more conventional, perfectly matching the difficulty of a first ladder instance. Given their considerable strength, they had completed all their tasks well before the final deadline. But the sun had fully set below the horizon, so why hadn't Red Eye shown up? Had something delayed it? Was it dealing with players who failed their tasks? The sisters hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided to stay put at their assigned locations. In cooperative task instances, not all players were necessarily united, let alone in instances where players' tasks were independent of one another. Everyone relied on their own abilities, and no one could blame anyone else. The warehouse used for storing tomatoes had to be located closest to the fields for convenient harvesting. If Red Eye were to check task completion, it would logically start at the warehouse near the farm entrance. At the warehouse entrance, Yu trembled, all over her face etched with terror as she stared at the rabbit before her. For the first time, she realized that the fluffy, harmless creatures she associated with pet shops or braised dishes could be so terrifying. Unbeknownst to Yu, because she had failed her task, the game no longer offered her protection, allowing her to perceive Red Eye's true power. In her eyes, Red Eye's appearance had undergone a cataclysmic transformation. The harmless, even somewhat cute rabbit face was gone, replaced by a maw bristling with sharp fangs that could open a full 180 degrees. From the side, it looked as if its entire skull had been pried open. Its blood-red eyes alone could induce dizziness and a deafening roar in one's ears. And this was precisely the fully evolved form of Red Eyes that players on the 3rd or even 4th tier had to face within the no-escape dungeon. I have already filled the warehouse with tomatoes as you instructed. My apologies, dear player. Red Eyes let out a contemptuous laugh and said flatly, I believe you have forgotten my exact instructions. The task I assigned you was to fill the warehouse with flawless tomatoes. And what did you pick? Yu still wanted to argue, but Red Eye's requirements were clearly written on her personal interface, leaving no room for denial. He had indeed demanded a warehouse full of intact tomatoes. Red Eye's fury had no outlet, and when he saw Zuo Cheng'an swaggering out of the warehouse with a black dog in tow, he nearly lost all reason. Yet he could do nothing to a player who had already completed their task. But Yu, who had conveniently blundered right into his line of fire, was the perfect target for his rage. Red Eyes tossed aside his half-broken cane, and with a speed imperceptible to the naked eye, crushed Yu's knees. Off. Yu convulsed in agony, tears bursting forth as she became too incoherent even to beg for mercy. And Red Eyes, bathed in the player's screams, listened as if hearing the most divine music. Ordinarily, Red Eyes would have listened to the screams for only a moment before finishing off the player and hurrying to other locations to check on the remaining players' task progress, lest they take advantage of the time to swiftly complete their own missions. But Red Eyes was truly furious today, more furious than he had ever been. From the moment he had to deal with troublesome high-level players on a ship at dawn, without even a moment to change clothes, to rushing to the low-level dungeon to issue tasks, and having to listen to foolish players call his beloved tomatoes Fantia. After issuing the tasks, he had to rush back immediately, only to inexplicably end up in a fight with those high-level players before he could even exchange a few words. If he hadn't been quick to escape, he might have been lost on that ship. How many times had he said he hated water? Yet they never listened and kept assigning him to dungeons with it. Now finally back, he could crush low-level players for amusement, only to find one had given him a massive surprise. His money-making cash cow had been stolen, and the day he could openly take revenge seemed impossibly distant. Wait. A flash of inspiration struck Red Eyes. He extended his claws to calculate the date. It seemed the cleaning day for those 8 turtle shells was almost upon them. Humans were truly a species more prolific than locusts, breeding a multitude before you knew it. But cleaning day was the day of indulgence for game bosses like him. There would be so many people you couldn't kill them all. With his influence, being assigned to a specific dungeon as a cleaner was a trivial matter. Thinking of this, Red Eyes grinned, revealing his bloody maw, and eagerly anticipated the arrival of cleaning day. But future satisfaction was a matter for the future. For now, how could he easily let go of the stress relief toy that had just fallen into his hands? Naturally, he would indulge himself first. Looking at Yu, who was a mess of tears and makeup, begging for a little more time, Red Eyes remarked indifferently, "Oh right, I almost forgot to mention. I detest it when people call tomatoes Fantia." Yu froze, and then a fresh wave of pain shot through her legs. It turned out Red Eyes felt her screams had weakened, so he crushed her thighs as well. I was wrong. Tomatoes. They're tomatoes. Your tomatoes are perfectly grown." Drawing on an astonishing willpower from somewhere, Yu didn't faint from the excruciating pain. Realizing where she had offended the dungeon boss, she scrambled to make amends, begging Red Eyes for leniency. But Red Eyes had grown tired of her voice and moved on to other places. Yu watched helplessly as Red Eyes walked further away, her consciousness fading from blood loss. In her daze, she thought of her boyfriend. If he saw her injuries, he would surely cry from heartache, wouldn't he? Countless steel-toothed rats hidden in the shadows sniffed the scent of blood and cautiously crept closer to the still warm human body. If Zuo Cheng'an were here, he would see the eyeballs that had completely surrounded Yu's body. Dinner time, everyone. The chance to watch a player being devoured bit by bit doesn't come often. Yet we usually see them get smashed, strangled, or crushed. It's thrilling, but it's over in an instant. Not lasting at all. Exactly, I completely agree. In my book, this is second only to the meat can factory throwing people into the machine to be ground into paste. And this is a live feast. Even more rare. Thanks for sharing, bros. A treasure to add to my collection. This is a work of art. The only flaw is that this player screamed for so long earlier that she has no strength left now. The recording feels like it's missing something without the background music. Outside the farm's sheep pen, Wang Guangfei casually tossed the wool blanket he had found in the hut into the pen. Counting this sheepskin, there were now 20 sheep in the pen, but the missing black sheep was still unaccounted for. He looked despairingly at the sun, which had completely set beyond the horizon, and quietly awaited death. Was it truly that if fate wanted someone dead, no matter how they struggled, they would ultimately perish? If his death was an inescapable conclusion, perhaps he should have helped Yu with her work at noon, so she could have had an easier time. Woof, woof, boff. Just then a black figure charged over from the distance. It moved with incredible speed, and its body underwent a earth-shattering transformation as it ran. First a pair of sharp horns sprouted from its forehead, then its 4 claws turned into hooves. In the blink of an eye, the figure had completed its transformation from a black dog into a black sheep. The black sheep took a running start, leaped gracefully over the fence, and mingled with the other sheep inside. Ba-ba. Now all 21 sheep were present. Mota's speed was even more outstanding than its strength. Translated into player stats, it would have at least 13 or 14 points. Thus, although Zuo Cheng'an and Madu set off from the warehouse at almost the same time, their arrival times differed. Not long after Madu returned to its position, Zuo Cheng'an also arrived at the scene. Seeing Madu, who had transformed back into a black sheep in the pen, he was also surprised. So the creature could switch between the two species. Raising one pet meant you could enjoy the dual pleasure of having both a dog and a sheep. But then again, this was a game, so a little abstraction was normal. Knowing that Zuo Cheng'an had come from the warehouse, Wang Guangfei couldn't suppress his curiosity and wanted to ask about his girlfriend. Where's Yu? Did she not come because she's still angry with me? Oh well, it's good that she got out first. Wang Guangfei assumed Yu had already completed her task and left the dungeon, since hers was arguably the easiest of all the players' missions. Zuo Cheng'an looked towards the stain on the open ground in front of the warehouse, his expression unreadable. Wang Guangfei followed his gaze, his heart sinking as his face turned deathly pale. He could not help but worry about Yu's safety as a large rabbit with only one ear slowly approached from the darkness. Red Eye's paws were still stained with human blood, which had dried and matted its soft white fur into clumps of filth. Dear player, have you found the 21 sheep as I instructed? Red Eye sneered, seemingly certain that Wang Guangfei had failed the task. It seems I'll have to go to the trouble of sending you down to reunite with your girlfriend. It then looked Wang Guangfei up and down. Your little girlfriend lost her legs first, so you'll lose your arms first. With that, Red Eye unbridledly released its oppressive aura over Wang Guangfei, but aside from his ashen face upon hearing the news of his girlfriend's brutal death, he showed no other signs of discomfort. Huh, how is that possible? Red Eye was stunned, then crawled to the sheep pen in disbelief to count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It stopped counting, for it had already seen the sheepskin rug on the ground of the pen. Finding the rug meant the trap in the task had already been uncovered. There was no need to count further. Coupled with the player's complete lack of reaction to its intimidating aura, it only confirmed that he had completed the task and remained under the game's protection. Fine, just fine. With that, 4 out of 5 players in the instance had completed their tasks, a survival rate that had broken Red Eye's own record. It was known as the Red Eye the Rookie Butcher. Letting so many players go would surely invite ridicule from its peers. Not just peers, even the audience would hardly believe it. For people actually survived. I thought only 1 or 2 would make it. Same here. I even considered a total wipe, but then I remembered it's a level 1 instance. Even if it's a ladder instance, the difficulty is still there. The game wouldn't let Red Eye run wild. Never expected so many to survive. Probably the pressure of dual instancing. The no escape instance next door is great. Huh. Even the ceiling of the cabin is splattered with gore. Game balance is one thing, but the quality of this batch of players is another. Those twin sisters are rare. They maxed out 2 attributes before challenging. As long as the task isn't beyond their scope, nothing can stop them. Boring. Aside from capturing a video of someone being eaten alive, there's nothing to show for it. But at least Changming Technology's official site has posted the countdown for the Great Purge. We'll get a good feast then. What? It's that soon. The reason they call low-level world people pigs is exactly this. They breed faster than pigs, churning out litters. Apparently the player count is about to explode again. Shouldn't we trim the numbers? I'm back. TCH, isn't the countdown on the official site still half a month away? Look at you all acting like it's tomorrow. Great Purge. Zuo Cheng'an only caught a glimpse of information about the Great Purge because he hadn't been looking at the right moment. By the time he noticed, the relevant comments had already vanished from his sight, replaced by discussions of player deaths. He made a mental note of the term, waiting for other comments or to inquire about it after leaving the instance. However, he saw little about the Great Purge, but plenty about how most players only maxed out 1 attribute before challenging the ladder tower. You'll had mentioned this, Tam. Players have a record of dungeon runs. Once the completion count for a certain level reaches a threshold, rewards gradually diminish. For instance, repeatedly clearing level 1 dungeons might yield 40 points and 2 free attribute points on the first run, but by the 7th or 8th time, even with the same rating, rewards could drop to 5 points and no attribute points. This indirectly forces players to make the most of each opportunity and constantly challenge higher level dungeons. But most players after 10 runs only have enough free attribute points to max out 1 attribute. 2 is considered excellent. If given the choice, everyone would prefer to max out all 3 attributes before challenging the ladder tower for safety. But the game doesn't allow it. After 7 or 8 runs, whatever attribute points you get are what you have. If after 8 runs you haven't even maxed out one attribute, you either pin your hopes on achievements or become a drifter who lives one day at a time, barely surviving week to week, ignoring rewards, and only entering a dungeon at the 7-day deadline to complete the task. The mainstream trend among ordinary players in safe zones is to first raise their level to the first ladder, unlock the numerical cap, then spend the rest of their lives farming level 1 dungeons with enemy attributes between 1 and 15. Even if they only get 2 points as a minimum, it's fine. They can set up a jianbing stall as a side hustle. Then marry, have children, and live a simple life in the safe zone. Safe Zone 7 had a population of 1,000 with 2,000 unladdered players. The ratio showed that unladdered players weren't the majority. The real majority were first ladder players, numbering as high as 5,000. Their average attributes mostly range from 13 to 16. After all, if you keep challenging level 1 and level 2 dungeons, after at most 16 runs you'll no longer gain free attribute points. After that, you either join a large group to tackle level 3 dungeons, risking it all, or settle for mediocrity. Thus, every early dungeon run is crucial for a player. Some players unwilling to be ordinary would rather spend hundreds of points to stay in the safe zone and adjust their state, waiting until their peak before cautiously entering a dungeon. If for safety they avoid new high-reward dungeons and instead run old ones that have been cleared countless times, they should know that a level 1 dungeon might only have 500 free attribute points to distribute, or even fewer. The players who cleared it first have already taken those points, so latecomers get nothing. Following guides to run old dungeons is safe, but there will be no free attribute points, and naturally no growth in strength. By the time players realize the importance of attribute points and try to make up for it, it's too late. Back at the farm, Red Eye, envisioning the ridicule it would face after the instance closed, suddenly regretted letting that female player die too quickly. But there's no medicine for regret. In the end, it could only grit out through its teeth. Congratulations, player, on successfully clearing the instance. At this point, Wang Guangfei could choose to exit the instance. Zuo Cheng'an, seeing nothing else to do, was also ready to leave. He hadn't even spent a day in the house, had just rented, having rushed to break through his attribute cap. But the silent Wang Guangfei suddenly let out a roar of unwillingness, the bloodshot veins in his eyes outnumbering even the game boss. He pulled out a scissor-shaped tool from his inventory and charged at Red Eye with a suicidal frenzy. Red Eye's remaining ear twitched, and instead of fear it was thrilled, getting anxious. You're getting anxious. It was just looking for a human to vent on. It didn't even say player anymore, but human. That showed its excitement. Stupid low-level swine. Let me show you the gap between us. Wang Guangfei, his mind clouded by the news of his girlfriend's death, suddenly found his body locked by a terrifying aura. His heated mind cooled, but it was too late. An icy aura enveloped him, and for a moment, he felt as if all the blood in his veins would freeze. At the same time, a blood-red message box appeared in his vision. Warning: you are attempting to attack the instance boss. Do you wish to initiate a boss battle? Crack! It sounded like a barrier shattering, or perhaps a rule being broken. In Wang Guangfei's sight, Red Eye had shed the harmless appearance he once knew. Its eyes, already like red crystals, deepened in hue and seemed to emit a fluorescent glow. When its lips parted, they stretched to its ears, revealing a mouth no longer filled with playful buck teeth, but a row of sharp fangs stained with blood and shreds of flesh. Simultaneously, its claws grew abruptly to 20 centimeters in length, tipped with curved hooks that seemed to extend and retract, capable of yanking out intestines and guts and scooping out internal organs. The sudden transformation, combined with a soul-shaking aura, left Wang Guangfei forgetting what it might do next. His eyes bulged, his entire body stiffened as if rooted to the spot, as though he had beheld some horrifying creature. But in Zuo Cheng'an's eyes, Red Eye remained the lovable white rabbit image, merely missing one ear, slightly larger in size and clad in tattered clothes. Could it be that the game, to protect players' eyes, had applied a filter to the boss? Once a mission failed or an attack was launched against the boss, this filter would shatter. Facing an opponent on a completely different level, Wang Guangfei couldn't muster the slightest will to resist. Seeing the system's message box, he shouted, "Cancel. Cancel the boss battle." The moment he spoke, Red Eye's true form faded, reverting to its harmless white rabbit guise. Even with the tattered evening dress making Red Eye look somewhat bedraggled, Wang Guangfei could not bring himself to laugh. Fortunately, he had only entertained the thought of resisting the boss. The scissors in his hand had not yet been thrust. There was still room for regret. Had his mind grown hot-headed and he recklessly hurled the weapon at Red Eye, he wouldn't have been able to cancel the boss battle with a mere word. Zuo Cheng'an narrowed his eyes, focusing on the top of Red Eye's head. HP 51.75. He recalled that when he last checked, Red Eye's health bar was at 42.77. With one ear severed and countless wounds across its body, after all this time its health had increased instead of decreased. Was its self-healing ability this formidable? Not to mention whether Wang Guangfei's attack could even touch Red Eye, the damage from his scissors might not even match the boss' natural recovery rate. In the end, he had slammed on the brakes just in time, avoiding a suicidal charge. Sigh, another one blinded by love. Didn't he break up? Why is he still seeking revenge for his ex-girlfriend? It's a pity we missed seeing it too. Zero massacre by just a hair. Can't figure it out either. Girlfriends are only my sweet little darlings when they're with me. Once we part, even if her dismembered body is thrown before me, I wouldn't bat an eye. People from lower worlds are all like this. Even after a huge fight, they still hold each other in their hearts. How awkward. What's so special about that? I've seen a pair of siblings before. The brother constantly said he hated his sister and told her to get lost, but in the end he gave up the only clearance slot for her. I specifically observed that after the sister cleared, she didn't last a few weeks before committing suicide in a dungeon. I've also seen couples who bickered and fought daily swore never to see each other again, yet when one got hurt the other secretly sought revenge. Though the audience behind the eyeballs were also humans, they seemed innately cold and extremely self-centered, finding it hard to comprehend certain player behaviors. Was it necessary to discard emotions like empathy to evolve into a higher life form? The audience often threw around phrases like lower worlds, belittling human technology and behavior in every word. In their eyes, humans governed by emotions were a sign of incomplete evolution. Only they possessing absolute rationality were the successfully evolved advanced species. Zuo Cheng'an didn't understand. In his view, both rationality and emotion were essential components of a complete human, neither could be lacking. But one thing was clear: one day, he would personally crush those eyeballs one by one, then cast the audience hiding behind the bullet comments into the game, making them experience firsthand the so-called dungeons that even kindergarten graduates could clear without taking damage. Let's see if they could still laugh so joyfully then. Inside the farm, after going through the formulaic procedures, red-eye shot Zuo Cheng'an a fierce glare as if to etch his face into memory, then vanished from the spot in an instant. With the boss departure, the game's notification echoed through the dungeon: game over. 14779 Uncle Muz's farm will close in 1 hour. Having endured a relentless barrage of mental assaults in a single day, Wang Guangfei was more than just dispirited. He looked as if he had aged a full cycle. Partings of life and death were all too common in the game, unavoidable even for top-tier players who had ascended the 5th ladder. Lower-level players were long accustomed to it. Phew. Wang Guangfei let out a deep breath, steadying his emotions. Brother, it's all thanks to you that we cleared this time. Add me as a friend, and I'll transfer you some points later. Zuo Cheng'an had no reason to refuse the points handed to him on a silver platter. He readily accepted Wang Guangfei's friend request, while Wang Guangfei had already left the dungeon to settle his rewards. After all, it was a ladder dungeon with rewards far richer than ordinary ones. Many players once unknown before climbing the ladder began making a name for themselves in the game after clearing a ladder dungeon. Seeing that all the surviving players had left the dungeon, Zuo Cheng'an was in no hurry to return. Instead, he took an extra stroll around the farm. He had noticed earlier that ever since the dungeon's name changed, the farm animals had been trending toward the rather normal image seen in the photo on the 2nd floor of the cottage. Now that these animals had reverted, how would the next wave of players complete their tasks? Collecting eggs was no challenge at all. The cow sheet had been clean, spotless, and the tomatoes were nearly all picked. Even the dungeon host should be replaced from red-eye to someone else, right? Ding. Detected internal environmental change in 14779 Uncle Muz's farm. Undergoing rectification. Temporarily revoking entry qualification to the dungeon hall. Normally, dungeons used in the ladder tower would, after being cleared by players, flow into the dungeon hall for ordinary players to use. Players who successfully cleared the ladder dungeon on its first run held the first-hand dungeon guide, which they could either sell to guilds or release publicly. But if during the first opening of a ladder dungeon a destructive player entered and wreaked havoc on its interior, the dungeon would be sent back for maintenance and temporarily barred from the dungeon hall. Once rectified, it would either transform into a completely new dungeon or undergo various fine adjustments, altering the clearance method from before. Zuo Cheng'an's series of actions had even replaced the farms behind Toxin's boss. Fortunately, only the dungeon host was missing. The general environment remained intact, requiring only minor rule tweaks to be put back into service. Indeed, just 10 minutes later, Zuo Cheng'an, who was still lingering in the instance, discovered that although the number and name remained the same, the content of the game had changed from completing the tasks assigned by the host to successfully surviving on the farm for 10 days. Suddenly, the mission had turned into a survival challenge. During these 10 days, players had to hide in the farm taking care of animals while fending off wave after wave of attacks from the howling tomatoes outside the farm. If the tomatoes managed to invade the farm shack or any animals suffered casualties, the mission would fail. Seeing this, Zuo Cheng'an gazed towards the fields outside the farm. The tomatoes, which had originally been obediently rooted in the soil regardless of whether they bore fruit or not, were all struggling to uproot themselves and gathering around the farm. Well, then the next wave of players would directly enter the zombie crisis mode. Zuo Cheng'an, the instigator of it all, felt a tinge of guilt and decisively fled. Just as his body was about to be transmitted away, a vigorous woof sounded beside him. Mo Do unexpectedly jumped out from the sheep pen, following the scent to find him. It didn't remember much from before becoming an NPC in the instance, but the hatred for the red-eyed still drove it. Since ordinary NPCs couldn't fight against the game boss, it decided to escape the instance. Time to find a strong ally. After some selections, Zuo Cheng'an, who was powerful and helped it reclaim the farm, fit the bill perfectly. Mo Do ran with a leap and pounced, and together they were transmitted away from the instance. Congratulations, player, you have obtained the companion Mo Do. Mo Do category player companion abilities: herding, guarding, washing, cooking 4 dishes, and a soup. Consumes only a handful of grass for 100 kilometers. Description: whether it's cattle and horses on the grassland or in an office building, it can help you herd them all. A familiar feeling of weightlessness washed over him, and 2 options appeared before Zuo Cheng'an. One was to teleport directly back to the house he had just rented, and the other was to return beside the Sky Ladder Tower. Zuo Cheng'an chose to go back to the Sky Ladder Tower, having spent an entire day in the instance without eating anything to fill his stomach except for 2 tomatoes he forced himself to swallow. Before heading back to the rental, he needed to sort out food for himself and Mo Do. The moment he made his choice, Zuo Cheng'an appeared at the entrance of the Sky Ladder Tower. Surrounded by players coming and going, he felt as if he had just emerged from a novice instance, unable to hear their conversations, and other players couldn't see the suddenly appearing Zuo Cheng'an. The settlement panel popped up. Congratulations, player, for passing the first Sky Ladder instance assessment. The stats have been unlocked. Reward settlement in progress. Overall evaluation S gained free attribute points 16. The cap for level 1 Sky Ladder instance is 8. Level rating rewards are doubled. Gain points 200. The cap for level 1 Sky Ladder instance is 100. Level rating rewards are doubled. Congratulations on successfully clearing the unreleased instance and achieving the Pioneer achievement. Free attribute points 3. With 16 points from the instance rewards and 3 points from the achievement, along with the 2 points left over from the panel's, Zuo Cheng'an now had 21 free attribute points. Under the premise of limited resources, balance only breeds mediocrity. After 2 games, Zuo Cheng'an deeply understood the importance of strength for players. Without enough strength, even breaking through a monster's defense was impossible. Next came Constitution, allowing him to endure a bit longer when low on health, and finally speed. Because in low-level instances the spaces were not very large, having high speed wouldn't matter if he couldn't run away. Perhaps only by choosing instances in large cities or squares would the speed attribute be beneficial. As long as he avoided choosing large scene instances until his speed attribute improved, he would be fine, right? Zuo Cheng'an thought this and quickly allocated his points, adding 10 points to strength, 8 to constitution, and 3 to speed. After allocating the points, Zuo Cheng'an's panel changed to players. Zuo Cheng'an level 1 Sky Ladder Spirit 5, 8, 100 constitution, 18 strength, 20 speed, 13 items tetanus potion, X131 scoundrel glasses mutton jerky, 2 pieces swift mouse dagger, shepherd dog bell skills eye of truth. The 20 points in strength were not the limit. The after the value had not turned gray, indicating that as long as he had free attribute points, he could continue to allocate them. Would he only encounter the first Sky Ladder bottleneck at 30 or even 40? That would be a significant project. Even if he received an S rating every time in the instance, swiftly making up the difference was no simple matter. Hopefully the upper limit of free points in higher level instances would also be raised. Aside from the changes in values, the panel's level changed from not on the ladder to first Sky Ladder, and his spirit dropped to a dangerous range of 58. Based on what those twin sisters had said combined with information extracted from the barrage. Continuously entering instances would cause a decrease in spirit value, and falling below 60 points could lead to distortion of the body within the instance. Although it was reversible, the accompanying effects like confusion, increased violent emotions, and loss of bodily control were very real. Looking later, Zuo Cheng'an noticed the swift mouse dagger and shepherd dog bell that had appeared in his item bar. The bell was useless to him. It originally belonged to Mo Do, so it was only right to return it. As for the swift mouse dagger, he'd keep it for now. He didn't lack points at the moment, and once he had enough in used items, he could set up a stall to sell. What Zuo Cheng'an didn't know was that after he was the last player to leave the instance, the slightly updated instance Uncle Mew's farm automatically entered the instance hall, accompanied by the announcement, "Congratulations, players Fuyu Zuo Cheng'an Wang Guangfei for clearing the Sky Ladder Tower instance 14,779 of the game broadcast." All first-time players of instances received the honor of being announced to the entire venue. The level of the instance cleared would be announced repeatedly. As a result, most players in the hall would exclaim in admiration, noting that 4 new players had advanced to the first Sky Ladder, and after a brief internal reflection, they returned to their own activities. The first Sky Ladder may be powerful for ordinary people, but don't forget that across the entire No. 7 safe zone, there are a full 50,000 players at the first Sky Ladder level. In fact, nearly half of the players in the instance hall were at the first Sky Ladder level. Similar announcements of clearing the Sky Ladder Tower instances could ring out a dozen times a day, so it was naturally not that rare. Those particularly interested in this were often the members of large guilds responsible for gathering instance intelligence. The instances dispatched from the Sky Ladder Tower were their favorite kind. They didn't need to send their own people in to strategize, just find the clearing players and purchase strategies from them, saving a lot of trouble. Therefore, as soon as the announcement appeared, someone quickly searched for the players who cleared instance 14,779 by their names, eager to buy first-hand exclusive strategies, preferably a buyout. As for Wang Guangfei and the others who cleared the instance, discovering that the instance task had changed rendered their experience utterly useless, but that was another sad story. Putting the bell back on Mo Do, the shield enveloping both him and the dog gradually vanished, and Zuo Cheng'an's figure appeared in front of the crowd. Many players who intended to enter instances but were hesitant to act looked on with envious eyes. Appearing outside the Sky Ladder Tower meant that he had just passed the first Sky Ladder trial. The experts would teleport directly home or into the tower. Even at the lowest first Sky Ladder level 1 could still receive a guaranteed 1 point every week, allowing them to at least live like a person in the know. 7. Safe Zone. If lucky with a skill, they might even join a decent guild. Members of guilds lurking nearby for potential players gradually approached, wanting to invite Zuo Cheng'an to join. Zuo Cheng'an had no intention of joining a guild and didn't want to entangle with these people. He initially thought to find a chance to ask other players about the great cleanup, but the enthusiasm of the surrounding players was overwhelming, almost comparable to those who previously offered to be guides, if not more. At least those who volunteered to be guides had some unwritten rules with only one person approaching at a time, but now a whole crowd had gathered. Tighter than garlic. At this moment, Zuo Cheng'an slightly regretted not allocating more free points to speed. This way, getting rid of the entanglement would have been easier. With its speed maxed out, it could cover 100 meters in just 6 seconds during a full sprint. Mo Do transformed into a black sheep and charged ahead, clearing the path, while Zuo Cheng'an followed behind in a frantic escape. Fortunately, Mo Do's actions weren't flagged by the game. It was likely judged as self-defense or a special way to move through crowded areas. Any guild that needed to recruit players and treated those on the first ladder as treasures was hardly a good one. The ones out chasing performance hadn't even reached the first ladder themselves. They were all unranked players whose attributes hadn't been maxed out. Before long, they were left in the dust by Zuo Cheng'an and Mo Do. Following the signs, Zuo Cheng'an led Mo Do to the largest department store in the safe zone. He planned to buy ingredients for making tomato sauce and stock up on supplies. To sustain 100,000 people in the safe zone without production, the storage capacity here was unimaginable. Covering over 1,000 acres and standing 9 stories high, it had everything from the real world updated simultaneously. Instant noodle brands that required going abroad to buy in reality could be found just by switching shelves here. In short, aside from certain contraband, there was nothing you couldn't get here. As for adult products, those weren't inappropriate. They were necessities for adults. A reasonable outlet for stress. Given the massive scale of the venue, it was fortunate that players had extraordinary stamina and speed aided by the game system. Otherwise, even a routine shopping trip would leave them exhausted. Thinking of the keyword food, Zuo Cheng'an was teleported to the food section the moment he entered the department store. Like any regular supermarket, snacks, instant foods, fruits, and vegetables were all grouped together on a single expansive floor. After picking his items, Zuo Cheng'an turned around to see Mo Do wandering over to the fruit and vegetable section, drooling over the fresh grass under the protective barrier. Zuo Cheng'an silently put down the dog food, kibble, and biscuits, head selected, replacing them with large bundles of fresh grass. No wonder Mo Do hadn't glanced at the pet snack section. It turned out he was a herbivore. Had he forgotten his species diet after being a sheep for too long? Zuo Cheng'an sighed helplessly but indulged Mo Do's preference, buying not only tender, juicy premium grass, but also cabbages and small radishes. The safe zone had pets. Some, like Mo Do, were companions with formidable combat power, while others were ordinary animals. The department store even had a pet section where using points one could buy animals protected in the real world. After all, players had to enter a dungeon every week. Skipping it cost 100 points. The daily pressure was immense, and they desperately needed companionship. That's where the importance of pets came in. When stressed, cuddling them worked better than medicine. Of course, different people had different ways of healing themselves. Keeping a pet was just one of them. During his shoppings, Zuo Cheng'an also tried to strike up conversations with other players asking about the Great Purge. But those 3 words seemed to be a monster. Players who had been happily shopping would suddenly change color at the mention of the Great Purge and hurry away, looking at Zuo Cheng'an as if to say, "Are you crazy?" Zuo Cheng'an was itching with curiosity. If only Head kept you less contact info, he wouldn't be stuck without anyone to ask. And red eyes. Head said he'd make things tough when the Great Purge came. Did that refer to some kind of massive dungeon? If only he could multitask, he wouldn't have to worry about missing the comments. The people posting comments had no idea what was in their heads. Their words were completely illogical, jumping from one topic to another like a math class, where picking up a dropped pin meant you'd never catch up. Pushing his questions about the Great Purge aside, Zuo Cheng'an checked the bill after checkout and marveled again that in the safe zone, as long as you avoided items and housing points were really valuable. A full cart of supplies plus 2 carts of grass came to only 13 points in total. Well, that was easy to say. When he added Wang Guangfei as a friend, Wang had already transferred the agreed points to Zuo Cheng'an, a full 20 points. After all the spending, his points hadn't decreased, they'd actually increased by 7. Zuo Cheng'an chatted with him briefly and learned that most players earned between 2 and 20 points per dungeon run, with over 50 being extremely rare. 2 points were the bare minimum the dungeon offered as a welfare. Even for dungeons that had been cleared countless times, as long as you went in, you'd get at least 2 points. With the prices in the safe zone, that meant as long as you dared to enter a dungeon, you wouldn't starve. During his chat with Wang Guangfei, Zuo Cheng'an found an opening to casually bring up the Great Purge. Fortunately, this time, he got an explanation. It turned out the Great Purge was the game's way of reducing the player population. With low living costs, even the most useless players could clear low-level dungeons using guides, and with perks like pregnant women not having to enter dungeons, the safe zone had seen a steady rise in newborns for years. Safe Zone 7 was established over a decade ago, and the player count hadn't shown much growth, stabilizing at around 100,000. That was the ideal number for a safe zone. But in older zones like 1 and 2, the population had exploded to over 1 million. There weren't even enough park bridges and tunnels to sleep in. Bedding had spilled into every building. When the game detected too many players in a safe zone, it would forcibly throw them into a massive dungeon along with hordes of monsters for a no-holds-barred massacre. This was to quickly relieve pressure on the safe zone. But when older zones lost players, they dragged the newer ones along for the ride. After hearing the explanation, Zuo Cheng'an instantly understood why the player levels in Safe Zone 7 were so abnormal. Logically, higher-level players should be fewer, but here there were 20,000 unranked players and 50,000 on the first ladder. The latter far outnumbered the former, defying common sense. So that was the problem. The Great Purge serves a dual purpose. It weeds out those who merely coast through life, while simultaneously igniting the latent potential of others, driving them relentlessly upward. Even those who had been lying idle the day before would, upon hearing of the Great Purge, force themselves to train and rush into dungeons. Yet, judging by the state of players who knew the truth, those he'd just questioned, it seemed newly entered players would struggle even to learn of the Great Purge's existence. Having resolved his inner doubts, Zuo Cheng'an thanked Wang Guangfei and was about to exit the interface when he noticed a new friend request notification. Opening it, he found requests from Zheng Run and Li Yueqiu, players he'd met in the novice dungeon Scream Night. As for the two elder players, He Jinmei and Zhao Qingyuan, they had not sent any requests. That made sense. They belonged to entirely different generations with little in common to discuss. After accepting the request, Li Yueqiu immediately sent a greeting message. Its essence, stripped bare, was simply, "Please take me along. Take me along. Take me along." Zheng Run remained silent. The system indicated he was currently inside a dungeon. Had he already rushed into another? Remarkably diligent. A player's current level is visible in the friend list. For instance, beneath Li Yueqiu's avatar appeared the words, "unranked." She must have already seen the first ladder insignia beneath his own avatar, and thus proactively reached out, hoping to be carried along. Thinking of Li Yueqiu, Zuo Cheng'an recalled her double kick skill. Having cleared the novice dungeon once, she ought to have allocated enough attribute points to Constitution, reaching at least the minimum required 7 points. This skill packed formidable power, and its wielder, though naive, was kind-hearted and obedient, making her easy to direct. His solitary experience in the Farm 5-player dungeon had sharpened his caution. Fortunately, the farm quest involved no faction-based conflict or competitive elements. Viewers in the livestream commentary had remarked that certain dungeon NPCs delighted in dividing players into rival teams, then pitting them against one another in bloody strife. A lone player drawn into such a dungeon would become the first target, immediately overwhelmed and eliminated. While Zuo Cheng'an feared no targeting in dungeons under 10 players, what if 50-player, or even 100-player, dungeons? What if 99 of those 100 belonged to the same guild, united and purpose-bound as one unbreakable cord? How could the remaining few possibly contend? Even if he possessed unmatched prowess, capable of standing alone against 100, he would still falter where cooperation was essential should his allies refuse to coordinate. Thus, joining a guild was optional, but entering a dungeon without at least one reliable ally, even if merely a placeholder, was truly untenable. Weighing all factors, Li Yueqiu proved an excellent choice. He knew her well, she was capable in combat, and most importantly, gentle-hearted and compliant. As for ill intent, recalling her clear, guileless eyes, innocent and untouched by worldly cunning, he conceded she might harbor small human selfishness, but certainly nothing malicious or treacherous. With that settled, Zuo Cheng'an agreed to bring her along on his next dungeon run. Li Yueqiu assumed he meant a relatively fresh level 1 dungeon, and instantly blossomed with delight, showering him with flattery so effusive it didn't merely bloom, it conjured rainbows. She had no idea that bringing her along meant a level 2 dungeon, the highest yield one, opened only a handful of times. Li Yueqiu, danger. As their private chat ended, Zuo Cheng'an returned to his rented apartment, where Modu, unable to wait any longer, tore open the packaging of hay and vegetables, crunching crisp radishes and chewy hay, alternately washing each bite down with cool water, thoroughly savoring every morsel. Zuo Cheng'an retrieved an empty bowl, then opened his personal interface and attempted to synthesize Mujo brand tomato sauce using raw ingredients. The interface noted this sauce was a time-honored brand from Tianti City, widely beloved and the quintessential gift. In plain terms understood by players, it could be traded with NPCs. As for consumption, its effects remained unknown until one batch was actually produced and tested. The jar unearthed from the farm warehouse had long since spoiled and lost all efficacy, rendering it useless as a reference. Following the recipe, Zuo Cheng'an assembled fragrant tomatoes 1, granulated sugar 1, electrified honey 1, and other required materials. Instantly, the game displayed a prompt: begin synthesis. Yes, a golden light flashed, and the pile of raw ingredients transformed into a pool of tangerine tomato sauce. perhaps due to the Honey Muzhou brand's hue, was noticeably lighter than ordinary tomato sauce. It resembled sweetened sour sauce, yet redder. Muzhou brand tomato sauce. Category food. Effect restores injuries when consumed. Enhances healing properties when added to stir-fried dishes. Limitation: body may be too weak to absorb excessive nourishment. Consume in small, frequent doses. Description: as long as beef and tomato stew endures, all others remain mere princes. Zuo Cheng'an scooped up a spoonful and tasted it. The moment the sauce touched his tongue, the rich, concentrated aroma of tomatoes exploded across his palate, its texture retaining a delicate, velvety softness. It began tart, swiftly mellowed into sweetness, and settled into a perfectly balanced tang-sweet harmony. Even he, who normally disliked sweetness, found it utterly palatable. Without exaggeration, this sauce could make even shoe leather taste delicious enough to finish 2 full bowls of rice. A dollop paired with bread, or stirred into a stir-fry, would elevate the entire dish to a new level. With this recipe, Zuo Cheng'an could, in theory, set up a street stall selling jianbing and amass fortune without ever stepping foot in a dungeon. Of course, that was impossible. Far more valuable than flavor was the sauce's injury-healing effect. If potent enough to replace conventional healing items, it could be portioned into small vials and sold as medicinal consumables. Then he could set up a stall at the marketplace. Wait, why did setting up a stall keep recurring? Zuo Cheng'an drew the swift rat dagger and slashed sharply, swiftly, and precisely across his forearm. So keen was the blade that he felt almost no pain. Only later, when blood streamed down his arm and assaulted both sight and scent, did the searing burn of the wound register. Such a wound in the real world would demand 4 or 5 stitches, but here in the game, Zuo Cheng'an promptly scooped up a generous spoonful of tomato sauce. The moment the sauce touched his tongue, its rich tomato fragrance still lingering, the oozing wound on his forearm had already scabbed over, and the fiery sting vanished completely. By the time the sauce's flavor faded from his mouth, the scab had darkened to deep brown. When gently peeled away, it revealed fresh, tender porcelain smooth skin beneath, while the blood spilled onto the table hadn't yet fully coagulated. An extraordinary item, truly a marvel beyond measure. Zuo Cheng'an instantly gazed upon the remaining half-bowl of sauce, as if beholding a priceless treasure. The single spoonful he'd just consumed matched the size of a ketchup packet served with a burger. Yet the sauce left in the bowl was more than sufficient to fill 8, 9, or even 10 individual packets. Its sole drawback lay in its origin. Unlike real-world goods, in-game merchandise sold at department stores was not only expensive, but strictly limited in quantity. He had emptied the shelves of electrified honey, and even then it barely sufficed for 1 batch of sauce. 2 fragrant tomatoes remained along with some meat, perfect for preparing a game-flavored beef and tomato stew that very evening. This production volume is sufficient for personal use and a small amount for sale, but it is far from enough to grow stronger. Moreover, he has not yet experimented with whether the amount of ketchup required for healing would increase when his injuries are severe and whether there would be a bottleneck. For example, when the wound is small, recovery is quick, but as the wound expands, the recovery effect slows down. These aspects need to be explored gradually in the future. After tidying up the mess on the table, Zuo Cheng'an made plans. The healing effect of ketchup was an unexpected delight, reminding him of Zheng Ren's healing items. At that time, he had only half a breath left. After consuming a gummy bear, he managed to hold on. In 10 minutes, he could support himself against the wall, and in 5 more minutes, he felt as if nothing had happened. With the ketchup formula in hand, he would save a significant amount on healing items in the future. Even if he couldn't enter dungeons temporarily for various reasons, he wouldn't lack points to spend. Thinking of the points, Zuo Cheng'an deliberately checked his savings. He received an S-level rating for both dungeons, and although the level 1 dungeon had a one-time maximum of 100 points, the S-level rating doubled his rewards, allowing him to earn 400 points. After spending 25 points on treating internal injuries, 5 points for bringing Yu Lu around, 30 points on rent, and 13 points on supplies, Wang Guangfei transferred him another 20 points, resulting in a final balance of 340 points. Even just for rent, it was enough for him to cover 10 weeks or 2 months. With money in his pocket, he thought about how to spend it. Saving was not an option. Turning the room back into a black sheet for Mudo to graze, Zuo Cheng'an prepared himself a tomato beef rice bowl, planning to head to the trading market the next day for some luck. He planned to rest for 3 or 4 days to recover some mental energy before attempting the level 2 dungeon. Before going, he needed to get himself a good offensive item, and if his balance allowed, he would also acquire a skill, especially to see if there was something that could allow multitasking. Zuo Cheng'an felt that skills were quite precarious. Powerful skills did not have usage limits like most items. For now, he set the price aside. Whether anyone was selling them was another issue. As he asked himself, if he obtained a really good skill, he would definitely use it for himself first. The next morning, Zuo Cheng'an wasn't sure if it was morning. He had just eaten well and slept soundly through the night. There are clocks in the safe zone, but there is no distinction between day and night. The outside world is continuously illuminated, and he doesn't know what the light source is. Even outdoors, the streets are as bright as daytime despite the absence of streetlights. This is one reason why bridge tunnels are more popular than outdoor parks. A bridge tunnel can be considered a semi-indoor environment, and to reduce the player's sense of discomfort, there are shadows under the bridge. Players do not need to exhaust themselves. They can simply lie down on the ground and fall asleep without even needing a sleep mask. Indoors is better. Turning off the lights and drawing the curtains makes it pitch dark. Woof! Seeing that Zuo Cheng'an was about to go out, Mu Do wagged its tail, wanting to follow. It had been closely following Zuo Cheng'an without leaving his side. No, Mu Do, you can't come with me. Oh whoa, being adorable won't work. Don't forget you ate half of my pot of tomato beef last night. Zuo Cheng'an pointed to the clean frying pan on the stove, reminding Mu Do of the crime scene that had yet to be cleaned up. Mu Do, shifting eyes, seizing the opportunity of Mu Do's guilt, Zuo Cheng'an dashed out of the room, and in the next moment, he was at the entrance of the dungeon hall. The dungeon hall was bustling with activity, with vendors calling out strategies, team leaders shouting for groups, and players indecisively trying to choose a dungeon. It appeared busier than a shopping mall. Just as Zuo Cheng'an was about to leave the hall for the nearby market, there was a stir in the hall. He paused to listen and learned that the 100 players who had entered the level 3 dungeon No Way Out yesterday had returned. Each dungeon has a different passage of time. Only 1 day had passed in the safe zone, but 3 days had elapsed in the No Way Out dungeon. Unlike the grand team of 100 who set out, fewer than 20 players returned alive. These surviving players seemed to have utilized the game's healing function. Apart from being covered in blood, their limbs were intact. However, the large patches of blood on their clothing, and some even had torn pant legs or sleeves, indicated the severity of their injuries before treatment. Seeing this, Zuo Cheng'an decided to stay curious to gather some information. Any tidbit would be valuable. Even knowing just one attack method of the red eye would be a gain. The more than 20 players who had just exited the dungeon and were still conscious chose to quickly heal their injuries using points, but those who had lost consciousness were beyond help. They could only rely on items to hold on to life, while waiting for guild members to come to their aid. The players from the same guild stayed guarding their incapacitated companions. They couldn't move easily, and soon they were surrounded by a terrifying crowd in the dungeon hall, forming a wall of people. Concerned that the approaching crowd might hinder the injured on the ground from breathing, guild members helped maintain order, preventing onlookers from getting too close. Having invested heavily in physical attributes, Zuo Cheng'an's eyesight and hearing were much sharper than normal, allowing him to easily overhear the discussions around him. A tall, thin young man was shocked after hearing his friend's words. What? Are you saying that the leader-level figure from the Xiaoya Guild personally went down and still couldn't clear a level 3 dungeon? Are you joking? That's a player from the 4th tier. Others chimed in. Right. Players going into dungeons below their level usually win effortlessly, right? How could they possibly fail? Who told you that high-level players breezing through low-level dungeons is a given? That only applies to level 1 and 2 dungeons. In level 3 dungeons and beyond, the game randomly throws bosses in. They'll teach you a lesson in no time. But having a 4th tier player and more than 70 3rd tier players, even with 2 major guilds teaming up, not being able to handle a level 3 dungeon is too much. You don't know this. My brother's ex-girlfriend's best friend's boyfriend is from the Fiji Guild, so he hears the news. I've heard that in the previous run of the No Way Out dungeon, they were just unlucky and encountered a batch with the boss Red Eye stationed there. Encountering a boss is only possible if the leaders of the 3 major guilds come personally. Otherwise, don't expect a perfect clearance. That's just bad luck. Previous runs didn't have a boss, but as soon as the 4th tier big shot led the team, a boss showed up. Speaking of not clearing the dungeon, isn't it just a dead end? How could so many people come out? This time it was a member of the Xiaoya Guild maintaining order. He hadn't participated in the No Way Out strategy action, but had learned about the cruelty within the dungeon from his companions. Players who entered the No Escape instance only needed to enjoy a leisurely vacation aboard the ship, eating and drinking well to survive the half-month duration. At most, they would have to fight off passengers who turned into zombies with a hidden objective to trace the virus origin. The latter was optional, as long as one didn't pursue a high-score completion. The instance posed virtually no challenge. However, shortly after the game began, the ladder boss Red Eye appeared in the instance. It was common knowledge that whenever a ladder boss emerged, the instance difficulty would instantly escalate by at least 1 tier. Red Eye's presence elevated the instance's level drastically, empowering the zombies. Many players still on the 2nd tier of the ladder found themselves overwhelmed, suffering massive casualties. Gon Ran, the leader of the Xiaoya Guild, had no choice but to abandon the goal of perfecting the instance and instead seek nodes for alternate completion. Instances of tier 3 and above not only had a chance to trigger a ladder boss arrival, but also offered multiple methods of completion. Presumably, the game did not wish to see a large number of high-tier players perish in the process of exploring instances, leaving behind some escape routes. After all, only by carrying information out of the instance could their deaths hold value, increasing the probability of success for subsequent players. The existence of multiple exits to an instance was designed to provide players with a path of retreat when they realized they could no longer hold on. This was the distinction between perfect completion and alternate completion. Tier 1 instances had no such concept. Tier 2 instances only rarely featured it. From Tier 3 upward, all instances were fully divided into these 2 paths. Perfect completion meant fulfilling the initial tasks presented on the panel, completing the instance through the standard procedure, and receiving the normal rewards. Alternate completion, on the other hand, took various forms. It could be triggered by completing a commission from an NPC within the instance, entering a specific passage, or defeating a certain mini-boss. Ultimately, the only routine offer was the option to spend points to heal injuries with no rewards granted to players. Perhaps allowing players to leave the instance alive was the greatest reward of all. After exploration by several groups of players, although no team had yet achieved a perfect completion of the no-escape instance, the time nodes for several early alternate completions had been identified. The first node occurred on the evening of the first day after the instance began, when a private helicopter would land on the cruise ship. As long as one boarded that helicopter and successfully flew it away, the option to leave instance would appear in the player's mind. However, a private small helicopter could accommodate at most 4 people. In a large instance with 100 players, this was clearly the least favorable option. The second node had no player limit, nor did it require precise timing. According to known intelligence, players could leave through this second node at any time within the first 10 days of the instance. What happened after 10 days was unknown, as no player had managed to hold out that long and successfully exit the instance. In the normal flow of the game, a small zombie tide would erupt on the 3rd day after the ship set sail with low difficulty. However, with the latter boss Red Eye joining, what was originally a dozen zombies turned into hundreds. The zombified NPCs included all key crew members and technical personnel responsible for ship maintenance and repair, almost instantly paralyzing the entire vessel. Moreover, the upgraded zombie virus had a longer incubation period and higher infectivity. Infected hosts became far more powerful. Even plants and fish in the surrounding waters mutated into zombie-like monsters. At this point, the instance's difficulty had completely surpassed the Tier 3 level, approaching Tier 4 or even Tier 5. Therefore, Ran, the leader of the Xia Guild, decisively abandoned the original plan to push forward and chose to lead the players out of the instance via the second alternate completion path that had always existed in the game. That path was to use the escape pods on the cruise ship. However, even an alternate completion would not allow players to achieve it easily, otherwise the instance would become a resort where one could come and go at will. To leave via an escape pod, players had to complete a series of complex steps: learn the location of the escape pods, find the key to the room storing the escape pods, fight through waves of enemies to reach that room, successfully break through the zombie blockade, inflate the escape pod, and launch it onto the sea, and amidst layers of mutated fish monsters, paddle the escape pod to a point at least 1 kilometer away from the ship. For the first 2 tasks, locating the escape pods and finding the key, previous groups of players had already determined their positions. Later players only needed to follow the intelligence and head directly there, saving time on investigation. Thus, Ran's team only needed to handle the remaining tasks. As expected, at this critical moment, a villain had to emerge. At the pivotal moment, the wretched Red Eye jumped out to cause trouble, leading a horde of zombie minions and personally guarding the only path to the escape pod storage room, as if determined to hold out until the end of time. Meanwhile, a large number of players in the team had already been infected with the new zombie virus. Their items could not cure the enhanced version of the virus from the boss, and they had to return to a safe zone for treatment as soon as possible. The players could not afford a single second of delay. For this reason, they had no choice but to actively attack Red Eye and initiate a boss battle. The outcome was what everyone witnessed. Although the boss fled, the players suffered heavy losses. Out of a group of 100, only 20-odd survived, with several lying on the ground unconscious, their fate uncertain. Nevertheless, this result was far better than total annihilation, especially in an instance where a ladder boss had descended. Achieving such a survival rate was a testament to Ran's excellent leadership. As the player from Xia Guild who was restoring order recounted, every word brimmed with pride. As if proud to belong to such a guild. And indeed, it was worthy of pride. Red Eye had been driven away and panic reduced to venting its anger on low-level players. If the players hadn't been in a hurry to exit the instance and treat the wounded with no time to pursue the boss, Red Eye might not have had the chance to escape with half its health. Zuo Cheng'an had personally witnessed Red Eye's disheveled state when it first fled from the no-escape instance. It had clearly overplayed its hand and nearly been trapped inside. After mingling in the crowd for a long time without gathering any new information, Zuo Cheng'an followed his original plan and headed to the market. From a distance, he saw the lively scene of guides at the market entrance pitching their services to new players. Newcomers who had just settled their beginner quest rewards were still bewildered when attractive men or women enthusiastically surrounded them, asking if they needed some special service. When asked what the special service was, it turned out to be a guide. Zuo Cheng'an scanned the market entrance and quickly spotted Yulu among a group of children. Yulu also saw Zuo Cheng'an and waved at him from afar. As his first client after becoming independent, Yulu remembered him quite well. Zuo Cheng'an waved back in response. Yesterday, with only Yulu present, the difference wasn't apparent, but today, with over a dozen children standing together, the contrast was stark. Though all were dressed as boys, a closer look revealed that several of the more delicate-featured ones, including Yulu, were actually girls. Indeed, within the complex environment of the game, the safe zone had rules to ensure player safety, but this protection vanished once inside a dungeon. If a child without parental protection was followed into a dungeon by someone with ill intent, they would have no means to resist. In the safe zones, Zuo Cheng'an had seen families of 4 or 5, just like in the real world. The only difference was that their daily currency was points and parents occasionally had to venture into dungeons together. Otherwise, it was no different from a real-world family. However, dungeons were not places for leisure and vacation. No matter how thoroughly a dungeon had been explored, it could not prevent players from courting death through reckless actions or dying from negligence. Once parents died, if their child was over 10 years old, they would automatically inherit their parents' items and points and would have to fend for themselves. If under 10, the game would take over providing unified education and care until they turned 10, after which they would leave the Welfare Institute and move into the safe zone to live on their own. Undoubtedly, children with parents were fortunate. With their parents' support, they could laze around at home for a few years until they reached 13 or 14, when their bodies were stronger before starting to tackle dungeons. With parental guidance, their survival rates and adaptation speed would be much faster than those of orphans. As long as they could reach the first tier, even if they only farmed level 1 dungeons for a basic living, they would never starve. The average attributes of hostile monsters in level 1 dungeons ranged from 1 to 15. As long as a player ensured all their attributes exceeded 15, most level 1 dungeons could be safely cleared. If their attributes far surpassed 15, with an average reaching 20, then level 1 dungeons could be chosen with ease, eyes closed. If one had no ambition to grow stronger, life would become like a routine job, setting up a barbecue stall, a pancake stand, or a ring toss booth in the safe zone, earning enough points from other players to get by. Then they would clock in for a dungeon once a week, picking a level 1 dungeon with a pleasant environment and free room and board, mooching off its resources. After coasting through the clearance, they could also collect the game's meager 2-point welfare. Life would be sweet. If life in the safe zone could remain this way forever, in a sense, staying here long-term wouldn't be so bad. But the Great Purge was always a sword hanging over every player's head. The market, where numerous players set up stalls and wandered around, would naturally be vast in area. Without a dedicated planning section, the stalls were chaotically zoned. One stall might be selling weapons, the next food, then clothing, then food again. The integrity of the stall owners was also questionable. For instance, temporary stall owners intending to make a quick buck and disappear would pass off inferior goods as quality ones or price gouge. A guide familiar with the area was sorely needed. Zuo Cheng'an spotted Yu Lu, and naturally this task fell to her again. But when Yu Lu heard that Zuo Cheng'an wanted to visit the market, she hesitated for a moment before picking a slightly older-looking child from the row of kids against the wall. "Brother, you know I've only been in the safe zone for a few days. I understand the major functional areas, but I haven't figured out the market yet. Let him take you instead." The child Yu Lu pulled forward looked about 13 or 14, wearing a vest and shorts with tan skin and a jagged scar on his exposed upper arm. The safe zone maintained a comfortable temperature year-round with little fluctuation, so this kind of light attire was common. Yu Lu introduced him as the big brother of their group, named Tian Wenliang, 13 years old, who had already been through 4 dungeons. With Tian Wenliang's leadership, these powerless children could secure a corner in the park's shade to sleep. "Hello," Tian Wenliang greeted somewhat stiffly. Zuo Cheng'an didn't refuse Yu Lu's kindness. Before leaving, he added Yu Lu as a friend, promising to call on her for help when work came up. If Yu Lu was a machine gun chattering endlessly without Zuo Cheng'an needing to ask, then Tian Wenliang was a silent gourd. He only answered when Zuo Cheng'an asked a question, otherwise following behind him in silence, his presence so faint that one could barely notice him. Could this be a skill? No way could a player who had only been through 3 dungeons already obtain a skill. This was even more enviable than pulling a skill from a beginner's gift pack. The former was akin to innate talent, the latter to hard work. Just as adults meeting children inevitably ask about grades, Zuo Cheng'an, after walking with Tian Wenliang for a while, steered the conversation toward achievements. "What's your current rank?" "Not yet on the ladder." Tian Wenliang forced out 3 words. "For dungeons, and still not on the ladder." As if sensing Zuo Cheng'an's confusion, Tian Wenliang took the initiative to explain, "Most people think children will hold them back, so few are willing to team up with us. When we go into dungeons, we form our own groups. I'm waiting for my teammates' attributes to improve a bit more, and then we'll head to the ladder tower together." After a few simple exchanges, Tian Wenliang finally opened up and began chatting with Zuo Cheng'an voluntarily. Noticing Zuo Cheng'an's interest in the game's Welfare Institute, Tian Wenliang shared more about the environment where he grew up. The Welfare Institute in the game was similar to a real-world boarding school. They attended classes during the day and returned to their dorms at night. Teachers taught them literacy, arithmetic, basic martial arts, and all the skills necessary for survival in the game. Therefore, strictly speaking, these children who had been learning martial arts from a young age were somewhat stronger than most players who were ordinary people before being pulled into the game. The only disadvantage was their age and experience. Because their bodies hadn't fully developed, their base attributes were weaker compared to adults, requiring extra attribute points to compensate. So when older children returned to the Welfare Institute for visits, they would always tell the younger ones not to rush into dungeons after leaving. Whether through odd jobs or begging, they should let their bodies grow for a few more years before tackling dungeons. This could save a lot of free attribute points. Tian Wenliang heeded the advice of his older siblings. For the first 2 years after leaving, he survived by guiding people and doing odd jobs for large guilds, never entering a dungeon. Only this year did he and his friends attempt a few simple dungeons. Soon the conversation circled back to the market. The market has no unified planning, but after all these years, some unwritten rules have developed. For example, the closer to the inner area, the better the items. The outer area has more ordinary stuff. We haven't gone far yet, still on the outer edge. The items here are white and green quality. For white items, regardless of effect, a price within 200 is reasonable. For green, within 500. Anything higher is definitely a ripoff. As he spoke, Tian Wenliang looked enviously at the goods on the stalls. Most stallholders were part-timers who had obtained a few items from instances that they themselves could not use, unwilling to sell them cheaply to second-hand dealers, so they set up stalls themselves. Hence, the number of items displayed at each stall was very small, averaging no more than 5 per stall. If a stall displayed many items, it belonged to a professional dealer from whom one could both buy and sell items. The final price depended on one's bargaining skills. Soon Zuo Cheng'an spotted a green-quality blade-type item. Thanks to his eye of truth, he could view the item's details without touching it. Headless Butcher's Cleaver Green Category Weapon Effect Attack 1830. The more hostile force is slain within an hour, the higher the attack power, up to 30. Restriction: it is imbued with dense resentment. Without a method to suppress it, each kill of a hostile creature has a 3 chance of reducing mental strength. Description: ha. Am I crazy? Huh. Yes, I'm crazy. Farewell, cruel world. Through the eye of truth, he could also see from the notes that the cleaver originated from the 21424 human crematorium instance. Good items never lacked buyers. Around the stall displaying the Headless Butcher's cleaver, besides Zuo Cheng'an and Tian Wenliang, there was another player in a gray robe haggling with the stallholder. He was also eyeing the cleaver. 499. You think this is a group buying platform waiting for links to slash prices? 200 at most. The stallholder, also in a gray robe, his figure indistinct, spoke in a middle-aged man's voice. 200. You want a green quality item for 200 points. Wake up. The bargaining player was skilled. Look at this item's side effect. It has a chance to reduce mental value. You've been in tier 2 instances, you know how dangerous a drop in mental value can be, right? The stallholder defended himself. The description says it can be suppressed with other items, doesn't it? You could just buy a talisman or a peachwood sword to go with it. Easier said than done. Nothing related to the paranormal is cheap. Buying a green quality talisman costs as much as 2 butcher cleavers. That's like buying a phone for its case. The stallholder was left speechless and waved his hand. 450 final offer. The attack power is decent, above average for green items. Take it or leave it. Paranormal instances were the least favored among all players. Even with guides, few were willing to enter. Without the right items, one was utterly helpless, even if a ghost stood right before them. Since few ventured into such instances, few items were brought out, creating a market scarcity for paranormal items. 250. The player added a little. The stallholder also lowered. 430. 280. The stallholder grew impatient. Lowest is 380. I nearly got cleaved in half trying to get this cleaver from the butcher. I barely made it through dragging my intestines. Selling it too cheap would be an insult to my past self. All right, 380 deal. Just then, Zuo Cheng'an stepped forward. He didn't outbid the other player for the cleaver. Even if he emptied his pockets, he couldn't afford it. Instead, he pointed to another item on the stall, a white-quality thermos flask no larger than a paper tube. It was small enough to grip and twist open with one hand. How much for this flask? The stallholder, busy with the other transaction, glanced at the item Zuo Cheng'an indicated and twitched his eye. 179. I won't explain it, you can touch it to see the info yourself. Zuo Cheng'an knew why the stallholder wore that awkward expression. The item's name was easily misunderstood. Your uncle's thermos white category item effect can store 6 liters of liquid. Restriction: its appearance is quite old school. Description: carry it, and you'll be the sharpest retiree in the park. This item was produced from the 10093 City Express instance. By following a guide to trigger a side quest from a deliveryman, the reward upon completion was this: your uncle's thermos. Due to its practicality, many guilds organized groups of players who hadn't been to that instance just to stock up on these thermoses. Before entering a wilderness survival instance, or one without supplies, they would fill the thermos with lightly sweetened or salted water, ensuring basic survival, even in bad luck. However, why would an item obtainable by following a guide cost 179? That was the price of a top-tier white-quality healing item. Tian Wenliang, aware of this, rarely spoke up. This item comes from 10093 City Express, an instance from decades ago. It's now closed, making the item discontinued and unobtainable. So instances with low numbers could close. Zuo Cheng'an then asked, up to what number are instances closed now? Tian Wenliang paused to think. Tier 1 instances before number 100 are closed. Tier 2 before 400. Tier 3 has only 10 closed so far. No instances above Tier 3 have been closed yet. In the game, higher tier instances were fewer. Tier 1 had nearly 500 developed. Tier 2, close to 300, and Tier 3, just over 1000. Zuo Cheng'an hadn't seen higher tier instances in the lobby, likely due to low refresh rates. If it was a discontinued item that would be lost once broken, then selling this collectible thermos for 179 seemed reasonable. But when buying, no matter the price, one should haggle first. Zuo Cheng'an followed the example of the player who had just bought the cleaver and slashed the thermos price in half. 80 points deal. The stallholder didn't hesitate. No. Then what's your final price? 179. Zuo Cheng'an hadn't worn a robe for disguise like others. The stallholder, seeing his youthful face, assumed he wasn't good at bargaining and held firm. Zuo Cheng'an didn't indulge him. He turned and walked away with Tian Wenliang. After all, it was just a liquid container. For the same price, he could buy a small storage item far more practical than a thermos that only held water. A savvy vendor would have lowered the price after the first offer. Sticking to the original price meant either they didn't care about the sale or intended to rip someone off. Seeing Zuo Cheng'an leave, the stallholder quickly relented 175. If you're serious, 170 can't go lower. But Zuo Cheng'an had already walked away, planning to browse for other suitable items. He was looking for a container for tomato sauce. The thermos could serve, but since tomato sauce was semi-solid, it would be hard to pour out in small amounts, which could be deadly in emergencies. A dispenser like a soap pump, which could squeeze out the contents with a press, would be ideal. If non-items could be brought into instances, Zuo Cheng'an would have bought a suitable container from a mall long ago. Buying props is very dependent on luck. Perhaps the item you wish to purchase was being sold just yesterday at a stall, and despite the price dropping repeatedly, it still couldn't be sold. However, when you return the next day, the vendor has already packed up and left, missing out on the props you have been longing for. Zuo Cheng'an wandered around the market, during which he saw a green storage waste pouch priced at a hefty 430 points. It was just the size of 2 palms, yet it could hold a ring-headed knife over a meter long along with 5 kilograms of miscellaneous items. In the end, the overall quality wouldn't change. Generally speaking, ordinary food, water, and clothing cannot be brought into dungeons, but they can be carried inside props. With storage props, survival essentials are guaranteed for the future. The options for dungeon runs will also be broader. If Zuo Cheng'an sold his swift mouse dagger, he could barely afford it. However, aside from a container for ketchup, he also wanted to find a slightly longer weapon. Its attributes didn't need to be exceptional, just sturdy would suffice. After hesitating for a moment, Zuo Cheng'an decided to give up on the idea of buying the storage waste pouch. He returned to the stall where he had seen a thermos, contemplating if he could negotiate the price lower before making a purchase. If he couldn't negotiate, he would come back in the next couple of days to try his luck, or simply ask those kids to help inquire about it. After all, he wasn't in a hurry to enter a dungeon. He could first gather some ketchup slowly over these 2 days to avoid running short later. For life-saving items, hoarding as much as possible is never too much. The vendor remembered Zuo Cheng'an and called out from a distance, "Young man, do you still want this item? You can take it for 160, 120. The vendor hesitated, but ultimately nodded in agreement. He had already sold quite a few points, enough for him to lounge around for 3 weeks, so clearing out his inventory sooner would be beneficial. The safe zone was about to undergo changes, and many long-standing dungeons were closing down in large numbers. He needed to prepare early. After spending 120 points, Zuo Cheng'an was left with only 220. With one of his main objectives achieved, Zuo Cheng'an felt no urgency and strolled around the market leisurely, intending to see if there were any appealing long-blade weapons at a reasonable price. At the same time, he used true eye to observe each item, hoping he could stumble upon something extraordinary like the protagonists in novels do while casually shopping. Of course, such a situation was fundamentally impossible. The game had thoughtfully assisted players by labeling each item with its name, purpose, and restrictions. Zuo Cheng'an could at most view the details more thoroughly, even finding out the original dungeon of the props. Just as Zuo Cheng'an was about to walk past, he stepped back a few paces, because at the stall he just passed there lay a mundane rusty iron piece bound with bandages. Although it appeared as a white-quality item on the panel, its original dungeon turned out to be a level 7 dungeon. A level 7 dungeon. No one in the area of Safe Zone 7 had managed to clear it yet. Only the old safe zones like 1 and 2, rich in history and talent, had people who could clear it. How could a level 7 dungeon produce a white-quality item? From the 7015 God-making dungeon, damage level 98. 66. So it was damaged, no wonder it became a white-quality item. The information about its origin being a level 7 dungeon attracted Zuo Cheng'an, but what caught his attention even more was the item's name. Was also garbled, and 2 of the garbled characters were ones he recognized. One was a message from the ladder tower, and the other was a message from the red-eye boss in the ladder. As for, and he hadn't encountered them yet. Zuo Cheng'an intended to acquire it, but he couldn't show too much enthusiasm, or it would be easy for the vendor to raise the price. Therefore, Zuo Cheng'an first picked up an item in the corner of the stall that resembled a roadside stone. This is interesting. How much is it? This time the vendor wasn't evasive at all. In fact, he was somewhat flamboyant, directly wearing a coat representing the Waves Guild, as if he wanted to announce to the world, "I am a member of the Waves Guild." A small flying stone. 130 to take it. 130. That's a bit pricey. Its attack method is singular and not worth this price. The vendor knew this too and didn't refute, but it has no limit on usage, and just for that it can be worth over 100. Plus, it has an automatic patrol function, which can yield extraordinary results if used well. He wasn't wrong. Props with usage limits were generally only worth dozens, while only unlimited use props qualified for 100. The only exceptions to this rule were healing-type props. Other items like strength candies and shadow spray simply couldn't compare. Zuo Cheng'an chatted casually with the vendor, touching each item on the stall, checking the information on other props, and asking the vendor for prices on several items he was interested in, including the one with the garbled name. The vendor was not surprised that Zuo Cheng'an specifically inquired about the item with the garbled name. After a day, its shabby appearance had already drawn a lot of attention. That one, 120, I don't know which dungeon it came from, but it was just in the bag when I stocked up. I thought its attributes were average, so I decided to sell it. Surprisingly, it was 10 points cheaper than the small flying stone. Category weapon effect can deal damage attack power 3 restriction, very heavy. Selling it as scrap metal might get you beaten. Description: one day, when you find yourself at a dead end passing by a recycling station, you might make a decision that goes against your ancestors. A weapon that adds 3 attack points, also white quality, and with a poor appearance. However, its price of 120 without usage limits isn't considered expensive. Yet it seemed that no one would use points to buy an item that was barely usable and unattractive. For the same price, one could easily acquire a better-looking weapon of the same quality, pristine in appearance. The vendor scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. It is somewhat not worth the price, but look how special it is. The name is a jumble of garbled characters, and it is extremely heavy. It can easily weigh as much as 3 buckets of water. Special also doesn't help with survival, does it? Zuo Cheng'an casually retorted, seemingly losing interest in it, and then focused on negotiating the price for the small flying stone. During this time, as if he recalled something, he took out the swift mouse dagger from his in-game backpack and asked the vendor for its buyback price. From what you just said, you also bulk purchase and sell. How much is this dagger worth? For me, I'd offer 80. After all, I need to make a little profit. Zuo Cheng'an suddenly said, in addition to this dagger, I'll add 100 points to buy the small flying stone and that item with the garbled name. That way it'll help you clear out your inventory. The handle of the garbled iron piece was old and yellowed, covered in a layer of dust except for the end of the handle, which was relatively clean, likely due to frequent touches from people checking the item attributes. The vendor didn't rush to respond, quickly calculating in his mind a decent-looking dagger plus 100 points in cash for a low attack, singularly attacking, and possibly a waste item that had been lying on his stall for half a month and might continue to lie there. Seemed not too bad. So is it a deal or not? If not, I'll leave. Although the glitched item was appraised at 120 points, it would only be worth that much if sold. If it couldn't be sold, it would be utterly worthless. But the Swift Rat dagger was different. It had an excellent appearance, was compact and easy to conceal. Players with assassination skills, or those needing to fight in confined spaces, would choose it, making it easy to sell. After all, in the dungeons, weapons and items were consumables. No one could guarantee their weapon would survive a dungeon without damage. At such times, one needed a backup for the backup, and a backup for the backup's backup, all carried on person to guard against unexpected events. The more items, the better. After a moment's hesitation, the stall owner agreed to the trade. With the game maintaining order once the words were spoken, there was no need to worry about reneging. This was also why players in the market casually laid out their items without any protective measures, never worrying about them being snatched. A fair exchange of goods for payment. Zuo Cheng'an lost 100 points, and the Swift Rat dagger gaining the small flying stone, and gripping the section of anti-slip tape wrapped around it, he gently swung it a few times. The weapon felt quite heavy in hand. If he hadn't just raised his strength to 20, even wielding it smoothly would have been a problem. Caressing the iron piece's body, Zuo Cheng'an grew fonder of it the more he looked. He couldn't keep calling it the glitched item or iron piece. Calling it an iron piece wasn't quite accurate either, as it was over a finger thick, unsharpened, and looked more like a ruler. It needed a proper name, since it came from 7015 God creation then. Let's call it Shaoqi. After paying Tian Wanliang, who had accompanied him for most of the day, Zuo Cheng'an returned home. He diluted the prepared tomato paste with water and poured it into the thermos cup. Adding water was Zuo Cheng'an's plan before buying the thermos cup. Since solid tomato paste was hard to pour out, thinning it would solve the problem. It would just sacrifice some healing effect. To achieve the same effect, one would need to drink more of the diluted tomato paste. It was hard to determine if this was an enhancement or a weakening. In the following days, Zuo Cheng'an stayed in his room, resting, trying to recover his spirit stat. He occasionally went out to buy raw materials for tomato paste or browse the market. However, with only 90 points left, he could at most afford single-use items like an air capsule with only 2 pills left, a mist spray with 34 remaining, or an energy drink already half consumed. These small items with various abilities could work wonders in specific dungeons, but were useless clutter in others. Therefore, most players only bought what they needed and quickly resold any surplus after finishing a dungeon. During this time, Zuo Cheng'an also heard some news about the major guilds from Yula. It was said that after coming out of the No Escape dungeon, the Xiaoya Guild and the Polong Guild, which had just mended their relationship somewhat, had fallen out again. They even arranged arena matches in the dueling grounds to settle personal grudges. Zuo Cheng'an wasn't surprised upon hearing this. Both sides had entered the dungeon hoping to reap a huge profit, but instead suffered heavy losses, losing more than they gained. Safe Zone 7 was a new zone where players were generally weaker than those in other zones. Players on the second and third ladders here might be ordinary people in Safe Zone 1, easily found everywhere. But in Safe Zone 7, second ladder players were the elites of major guilds, and third ladder players were the core. Having lost so many in a level 3 dungeon, they naturally blamed each other for their losses. The commotion caused quite a stir, but it had little to do with ordinary players. One day, just as Zuo Cheng'an finished making a bowl of tomato paste, a dungeon invitation from Li Yuechio popped up in his friend messages. Li Yuechio, brothers, are you going into the dungeon today? Zuo Cheng'an glanced at his panel. His spirit had recovered to 83 points. It had been 4 days since his last dungeon about time. So he checked the time. It was 8:30 in the morning, or maybe evening since it wasn't a digital clock. He replied, "Sure, see you in the dungeon lobby in half an hour." Li Yueqiu, Roger. Li Yueqiu, oh brothers with Zheng Ren came out of a dungeon yesterday. Should we bring him along? Knowing one's place when leeching off a powerful player, Li Yueqiu consulted the big shot's opinion on every decision. Zuo Cheng'an calculated in his mind. Among the players he knew, although Zheng Ren had no skills having been through 2 dungeons, he would definitely have more attribute points than Li Yueqiu. Plus, knowing his background made him reliable. Zuo Cheng'an, bring him along. In the small square of Safe Zone 7's park, 2 figures sat on floor mats. One looked tense, anxiously waiting, while the other stared blankly at their personal panel. Suddenly, the one who had been staring off came back to reality and said to the other, he agreed. Zheng Ren finally breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, great. With a first ladder big shot leading us the next level dungeon will definitely be much easier. Li Yueqiu also patted her chest. You said it. We're all newbies who just entered the game, so why did he become a first ladder player in the blink of an eye while we're still stuck in place? The two exchanged a glance. Sigh. Envy aside, half an hour was tight for them. So they immediately started packing their belongings, rolling up their bedding, and covering it with a dust cover. Li Yueqiu said to the ant dozing nearby, "Aunt Sue will leave our bedding to you." Li Yueqiu was pretty and sweet-tongued, looking sincere at everyone, the perfect good girl. She had long since gotten along with nearby players, and even helped the penniless Zheng Ren who had spent all his points on treatment. Zheng Ren was still wearing the tattered bloodstained shirt from his newbie dungeon. Unfortunately, players needed points for everything: food, clothing, shelter. With no points, he couldn't even afford a change of clothes. If Li Yueqiu hadn't lent him a point to buy bedding, he wouldn't even have the means to sleep on the floor. This 5-piece floor mat set, along with a mini cooking pot and a box of mixed flavor instant noodles, was called the homeless set and cost just over 1 point. The game panel didn't even bother showing the decimals rounding down. Compared to clothes, solving the food and shelter issue was more important. As for drinking water, one could get it from the fountain in the park center. The game wouldn't stop it. On the way to the dungeon lobby, Li Yueqiu still couldn't figure it out. What exactly happened to you in your last dungeon? Treatment cost you over 40 points. Zheng Ren stammered, unable to answer. Li Yueqiu was puzzled. The system said I had sinusitis, malnutrition, endocrine disorders, cavities, mild nearsightedness, and other random stuff. It only cost me 15 points for treatment. What did you do in your last dungeon? How did you rack up 40 points? Zheng Ren averted his gaze. It's a long story. Li Yueqiu drew out the sound. Then can you make a long story short? But you really had it rough. You wanted to earn more points, but ended up back where you started. Zheng Ren was on the verge of tears. Exactly. If I had known, I would have resisted the temptation and never entered that dungeon. His second dungeon run had been nothing short of a nightmare. He had been working as a waiter when, without warning, the customers suddenly went mad and started biting people. The chef, who had been kind to him and seemed to be on the same side, also turned sinister. Revealing his true nature, he attempted to chop Zheng Ren up and toss him into the meat grinder to make dumpling filling. If not for his indomitable will to survive, managing to counterkill the chef in the last moment before his consciousness faded and dragging his half-destroyed body across the finish line, he would never have had the chance to seek refuge with Li Yueqiu later. Though he had escaped with his life, repairing half his body had drained all his savings. Now Zheng Ren was utterly destitute, possessing nothing from the previous dungeon except for a spatula item. He didn't even have enough points to buy bedding, which Li Yueqiu had lent him. From this, it was clear how crucial it was to promptly identify the enemy faction within a dungeon. The two trudged along for most of the day. When they were still some distance from the dungeon hall, they spotted a person and a dog appearing out of thin air in the open space before it. The disparity of the world was truly omnipresent. Not only had he reached the first heavenly ladder in 2 days, but he had also become one of the privileged few with a house and a dog. Li Yueqiu and Zheng Ren, who were still sleeping rough in the park, cried out in protest against such injustice. Once the trio gathered, Zuo Cheng'an briefly introduced the dog, which had piqued their curiosity. This is Madu, my attendant. He'll be joining us in the dungeon. Woof! Madu sat alertly at Zuo Cheng'an's feet, scrutinizing Li Yueqiu and Zheng Ren with a wary gaze. He soon concluded no threat. Even without his master, the dog alone could take them both down. Indeed, Modus' manifested attributes were on par with a player who had just ascended to the first heavenly ladder. His speed attribute was particularly outstanding, living up to the reputation of a 4-legged creature that could sprint with astonishing swiftness. Zuo Cheng'an patted Modus' head, signaling him to relax. As his master, he could view his attendant's stat panel. Attendant Madu, physique 8, strength 11, speed 13, item shepherd dog, bell skill dog is man's best friend active. These stats were more than enough to solo an unascended player. Moreover, the skill's effect was highly practical. When used well, it could serve as a crowd control ability. Even Zuo Cheng'an felt a twinge of envy. Dog is man's best friend category. Active skill effect increases target's affinity by 999 for a short duration. The duration of the action stagnation is variable. Restriction can only be used on humanoid beings. Description: woof woof, grovel beneath the paw of the canine race. Next, Zuo Cheng'an inquired about the items and skills of the other two. Li Yueqiu hadn't entered any dungeons since clearing the novice instance, so she still only had the double kick skill and no items. Fortunately, her physique attribute had met the skill's minimum requirement and her strength had increased significantly. Now, if she could use the double kick skill on a hunter, she could deplete far more than just 20 of its health bar, perhaps even 50. Li Yueqiu boasted about her skill but faltered when mentioning its limitation. However, after a full execution, there's a 10-minute cooldown before I can use it again. The existence of a cooldown for skills came as no surprise to Zuo Cheng'an. Without such a restriction, as long as the minimum requirements were met, the game's balance would have long been shattered. When it was Zheng Ren's turn, he unabashedly displayed his trademark thick-skinnedness. Without a hint of embarrassment, he swiftly pulled a spatula from the back of his pants. He generously shared the item's attributes. The Fly Restaurant's treasure white category item effect: offensively, it can sever heads. Defensively, it can stir-fry noodles and stretch dough. Restriction: when cooking, there is a 98% chance of generating a fly into the pot. Description: eat up. Protein is 6 times that of beef. It had become an unspoken rule among all players: never reveal your stat panel or items to anyone but your closest kin or sworn brothers. To openly confess one's trump card without reservation was akin to exposing one's back to the enemy. The two of them, one with a skill but no items, the other with an item but no skill. Fortunately, both had respectable attribute points. In the novice dungeon, they had both participated in the battle against the hunter. Though neither had landed the final blow, the game recorded their actions, which later translated into a higher score. They both achieved commendable results, earning the maximum 5 free attribute points for a level 1 dungeon. Li Yueqiu allocated 2 points to physique and the remaining 3 to strength, transforming her from someone too weak to unscrew a bottle cap to the level of an amateur boxer. Apart from the novice instance, Zheng Ren had also tackled a solo level 1 dungeon on his own, struggling through, but ultimately clearing it with a decent score. Coupled with his solid foundation, his physique had now reached the maximum of 10 points and his speed was only 1 point shy of the cap. With a preliminary understanding of his two teammates' capabilities, Zuo Cheng'an felt more confident about the upcoming level 2 dungeon expedition. The trio, along with the dog, entered the dungeon hall. While browsing through the dungeons, Li Yueqiu asked Zheng Ren out of curiosity, "Most people prioritize strength. Why did you add points to physique first?" Zheng Ren: "Wasn't it because he had been traumatized by being chopped up and wanted to be more resilient?" Upon entering the dungeon hall, a chaotic cacophony reminiscent of a bustling market assaulted their ears. Underground castle, need 20, have 18. Bring your own lighting items. Online, seeking a carry for a level 2 dungeon. I only want to clear it, you can have all the loot. Commission negotiable. Requires spirit value above 80. No bad records. 500 points to hire someone to take me through a level 1 heavenly tower dungeon. No limit on number of people. The more the merrier. Death Highway needs 1 more 6 total. No guide needed. Just have a real-world driver's license. The trio and the dog weave through a forest of screens surrounded by voices of people seeking teams and asking for carries. Zuo Cheng'an even spotted the dungeon he had previously cleared, Uncle Muzz's farm. It now appeared as a new instance in the hall. However, despite having a clear record, there was no corresponding guide for it, as the dungeon's tasks and nature had undergone a complete transformation. Thus, when a member of the Xiaoya Guild added Zuo Cheng'an as a friend and sought to purchase the dungeon guide, he refused. Although it was a level 1 dungeon, if the players entering it lacked experience and relied too heavily on a guide, it could very well cost them their lives. A mere 500 points were not enough to make Zuo Cheng'an lose his head over money. It would have to be at least 5,000 points with a nod of certainty. As they continued walking through the dungeon hall, Zheng Ren and Li Yueqiu noticed something amiss. Why did the screens where brothers will lingered all display level 2 dungeons? It must just be curiosity. It has to be just curiosity, right? Zuo Cheng'an pointed at the screen, uttering the words Zheng Ren and Li Yueqiu dreaded most. We're taking this instance. It says this instance has been started 6 times, but never cleared. If we go, the rewards will be substantial. Both their hearts sank, simultaneously praying it wouldn't be so as they raised their heads to look at the screen. There was written 22887 Sunward Resort, a level 2 instance, with such a fresh serial number, and no clearance record to boot. That meant it was a genuinely brand new instance, not one retired from the ladder tower. There wasn't even a single correct answer to reference. Instances successfully cleared by ascended players from the ladder tower upon flowing into the instance hall would have a clear count 1 indicator in their info. If players didn't set additional privacy settings, their names would even be recorded for subsequent players to admire. These first-wave clearers were contributors to instance strategies, pioneers of the path to victory. While players were still in the ladder tower or at home settling their instance rewards, the instance hall would even automatically broadcast the clearers' names and congratulations. However, due to the possibility of high-level players leading teams through low-level instances, the value of this honor was limited. Generally, players referred to tackling an uncleared instance as pioneering. For instances not retired from the ladder tower, as long as one could clear them, the rating would be high thanks to hidden bonus rewards like map exploration and story unlocking. Rumor had it there were also exceptionally rich first clear rewards. Why didn't first clears of ladder tower instances have them? Because your personal panel already got a rank upgrade. The caps for stat allocation were unlocked. Wasn't that reward enough? But for later players, achieving a high rating was very difficult as the maps had been explored and all hidden stories unearthed by earlier players. It was hard to gain points through these invisible criteria. After all, this wasn't a newbie welfare instance that handed out advantages like water. In Safe Zone 7, aside from a few famous solo players, only the 3 major guilds had the capability to pioneer. Xiaoya and Polong were even competing to see who had more first clears. The 6 pioneering attempts on Sunward Resort were all made by players from the 3 major guilds. Over time, the 3 major guilds amassed a large number of unpublished instant strategies, using them to attract a steady stream of new blood. Of course, they didn't hold on to these strategies forever. Only after their own members had farmed the instances sufficiently would they consider selling or freely releasing them. This allowed ordinary players to obtain instant strategies at the cheapest price. But by then, since the instances had been thoroughly explored inside and out, achieving a high rating was extremely difficult. Naturally, getting more free stat points was even more impossible. As for why Zuo Cheng'an chose Sunward Resort, it was simply because there were no other options. He had circled the instance hall, and the level 2 instances available either had too low serial numbers or required too many players. After searching, this Sunward Resort was the most suitable. The serial number was fresh, someone had attempted it, but failed. The first clear reward was still available, and it only needed 7 people to start. Most importantly, the promotional slogan on the screen read 10 days 9 nights. Luxurious accommodation, bonfire party, jungle exploration, exotic beasts, discover a lost civilization. The slogan was certainly grand, and the pictures. Zuo Cheng'an observed the images flashing across the screen. Vast primitive jungles, stone statues etched with strange symbols. It looked pretty good, didn't it? Soon Li Yueqiu was also captivated. Before being pulled into the game, she had been heavily influenced by various marketing bloggers and had a deep fondness for folk tourism. She never had the chance to travel in the real world, but now she had the opportunity to experience it in the game. After a brief hesitation, she agreed to enter this instance. As for the 2 in front of the instance name, ignorance was bliss. Having never attempted a level 2 instance, they couldn't imagine how difficult it was. 2 out of the 3 agreed. Zheng Ren had no objections, either following the 2 into the light circle. However, before the 3 of them and their dog entered, 2 people were already inside the circle. Judging by the insignia on their clothes, they seemed to be members of the Polong Guild. Seeing Zuo Cheng'an and his group enter, they frowned slightly. One of them, a man with a small mustache, barked harshly, "Who allowed you in? Can't you see the Polong Guild has already claimed this spot?" Among the 3 major guilds, Xiaoya were the pushovers, releasing the most strategies for free. Qianlai had the strongest average strength, but were the most eccentric. It was unclear if social anxiety was their recruitment standard or what, but their members were all taciturn and preferred to operate solo. The Polong Guild, however, was the most domineering. They had unilaterally set many rules, one of which was that if a Polong player stood in an instance's matching circle, it meant that instance was claimed by the Polong Guild and others were forbidden to enter. It was utterly unreasonable, but the other 2 guilds simply ignored it, going wherever they pleased. Ordinary players were used to it. There were plenty of instances, so they could just find another one. Offending the Polong Guild over a single instance simply wasn't worth it. But Zuo Cheng'an and his group were absolute newcomers who had just figured out the safe zone's environment. They had no idea about this rule. Of course, even if they had known, they would have ignored it. Instances that suited their needs were hard to find, and if they missed this one, there might not be another. Shortly after Zuo Cheng'an's group entered the circle, the other members of the Polong Guild hurried over. Their team of 5 could have filled the instance's remaining slots perfectly, but with the 3 from Zuo Cheng'an's group already inside, the spots were insufficient. When they arrived and saw only 2 slots left, they were stunned. They hadn't expected players outside the 3 major guilds to dare defy the Polong Guild. Inside the circle, the mustache player who had questioned them earlier said impatiently, "Just pick 2 of you and get in. Let's start the instance quickly. The sooner we go, the sooner we return. I'm eager to claim the credit." The 5 outside exchanged glances. The merit of pioneering a level 2 instance was considerable. Of course, they were worldly people, not particularly interested in intangible honors. What they valued were the guild contribution points awarded for submitting strategies, and even a share of the profits from selling them. That was something that could sustain them for a lifetime, a golden ticket for retirement. After a heated argument, a tall man and a short woman stepped into the circle. Familiars didn't count toward the player limit, so when the 2 entered, the screen showed the slots were full. The 7 people and 1 dog vanished instantly. Instance Sunward Resort ID 22887. Objective: survive until the instance ends incomplete. At least 3 tourism activities. Duration 10 days 9 nights. Background: Sunward Village is a secluded hamlet on the outskirts of Ladder City. To escape poverty and become prosperous, the villagers decided to create a unique tourist resort. As tourism activity testers, you have been invited to Sunward Village to experience the activities firsthand. Friendly reminder, you are professional tourism activity testers invited by the village chief. If you fail to provide substantial suggestions for improvement, the chief may become very angry. Game start. Before he even opened his eyes, Zuo Cheng'an sensed that he was seated in a swaying vehicle with a furry sensation around his ankles, likely from Modus' body. Looking around, he found himself inside a sightseeing car with open sides, which was driving right beside a bottomless cliff. The vehicle was open on all sides, making it exceptionally breezy. The road seemed man-made, not only rugged and uneven, but also exceedingly narrow. It could barely accommodate a single car. The tires of the sightseeing car maintained a mere half-palm distance from the cliff's edge of sight that made one's heart race with anxiety. Zuo Cheng'an sat at the back of the car on the side nearest the cliff. If he tried to alight from this side, there would be no place to set foot. Instead, he would step directly into the void and fall. By his feet sat Madu, panting excitedly as he enjoyed the rush of the wind. Beside him was Li Yueqiu, who, upon recovering from the disorientation of the teleportation and realizing their location, gripped the handrail in terror, refusing to look toward the cliff. On the opposite row sat Zhongren. Initially, like Zuo Cheng'an, he was also on the cliff side, but after a moment of realization, he silently shifted his position, cautiously moving closer to the mountain wall. The 4 members of the Breaking Waves Guild sat in pairs further ahead. Zuo Cheng'an examined the sides of his seat. Good as expected, no armrests, no seatbelt. If a normal person were driving on such treacherous terrain, they would surely slow down and proceed with caution. But the NPC was no normal person. He floored the accelerator, speeding along the winding mountain road barely wide enough for a single vehicle. Li Yueqiu felt as if her tears might fly out. She gripped the back of the seat in front of her with all her might, inwardly screaming that heaven was about to claim her. Could this be the first trial of the instance? Only those players who successfully jump from the sightseeing car at the moment it plummets over the cliff are worthy to proceed. Was this a level 2 instance? Only the strong were fit to be players who challenged such instances. In contrast, the 4 members of the Breaking Waves Guild were far more composed. They seemed to have anticipated the situation, quickly retrieving several ropes from their game inventory and firmly tying themselves to the sightseeing car. The leader among the 4 was so busy directing others that he forgot to secure himself. When the driver suddenly made a sharp turn, he lost his footing and half his body leaned out of the car. Had it not been for his teammates' quick reflexes pulling him back, he would have become the instance's first blood. Damn it, how are you driving? In such a hurry to die. Normally, players would not curse at an NPC when they were unaware of the instance's details, fearing unknown dangers. However, the Breaking Waves Guild members held internal guild information, knowing that upon entering the instance, they would find themselves on a fast, open-sided sightseeing car that would later be attacked by monsters. Thus, they had brought ropes as a precaution. They also knew that the driver was a mute, insignificant NPC who would not react even if they cursed at him or pushed him off the cliff to drive themselves. After all, there was only this one road leading to Sunward Village, so there was no chance of getting lost. The only issue was that all the Breaking Waves Guild's information about the instance came from a member who had used an item to forcibly exit the instance midway. Later, the guild conducted several more explorations which confirmed his account. However, the member who had stayed the longest in the instance barely lasted 2 days. There were those who had remained longer, but they never returned, having perished within the instance. Naturally, they could not bring back new intelligence. After all, items that allowed forced exit from an instance were mostly one-time use and quite expensive. Those forced to remain in the instance might not have wanted to gather more information, rather they simply could not leave. Thus, the Breaking Waves Guild only had a rough guide for the first 2 days of the instance with no knowledge of what lay beyond. The minor incident ended with the driver remaining silent and continuing at his original speed. Seeing the sharp turns ahead, Zhongren's face turned pale. Brother Zuo, why aren't you scared? This was his first time in such a large instance with cliffs and dense forests like a small world. The instances he had previously entered were either a single corridor or a restaurant. There was no comparison between the 3. Zuo Cheng'an glanced at the dense cluster of eyeballs that nearly obscured the cliff. Out of sight, out of mind. They block everything, so I can't see a thing. So brothers, where are we going to slide down with the car soon? Zuo Cheng'an took another moment to glance at the overwhelming barrage of comments and replied casually, no, even if the driver drove with his eyes closed, we wouldn't fall. Because the car was moving on its own, not driven by the villager. He was merely pressing the accelerator to make it look real. Zuo Cheng'an's words seemed to hold a strange power. Though he was also a player experiencing the instance for the first time, and should have known nothing, Zhongren instantly felt at ease, no longer afraid. He even moved to the seat near the cliff to enjoy the natural scenery rarely seen in the safe zone. Of course, he still kept a firm grip on the railing. The car might not fall, but that didn't mean he wouldn't. After several perilous sharp turns, the sightseeing car remained steady on the road. The players, no longer as terrified as when they first entered the instance, began to relax slightly. Just then, the villager driving made a new move. He took his hands off the steering wheel and rummaged through a hanging basket beside the driver's seat. One hand wasn't enough, so he used both, causing the players to watch with bated breath. Just as a Breaking Waves Guild player nearest to the driver's seat was about to grab the wheel, the villager finally pulled out what he was looking for, a battered loudspeaker. Pressing the play button, the speaker emitted an old man's slurred voice reciting a promotional spiel for a resort. Welcome, esteemed guests, to Sunward Village. We offer jungle treasure hunts, canyon rafting, relic exploration, bonfire parties, and many other activities. Luxury accommodation for 10 days and 9 nights with all meals included. We guarantee you'll have a wonderful time. The old man seemed to be missing a couple of teeth, causing some words to whistle and others to carry a thick dialect likely unintelligible to anyone but the locals. Zuo Cheng'an chose to focus on the dense barrage of comments. There were always meddlesome viewers in the comments doing things to attract attention. like repeating the NPCs' lines, translating obscure text in the corners, or explaining things to other viewers. Speaking of eyeballs, there seemed to be more viewers at the second-level instance. Perhaps because it was a newly released instance with a very high death rate perfectly suiting the audience's tastes. The eyeballs were densely packed, hundreds upon thousands of them. They crowded together, blocking the natural scenery so completely that not a single leaf was visible. Sometimes the eye of truth was quite troublesome. If he reached higher-level instances in the future, would there be so many eyeballs that he couldn't even see the path ahead? This wouldn't do. Was there a way to selectively see only the comments and not the eyeballs themselves? With this thought in mind, Zuo Cheng'an actively attempted to act upon it. Under his control, the obstructive eyeballs in his vision gradually turned semi-transparent, yet the barrage of comments remained clearly visible. Without pausing to admire the canyon scenery now revealed, Zuo Cheng'an carefully read the barrage, striving to absorb intelligence about the instance. There's a little puppy among this batch of players too. So cute. A kick to the belly would surely make it yelp pitifully, right? Hee adorable enough that I want to sit on it and crush it. Another group has arrived. How many days do you think they'll last? 3 days, definitely 3. I've been lurking here since the Sunward Village livestream started. The longest survivor made it to the 7th day, either fled or died by day 3. I agree. This tourist attraction increases difficulty every 3 days. The most anyone lasted was 4 days before total wipeout. I bet 5. See that player sitting in the front row of the sightseeing car. I've seen him in other instances. Ruthless and merciless. I like that. Someone like him is sure to survive a long time. Instead of guessing how many days they'll last, why not bet on how many will fall off when the mountain monkeys attack? Good idea. I bet at least 1. I say 2 will fall. That little dog will definitely be carried off by the monkeys. The barrage provided many clues, such as why simply holding the railing behind the seat on the sightseeing car would keep one steady. Yet the players from the Breaking Waves Guild went to the unnecessary trouble of tying themselves with ropes. Not only did it hinder movement, but obtaining the rope must have been no easy feat. After all, only props could be brought into the instance, and a prop with unlimited uses was costly. Whether bought or borrowed, acquiring that rope was a hassle. So the reason they went through the trouble of adding a safety rope was that a monster attack was imminent. Zuo Cheng'an looked around, searching for possible hiding spots of hostile creatures. From his earlier attempts, he discovered that his Eye of Truth skill had roughly 3 levels. At the highest level, he could see the dense eyeballs all around. At the middle level, the barrage, and at the lowest level, the health bars of enemies, along with annotations when focusing on a particular object. For now, Zuo Cheng'an set the skill to the middle level, a setting that didn't obscure his vision with eyeballs, but still allowed him to use most practical functions. To the left below the canyon lay the canopy of a primeval jungle shrouded in thin mist. After studying his skills, Zuo Cheng'an realized he couldn't see far enough to make out details. To the right was an ordinary cliff face. He only needed to avoid letting his flesh and blood body touch it. But above was different. In the dense shrubs clinging to the precipice, at least 100 health bars were faintly visible. And these health bars moved along with the sightseeing car. The car was traveling at least 60 miles per hour. If the vehicle defied science, did the monsters too? They truly did. Since the barrage never mentioned when the mountain monkeys would strike, Zuo Cheng'an could only warn Li Yueqiu and Zheng Ren to tear their clothes into strips and make ropes to tie themselves to the car. With that, he took off his jacket first. With a strength of 20 points, the polyester garment bought from the real world, devoid of any special effects, was soon torn into strips with a series of ripping sounds. He connected these strips into a rope, tying himself and Madhu together, then securing them to the railing of the sightseeing car. Since the car would never flip over, staying fixed to it was enough. Feeling leashed, Madhu grew bolder. Initially, he only dared to stick his head out to catch the wind, but now he leaned half his body out of the car, eyes glazed and tongue lolling in pure delight. Worried about the tragedy of a collar choking the dog, Zuo Cheng'an modified the cloth strip into a chest harness, ensuring that even if the dog fell out of the car, his neck wouldn't be strangled. With Zuo Cheng'an's demonstration, Zheng Ren imitated without hesitation, followed by Li Yueqiu. The floating eyeball cameras instantly stirred, crowding around Li Yueqiu. But Li Yueqiu's clothes were loose. After tearing off enough strips, they merely became a crop top. The scene the audience anticipated never materialized. These eyeballs were made of a special material able to pass through objects in the instance, including the player's flesh and blood. Otherwise, fights among players would inevitably damage a few cameras. But inside the body, it was pitch black, and even if they burrowed in, they could see nothing. Zuo Cheng'an took in the commotion of the eyeballs. To escape surveillance in the instance, one would need something that could actually touch the eyeballs. Watching a bunch of fist-sized bloodshot eyeballs dragging tangled, slender blood vessels in and out of one's body was certainly not a pleasant experience. Thus, the moment Zuo Cheng'an noticed the eyeballs stirring, he promptly adjusted his skill back to the middle level, adopting an out-of-sight, out-of-mind approach. Li Yueqiu was wearing an ordinary school uniform, a short-sleeved top and a skirt that reached her knees. Estimating the fabric area, she first tore off a piece of her skirt, but after connecting the strips into a rope, she found it too short. She then tore 2 more strips from below her chest. Her outfit instantly transformed from a loose student-style half-sleeve into a trendy crop top. Trying this style for the first time, Li Yueqiu felt a bit awkward and muttered to herself, "This length should be enough, right?" The actions of Zuo Cheng'an and the others in the back of the sightseeing car naturally did not escape the eyes of the 4 people in front. "Brother Zhang, they're tying themselves up too," said the girl in the tight sportswear with a snicker. "What a bunch of copycats." She clearly thought Zuo Cheng'an and his group had seen them using ropes for safety and were just imitating them. Brother Zhang, a man with a small mustache sitting at the very front, waved his hand dismissively. "Hui, ignore them. They're just a bunch of players who can't even afford a windbreaker. Cannon fodder in the instance." "I just think it's funny," Tan Hui replied. Despite her words, she had great faith in their leader Zhang Zhuang and obediently sat still after hearing him. When people were pulled into the game, they were wearing whatever clothes they had on at the moment of their disappearance: short-sleeve shirts, jeans, high-heel suits. Some were suitable for running and jumping with wide movements, while others were not. After surviving a few rounds of games and accumulating some capital, everyone would choose to switch to a set of hiking gear or sportswear that allowed for easy movement. Those who could afford it would also get themselves a pair of thick-soled combat boots, which offered the best protection for their feet. Zuo Cheng'an was no exception. While shopping at the mall, he bought himself 2 sets of durable long-sleeve shirts and pants along with a pair of boots. Fortunately, the game wasn't strict about clothing. Otherwise, if it insisted that even clothes had to be items, then 99% of players would be forced to go into dungeons. Only those players with so few points that they couldn't even afford food, let alone clothes, would still be wearing ordinary civilian attire into dungeons. Yes, civilian clothes that were stained with blood, unwashed, and torn to shreds. The 4 members of the Breaking Waves Guild didn't lower their voices while talking. They disdained gossiping behind people's backs because the guild backing them allowed them to say whatever they wanted to their faces. Zhang Ren, dressed in tattered clothes, was so furious that he gritted his teeth, wishing he could leap over and punch them twice. The sightseeing car they were riding had 4 rows of seats. The 2 parties, totaling 7 people and 1 dog, occupied 2 rows, each one at the front and 1 at the back. The Breaking Waves Guild sat in 2 normal rows, one behind the other, while Zuo Cheng'an's group sat back-to-back in 2 rows. At such close range, a punch could easily kiss the opponent's face. Zhang Ren did just that. His position made it convenient to strike, so he naturally took on the task of reclaiming their honor. The cloth strap connecting his waist to the handrail gave him confidence. Carefully finding his balance on the bumpy sightseeing car, he stood up, grabbed his item, the treasure of the Fly restaurant, and aimed to split the head of the woman with the sharpest voice. Tan Hui was so scared that her beauty faded, and she dodged into the arms of the man beside her. "Brother Yang, look at him." Yang had already been entranced by Tan Hui's alluring legs, and with the beauty now in his arms, he naturally had to step up to defend her. He also took out his item, an oversized syringe as thick as a calf with a needle tip over 10 centimeters long. An inch longer means an inch stronger. Yang Yi was a legitimate player of the first ladder. Facing a weapon where the syringe and needle combined were half a meter long, and under the dual suppression of attributes and weaponry, Zhang Ren's spatula immediately lost ground, forcing him into a clumsy defense. However, his spatula had a burst of luck, triggering its effect several times and summoning 4 flies that buzzed around Yang Yi as if cheering for Zhang Ren. Zhang Ren was so angry he could have twisted his nose off. He waved his hand to shoo the flies away. Shoo. Go away. But the flies clung to him like loyal guards, refusing to leave. Yang Yi was annoyed by the flies and muttered to himself that this trick was truly dirty. When you can't win, you summon a swarm of flies to disgust people. The sightseeing car took another sharp turn, and the 2 quickly withdrew their hands to steady themselves. Knowing this wasn't the place for a fight, they stopped after a brief exchange. For a moment, the only sound inside the sightseeing car was the buzzing of the flies. Zhang Ren felt he hadn't regained any face. Instead, because of his item's ability, he felt even more humiliated. But knowing that continuing the fight would summon even more flies, he had no choice but to stay put. Before long, the summoned flies were left far behind by the sightseeing car. On the other side, as soon as Yang Yi sat back down, Tan Hui immediately offered emotional support. "Brother Yang, well done. You beat that kid to a pulp." Of course. Yang Yi was a bit elated at being praised by the beautiful woman. In reality, Tan Hui was filled with contempt. He was ugly, short, and weak. Despite running more dungeons than all of them combined, he was still stuck in the first ladder. If not for his decent item that still had some use, she wouldn't even bother with him. Although the 4 of them were all at the first ladder strength level, there were still grades among them. Brother Zhang Zhuang had the greatest potential. Even though running level 1 dungeons no longer gave him free attribute points, he had only run level 2 dungeons a few times, and each time, he still got at least 5 attribute points. His potential was limitless. It was said that in the future, he might achieve double max attributes and advance to the second ladder. Then he could enter the elite group of the Breaking Waves Guild and have the chance to follow the guild's top players into level 3 dungeons to see the world. As for the others, Yang Yi didn't need to be mentioned. He had run over 30 level 1 dungeons and 8 level 2 dungeons, yet he was still stuck in the first ladder. He hadn't accumulated many points either. It was easy to imagine how low his ratings were in each dungeon. Unless he dared to take the risk of going to a level 3 dungeon or found a powerful patron, even if he focused all his points on a single attribute, it was uncertain whether he could reach the minimum requirement of 30 attribute points to advance to the second ladder. Barring any surprises, it seemed his life's achievements were already set in stone, with no further progress possible. In comparison, she, having only run level 2 dungeons 3 times, still had considerable potential. Yes, the same went for Qian Xiang, the quiet one in the team. Among the 4 of them, she and Yang Yi sat in the second row, while brother Zhang Zhuang and Qian Xiang sat in the first row. If brother Zhang Zhuang hadn't told them in a private chat that monsters would attack and not to make any extra move, Shi Tianhui would have already switched seats with Qian Xiang to sit next to brother Zhang Zhuang. Thinking about the upcoming monster attack, Tan Hui sneered inwardly. They had learned their lesson, now discussing information only in private chats among friends, giving no chance for copycats to imitate them. The 2 teams enjoyed a rare 2 minutes of quiet time. Zhang Ren, still shaken from the needle tip, hugged his spatula and stayed silent for a long time, looking dejected. Li Yuiqi's sixth sense told her that something big was about to happen, and she had been feeling restless. Brothers, do you feel something's off? Or do you have a creepy feeling? Zuo Cheng'an didn't feel it, but he saw it. The massive health bars above them had moved closer to the sightseeing car and could come crashing down at any moment. He had already taken Xiao Qi out of his system backpack, applied the last tetanus potion to it, and was ready at any moment. The handle of Xiao Qi had been replaced with new anti-slip tape since he bought it. The body had also been polished, removing the rust to reveal the silvery white metal underneath. It was essentially a rectangular block of metal, more like a ruler than a blade or sword, blank straight up and down. If one got tired of using one end and wanted to wrap anti-slip tape around the other, that was perfectly fine. Li Yuiqi had no item for self-defense, so Zuo Cheng'an simply lent her the Flying Pebble item. Flying Pebble white category item effect automatically returns after being thrown. Limitation attack power and range depend on the user's arm strength. Description: weaklings back off. Back off. Back off. Back off. When he bought this item, it seemed like he was buying the Flying Pebble with Xiao Qi as a bonus, but in reality, it was buying Xiao Qi with the Flying Pebble as an extra. Li Yuiqi was flattered and carefully picked up the stone. Zhang Ren, fearing death, kept adding points to his constitution. Because of her skill, after reaching the required constitution level, she kept pouring points into strength. As it turned out, her strength attribute was actually the second highest among the trio, not counting the dog. Li Yuiqi wanted to say more, but seeing Zuo Cheng'an focused on something, she didn't disturb him and quietly explored the item on her own. Zuo Cheng'an wasn't spacing out, he was fully concentrated on the barrage of comments. This dungeon had too many viewers, and the comments were dense. Often a long string of text would flash before his eyes without him catching a single word. The problem now was that he knew the mountain monkeys would attack soon, but he had no idea exactly when. In the bullet comments, some said the sightseeing bus would be attacked after 7 more turns, some said 4, and some even claimed the spot triggering the mountain monkeys' assault had already passed. They had thoroughly confused themselves. Well, it made sense, they were merely spectators after all. No matter how perilous the dungeon, it had nothing to do with them. Their concern about when the monsters would strike was only to avoid missing the thrilling parts while doing trivial things like using the restroom or picking up takeout. Ultimately, Zuo Cheng'an combined the speed at which the health bars approached in his line of sight with the most popular answer in the bullet comments. After 4 more sharp turns on the sightseeing bus, that would be the time for the mountain monkeys to attack. Zuo Cheng'an had already taken off his easily dislodged night vision goggles. He informed Zheng Ren and Li Yuiqi via private chat to prepare for battle, then stood up first with a thermos containing diluted tomato sauce hanging from his waist. With everything ready, he used his left foot to block the ink dog, lest the canine fall off in the chaos, and positioned his right foot, comfortably lowering his center of gravity. Although there was a cloth rope holding the dog, it was still best not to let it fall, otherwise dangling in the air, it would become nothing more than a dogmeat sandbag. Li Yuiqi and Zheng Ren also stood up, adjusting their stances and stretching their limbs. Seeing Zuo Cheng'an and his team's actions, Zhang Zhuang grew suspicious. Could they also possess intel about this dungeon? Could they be players from the other 2 guilds? Qianlai was unlikely, as it was filled with socially anxious lone wolves of high individual combat prowess. Since these individuals were neither highly skilled nor socially anxious, they must be from Xiaoya. But these people didn't seem to have any outstanding traits. Had Xiaoya Guild's recruitment standards fallen this low over the years? Since the Sunny Resort dungeon opened, a total of 6 batches of players had entered, 3 from Xiaoya Guild, 2 from Polong Guild, and 1 from Qianlai Guild. The members of Qianlai were too introverted. The spies had exhausted every means, but failed to extract a single piece of information. However, they had made some progress with Xiaoya Guild. It was said someone had not only survived until the 4th day, but also successfully brought back information. That was far more than the 2 days' worth of intel obtained by their Polong Guild. Could these people possess a more complete strategy than theirs? Though puzzled, Zhang Zhuang surveyed the surrounding scenery and knew this was not the time to probe the other party's background. Calculating the time, he figured the mountain monkeys should be arriving soon. The mountain monkeys were one of the hostile creatures in the Sunny Resort dungeon, with an average attribute value of 6. In a level 2 dungeon, they were considered ordinary minor monsters, serving as an appetizer. Not to mention players of the first ladder, even slightly stronger players who hadn't yet ascended the ladder could handle them with ease. The trouble lay in the terrain. They were all on a high-speed sightseeing bus with a sheer cliff on one side, leaving no room to maneuver. A single misstep could send them plummeting. 1, 2, 3. Zuo Cheng'an silently counted the turns as they passed. He had long climbed onto the roof of the sightseeing bus waiting for the first wave of monsters to arrive. He hadn't forgotten that the first kill in a dungeon would almost certainly drop equipment with a 100 probability. Clearly, he wasn't the only one aware of this. When Zuo Cheng'an climbed onto the roof, Zhang Zhuang of Polong Guild followed suit. The two each occupied half the space, surprisingly maintaining an unexpected peace. Zuo Cheng'an had already informed Zheng Ren and Li Yueqiu via private chat that monsters would charge from the bushes overhead at the fourth turn, so he wasn't worried about them panicking and holding the team back. The sightseeing bus sped up, swaying as it approached the fourth turn. It was a U-shaped curve that cut into the cliff, stretching over 400 meters in length. As the bus officially entered the U-shaped curve, Tan Huihui, Yang Yi, and Qian Xiang also stood up. At this moment, the advantage of a smaller team became apparent. On one side, there were 2 people and a dog. Seemingly 3 members, but they weren't even breathing the same air, making highly efficient use of space. In contrast, on Tan Huihui and Yang Yi's side, once the 3 of them stood up, they couldn't even swing their weapons without bumping into each other. For what seemed like the umpteenth time, Yang Yi accidentally brushed his elbow against Tan Huihui's chest. Tan Huihui finally snapped, "Is it fun to keep taking advantage of me? Can't you just be quiet like Qian Xiang?" Qian Xiang silently edged toward the front of the bus to avoid getting caught in the crossfire. Yang Yi realized he had gone too far, and not wanting to stir up trouble, swallowed hard, and quickly apologized before Tan Huihui could explode. Tan Huihui wouldn't have to worry about having no outlet for her anger, because at that moment a rustling sound came from the dense bushes overhead. The mountain monkeys mentioned in the intel had arrived. With several heavy thuds of objects landing on the metal roof, the mountain monkeys, previously existing only in bullet comments with a name, finally revealed their true form. This group of mountain monkeys seemed to be a vanguard scouting the situation, numbering only 7 or 8. They indeed looked like monkeys, but their necks were almost as long as their bodies. Just below the throat, each had a conspicuously bright red air sac the size of a quail egg, mostly hidden by fur resembling a fleshy tumor on the skin. The design of these monsters had a certain Ren flavor, as if worried players wouldn't find the weak point, so they made it particularly obvious. It was practically begging to be hit. Upon landing on the roof, the mountain monkeys didn't even glance at Zuo Cheng'an and Zhang Zhuang, who were waiting there. Instead, they climbed down along the bus frame. Zhang Zhuang watched the monsters slip past him one by one, fearing someone else might snatch the first kill, and quickly pulled out his equipment. The weapon he used was a power strip with cords complete with 8 sockets. He swung the tumtor-long cord with formidable force. The plug featured 3 8-centimeter-long barbed hooks arranged in a triangle. It wasn't unusual for players to use strange and peculiar items as weapons, as long as they were effective. Appearance was irrelevant. Zhang Zhuang targeted a mountain monkey, lashing out with the plug and hooking its skin. The monkey struggled in pain, on the verge of breaking free, when blue arcs of electricity suddenly crackled from the power strip. The current traveled along the cord, entering the monkey's body through the 3 barbed hooks, instantly paralyzing it. Only then did Zhang Zhuang pull the cord, preparing to drag it over and finish it off. How could Zuo Cheng'an just stand by and watch? The moment he saw a mountain monkey caught, he raised his ruler a step ahead of Zhang Zhuang. He originally aimed for the red air sac at the throat, but due to the angle, the neck obstructed his aim. He had no choice but to viciously smash the monkey's slender neck. The electric current from the power strip wasn't sustained. The blue arcs vanished in an instant. Even if a faint current remained, Shao Qi's material was non-conductive, so he had no fear of being affected. Crack. With a strength of 201 points combined with Shao Qi's own weight, the fragile neck of the mountain monkey couldn't withstand such immense force and was instantly shattered into pieces. Sometimes blunt force trauma is actually more severe than that from a sharp weapon. If it crushes a piece of flesh, there's not even a way to stitch it up. Even though a section of its neck had gone limp and unsupported, the mountain monkey could still control its body to continue moving. It abandoned its attack on Zhang Zhuang, who had trapped it, and swung its meter-long neck in a backward arc, lunging at Zuo Cheng'an's face. With no bone to hinder it, its neck could now bend a full 180 degrees. Zuo Cheng'an drew his ruler horizontally in front of him to defend, planning to hold his ground for now, before striking at the air sac beneath the mountain monkey's throat. But Zhang Zhuang had already drawn his dagger, and while the mountain monkey was attacking Zuo Cheng'an, he slashed at the air sac on its throat. A glint of greed flickered in his eyes. The first kill is mine. Oh no, they were already in a competitive relationship, disadvantaged in numbers and overall strength. If the other side gained another effective item, they might no longer have any qualms about attacking them directly on the bus. Just then a crisp shout rang out from inside the sightseeing bus. Little flying stone, go. The little flying stone, a bonus item my Shaoqi had obtained, traced a shaped arc through the air, leaving a white afterimage as it struck the mountain monkey. The stone seemed to have an innate ability to lock onto an enemy's weak point, for it hit precisely, piercing the air sac on the monkey's throat. Well done, little stone. Li Yueqiu beckoned. Come back. The stone, having struck true, returned to her hand with an afterimage. Damn it. Kill stealer. Zhang Zhuang couldn't help but curse as the flying stone whizzed past him. But Li Yueqiu paid him no mind, pulling out a willow branch that had suddenly appeared in her backpack. Brothers will look. An item dropped. Catch. Zuo Cheng'an glanced at the willow branch's attributes. It was a support-type item similar to a compass, and immediately waved his hand with little interest. Keep it for yourself. He had thought it might be a handy weapon, but it was just a blind guide staff. Got it. Long live brothers will long live him 1,000 times. Li Yueqiu, unaware that Zuo Cheng'an had already thoroughly inspected the item's attributes, was secretly moved, believing she had latched onto a golden thigh. Hearing Li Yueqiu's words, Zhang Zhuang was seething inside. He, a dignified first-tier ladder player, had had his loot snatched by someone who hadn't even ascended the ladder. Li Yueqiu excitedly waved her newly acquired branch, hopping in place, and even lashed out at a mountain monkey that lunged at her, landing a sharp blow. The mountain monkey, stung by the pain, stretched its neck to bite Li Yueqiu. Bah! Madu leaped high, its head sprouting hard ram's horns, and rammed into the mountain monkey, sending it tumbling off balance into the cliff. But it had charged in too fiercely and seemed about to fall as well. Li Yueqiu was quick-eyed and swift-handed, grabbing Madu by the scruff of its neck with one hand, and its cloth strap with the other, hauling it back up. Woof! Moda's scalp tightened, its eyes rolling back as it was yanked. On the bus roof, the mountain monkey, facing Zhang Zhuang and Zuo Cheng'an, went limp instantly after the air sac in its throat burst, dead beyond any doubt. The creature that had been unfazed by a broken neck had perished so silently. A peculiar fragrance wafted from the ruptured air sac, but as soon as Zuo Cheng'an caught a whiff, it dissipated on the wind. With the first kill's 100 drop rate already gone, Zhang Zhuang had no desire to stay on the roof. Seizing the moment, he hooked the mountain monkey that had taken his seat with a wire plug, coordinated with his teammates to toss it off the cliff, and then returned to his original spot. The batch of mountain monkeys wasn't large to begin with, about 8 of them, so 1 per player made for an easy fight. Soon the mountain monkeys on the bus were either dead or thrown off, and among the players only Li Yueqiu had been scratched on the thigh, while distracted helping Zuo Cheng'an deal with the monkey. She had torn off every tearable part of her clothes to make ropes to tie herself up, leaving no spare fabric for bandaging. At that moment, Zhang Ren generously offered his own clothes. With a series of ripping sounds, his upper body was left with only 2 fraying strips of fabric barely holding together. He tore the cloth into strips and handed them to Li Yueqiu to use as bandages. Staring at the cloth caked with dust, blood, and sweat, Li Yueqiu simply couldn't bring herself to lift her hand. Wouldn't using that to cover the wound cause an infection? She might as well let the wound bleed on its own, or it would clot soon enough. Clearly, Li Yueqiu had forgotten that her physique had reached 7 points. Even if she used dirty cloth on the wound or swam in the Ganges, she'd be fine. Just then, Zuo Cheng'an jumped back from the roof into his seat. Seeing the blood on Li Yueqiu's leg that had already trickled to her ankle, he told her to hold out her hand and poured a bit of tomato juice into it. It's something that heals. Drink it and make it last. Li Yueqiu didn't mind being dismissed at all. Cradling the pool of tomato juice in her palm, she was so tense that she feared spilling even a drop. She licked it clean without wasting a single drop. Feeling the tingling sensation at the wound, Li Yueqiu's pupils dilated in shock. Her first thought, delicious. Her second thought, oh my god, Brothers Zuo actually shared such a divine healing remedy with her. She had heard that healing items were incredibly expensive. What had she done to deserve this? Wait. Li Yueqiu suddenly recalled that Brothers Zuo had poured the tomato juice from a thermos and the angle hadn't been steep. Realizing she had stumbled upon a huge secret, she covered her mouth and fell silent. She knew nothing, yes, nothing at all. Woof. Madu, catching the familiar scent, wagged its tail and padded over to Zuo Cheng'an, lowering its head to reveal a bald patch. It was from a scrape when it had rammed the mountain monkey. Zuo Cheng'an, seeing the wound that was almost healed, twitched the corner of his mouth and poured a bit of juice into his own palm. Madu lapped it up happily, slurp, 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 slurp. Li Yueqiu's leg injury was hidden by the seat, so the rapid recovery of her wound wasn't exposed to Zhang Zhuang and the others. Even though Zuo Cheng'an deliberately made some noise, the members of the Breaking Waves Guild had no interest in secretly spying anymore. They had shifted their focus from observing what the players in the back are doing to being on alert for when the next wave of mountain monkeys will come. According to the intelligence of the Breaking Waves Guild, on the road to Sunny Resort, there would be at least 2 waves of mountain monkey attacks. The stronger the players appeared, the fewer attacks they would face. In other words, mountain monkeys were a bunch of bullies that preyed on the weak. Zuo Cheng'an also noticed the shift in the barrage comments. While this group of players took down the first wave in under 2 minutes, not bad at all. That girl with the willow branch. I thought she'd be eliminated in the first wave, but she's got skills. Kicking mountain monkeys one after another, ha ha ha. She really knows how to kick. Yeah, I'm shocked. If she's that good at kicking, she must be good at squeezing, right? Not sure, but I think the woman sitting in the second row is even better at it. Every move she makes is so tempting. Why won't that kid with the spatula just die already? He's blocking my view of the beauties. If they handle the second wave in the same time, there won't be a third wave, right? Very likely. If they're tough, nuts, the mountain monkeys won't bother testing them again. So there's another attack coming. Warning Li Yueqiu and Zhang Ren to stay alert for the assault, Zuo Cheng'an moved to a seat where he could see the health bars of mountain monkeys lurking in the bushes above the cliff. That way he'd spot any approaching monkey the moment it appeared. To Zhang Zhuang, this move was as good as saying, I know the dungeon's intel too. On the surface, Zhang Zhuang remained impassive, but inwardly he had already labeled Zuo Cheng'an's trio as members of the Dawn Guild. The human capacity for mental fabrication is formidable. By merely suggesting an incorrect answer and implying its absolute correctness, even the most illogical conclusion can be rationalized through self-convincing justifications. For instance, Li Yueqiu and Zheng Ren clearly fell short of the recruitment standards for the Xia Guild. Zhang Zhuang speculated that they must possess extraordinary qualities that compelled the guild to make an exception. The woman who snatched his first kill likely relied on a skill, while the man with the metal ruler boasted sheer strength. But Zheng Ren, could it be his unshakable optimism that prevents mental degradation? An indomitable cockroach-like fate. Connections among the guild's higher-ups. Zhang Zhuang couldn't decide for now, though he would have to observe further. One thing was certain in this era of mutual hostility between the two guilds, any opportunity to eliminate the opposition's members was to be seized. The relationship between the Polong and Xiaoye guilds was ambiguous. Sometimes they cooperated in dungeon runs, other times they fought to the death. The switch between peace and hunting modes was fluid. Recently, both guilds had gathered their core forces to tackle the level 3 dungeon No Escape. They departed, amicably speaking of collaboration for mutual gain. Yet upon their return, hostilities erupted. Xiaoye blamed Polong for hindering operations, ignoring commands, causing chaos, and deliberately luring danger back. Polong countered that Xiaoye had sought revenge, assigning them perilous tasks that led to many deaths. Thus, the brief peace dissolved into renewed conflict. As for the possibility of a third party benefiting from the clash of two guilds in Safe Zone 7's tripartite structure, certainly not. The Qianlai Guild was entirely composed of social phobics. Were it not for the periodic announcements of their players achieving dungeon first clears, their low profile would render them forgotten. They harbored no ambition to dominate Safe Zone 7. Thus, when Polong and Xiaoye clashed, they felt secure about their rear. The Fisherman's Gain scenario was impossible among the three guilds of Safe Zone 7. Forcing individuals who break into a sweat just talking to strangers, a task more exhausting than a fierce battle. To unify a safe zone would be an ordeal. Even with a blade at their throats, the Qianlai members would rather die than engage in public dealings. In fact, if not for the vulnerability of socially anxious solo players, without backing, the Qianlai Guild might not exist at all. Rumor had it that its members had never even met face-to-face. The guild hall was a mere facade occupied only by caretakers devoid of actual guild players. Qianlai's true essence resided in a large player group. Though members had never met in reality, they were well acquainted online. In dungeons, two skilled players might suddenly recognize each other's skills or items mid-battle, exclaim, "So you're XXX from the group," and instantly transform from foes to allies chatting merrily. The Qianlai version of chatting merrily meant communicating via chat window from 3 meters apart. After the mountain monkey's initial probe, time was running short for the players. Zuo Cheng'an soon noticed the health bars hidden in the bushes atop the cliff stirring and creeping toward the sightseeing car. Li Yueqiu remained unflustered. 10 minutes had passed, and her skill was off cooldown. Armed with a weapon, she could defend herself if the mountain monkeys approached again, even without using the ink bucket's claws. As for the little flying stone, she had obtained it as a drop and intended to return it. But Brothers was said she was an excellent support with keen awareness, so she would keep it for now. Zuo Cheng'an had reviewed the properties of the willow branch, Li Yueqiu reported. Unlike items obtained from dungeon quests or dangerous locations, monster drops were random. The willow branch, a green item from the level 4 dungeon Mistwood, could be used for striking and locating objects. Its use was simple. By visualizing the shape and name of the desired object, the branch would point the way. However, it could only locate items of a lower grade and required a long cooldown after each use. All in all, it seemed quite practical. The mountain monkeys were impatient. Once gathered, they launched an assault on the sightseeing car. Bang! 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 The sound of monkeys crashing onto the roof was as dense as raindrops. Even before they emerged, everyone knew the scale of this attack was formidable. A moment later, the first mountain monkey stretched its neck, tentatively peering down from the roof. Yang Yi, clutching his oversized syringe, pierced the monkey's throat clean through. A single strike ruptured the air sac. The limp corpse slid off the roof, signaling the start of the assault. Countless mountain monkeys descended from the roof, covering every direction except the front where the driver sat. They learned quickly extending their heads exposed their weakness, so they sent their bodies down first to draw fire. As long as the throat air sac remained intact, even a broken spine or disembowelment wouldn't kill them. While players dealt with the bodies, the monkeys would find a chance to lower their necks. After all, with such long necks, they could afford to be capricious. Zuo Cheng'an knew that staying inside the car made it impossible to kill the mountain monkeys quickly. With this in mind, he thrust his ruler through a monkey's soft abdomen, dragged it out, and hurled it into the cliff. Then, checking the security of the cloth strips on his body, he swiftly climbed to the roof through the vacated space. Many monkeys that had flung their bodies into the car while leaving their heads on the roof were startled, scrambling to counterattack. But Zuo Cheng'an was faster as Shaoqi finally claimed its first kill since joining him. Killed Mountain Monkey X1, the crimson air sac burst, releasing another fragrant scent. This time Zuo Cheng'an was closer and smelled it more clearly. Unsure of the fragrance's nature, he instinctively held his breath. Just as he was about to move away from the corpse, a thought struck him. He halted his retreat, feigning captivation by the scent, and took a deep breath twice, an exaggerated gesture as if ensuring the audience wouldn't miss it. Sure enough, his act of sniffing the fragrance elicited the desired reaction in the barrage. Look what I saw. This player is actually foolish enough to smell that scent. Does he want to be seated immediately? Not yet, it's still early. But if he keeps sniffing like that, he won't need to wait for the bell on the third day. He'll be seated soon enough. To be honest, I've never seen what the final bloom looks like. At most, I've seen the bud form. None of us have. Hopefully someone among this batch will survive until the 9th day, so we can witness it. After looking at the comments on the screens, Zuo Cheng'an was already preparing to make himself a mask. Although the audience did not know what the aroma was, they understood that inhaling too much would cause blood-colored blisters similar to those of a mountain monkey. It was definitely not a good thing. During the ensuing battles, Zuo Cheng'an intentionally held his breath briefly while piercing the mountain monkey's blisters, trying to inhale as little of the unknown gas as possible. However, the onslaught was too dense for him to inform the two people in the vehicle. From the fact that Zhang Zhuang and others brought ropes, but did not bring the more crucial masks, it was clear that they were unaware of the trickery behind the aroma, otherwise they would have been better prepared. After all, this was a dungeon that had only been cleared 6 times, and the Breaking Wave Guild had not ventured through it many times unless there were more perceptive high-level players. Otherwise, it would be difficult to connect the scent emanating from the monsters' bladders to the anomalies in their bodies. Even if the connection was made, it wouldn't necessarily lead to successful communication. It was estimated that Zhang Zhuang was aware that players' bodies would undergo changes, but did not know the reason, having to be cautious not to consume unknown food or drink suspicious water. The mountain monkey's assault this time was particularly fierce. 5 minutes passed, and they showed no signs of retreat. Inside the vehicle, the head of the ink fight became horned, but its feet still resembled dog paws. The sheep's hooves lacked the strong grip of goats, making it easy to slip on the smooth floor of the vehicle. Thus, it simply used the better gripping pads of dog paws. It cooperated with Li Yueqiu to guard one direction. Li Yueqiu kicked apart a mountain monkey, and with a loud alme, the ink fight exerted all its strength to push the mountain monkey's limp body, which was broken all over out. Working together, not a single mountain monkey could breach their defense. Li Yueqiu even found an opportunity to throw a small flying stone to aid Zheng Ren on the other side. Zheng Ren had transformed into a violent chef, stirring with his spatula with great vigor, continuously flipping, but the targets of his stirring were not vegetables, but the skulls of the mountain monkeys. Let me gently open your skull. In other words, he was cracking open their heads. As he wielded the spatula, he could see a couple of still buzzing flies summoned by the tools. Zheng Ren was hitting well, but was bothered by the flies, waving his hands in annoyance to shoo them away. Get lost, stinky flies. Don't buzz around my ears. Who cares about you? The flies responded. Today you ignore me, but tomorrow I'll make you regret it. Just wait and see. The battle lasted an unknown amount of time as Zheng Ren's wrist ached from wielding the spatula, while the small flying stones thrown by Li Yueqiu went from being able to easily pierce the mountain monkeys' corpses to only barely stopping their movements. Clearly, everyone's stamina was nearing its limit. Fortunately, the mountain monkeys, seeing many of their kind dead or injured, began to show signs of retreat. On the roof of the vehicle, because the bladders of the mountain monkeys continued to emit fragrance after their deaths, Zuo Cheng'an did not let any of the corpses remain willing to take a hit, just to throw the bodies into the nearby ravine. The alert sound in his head indicating the killing of hostile creatures became numbing. He had no idea how many he had taken down. Yet none of them dropped any items. Although he had experienced leaving empty-handed after killing 100 steel-toothed rats, Zuo Cheng'an had already lost hope in the game's drop rates, but this was just too low. No wonder the game set a 100 drop rate for first kills in dungeons. Otherwise, relying solely on killing monsters, players would have to inflate the prices of items 2 or 3 times more. Before long, the mountain monkeys retreated, and everyone finally had a moment to clean up the aftermath. Zhang Zhuang and the others first pulled their teammate, who had fallen halfway and rubbed against the cliff, back up, then cleared the remaining monster corpses from the vehicle. No one on Zuo Cheng'an's side had fallen, so they were all dealing with the wounds left from the battle. After this round of attacks, both teams suffered varying degrees of injury, though most were just minor scratches or slight bites. For players, these didn't even count as injuries, and they wouldn't need to use healing potions, as they would heal on their own after some time. Thus, Zuo Cheng'an did not take out the ketchup to distribute. Even though he had 4 liters of it, he had to use it sparingly. This left the eagerly awaiting ink fight disappointed for quite a while, silently retracting its claws that had lost many hairs. During the next stretch of the journey, the comments were very quiet. The audience chatted normally, without discussing anything special, and Zhang Zhuang's team did not engage in any unnecessary actions. Zuo Cheng'an finally breathed a sigh of relief as it seemed they had passed this checkpoint into the village. Ahead on the road appeared a cave. Barring any accidents, the sightseeing vehicle was about to enter the cave. Inside the cave, it was damp and cold, and there was a smell similar to that of the aroma stored in the mountain monkeys' bladders, yet seemingly diluted countless times, perhaps out of fear of being discovered. If one did not pay close attention or had not smelled the aroma from the mountain monkeys' bladders, they might think it was just the normal scent of grass, wood, and earth. Having seen the comments, Zuo Cheng'an was very sensitive to any abnormal smells. Thus, as soon as he entered the cave, he discovered something was off, and secretly relayed a warning to the other two. In the darkness, Li Yueqiu and Zheng Ren exchanged a glance, and silently held their breath. Then Zuo Cheng'an put on his night vision goggles again to observe the cave's environment. He had just taken them off to prevent them from getting scratched, not expecting to need them again. Once he donned the goggles, the surroundings became instantly clear. He had thought he would see an ordinary cliff face, but to his surprise, it was covered in winding vines resembling tree roots. They seemed to be alive, contracting, and expanding as if breathing. The scent he detected was released during this expansion and contraction. However, the sightseeing vehicle moved quickly, and Zuo Cheng'an barely had time to observe a location before the vehicle carried him away. Moreover, due to his late timing in putting on the goggles, he did not observe for long before the sightseeing vehicle exited the cave and headed toward a village in the valley. The sightseeing vehicle slowly slowed down and finally stopped at the village entrance where the village chief had long been waiting with all the villagers to welcome the tourists, a throng of over 200 people. Strangely, even though it was still bright out, they were all holding torches. Before they could get off the vehicles, Zuo Cheng'an heard the village chief's distinctive accent. "Welcome to Xiangyang Village. We have been waiting for you for a long time. Please experience our smoked greeting." The smoked greeting involves the villagers waving their torches around the visitors, allowing them to bathe in the smoke emitted from the torches. Li Yueqiu was moved to tears upon seeing the villagers dressed in familiar attire. She even spotted a familiar brand logo on the foot of a child. This was the first time she had seen humans in a dungeon since being pulled into the game. Had it not been for Zheng Ren holding her back, she would have rushed forward to borrow a phone to call the police. Therefore, she accepted the strange smoked greeting quite well. Scientifically, it was merely a way to fumigate the unknown viruses that outsiders might carry with the smoke from the torches. While it wouldn't completely eliminate all viruses and bacteria, it could help prevent disease transmission to some extent. However, it seemed that science was unnecessary in the game. Zheng Ren fully understood Li Yueqiu's excitement at this moment, because he had felt the same way the first time he saw his kind in a dungeon. After all, seeing a fellow villager brought tears to his eyes. But in reality, fellow villagers were often the ones who deceived each other. He poured his heart out to the head chef in the dungeon, while the chef was also watching over his heart and lungs. Had he not been strict with himself, he would have already become a filling for buns. Zuo Cheng'an used his skill to examine. The torches in the villagers' hands were merely made of ordinary wood and pine resin. The smoke produced upon ignition was nothing but regular smoke. Soon everyone had undergone the smoke ceremony. Zheng Ren, who had once suffered a loss, whispered to Li Yueqiu, "Don't be foolish, they are not normal humans. Look at their eyes and their expressions. Which village can make over 200 people present identical expressions?" Li Yueqiu was not naive, but she wasn't a fool either. With this reminder, she removed her hometown filter and noticed something was off. In such a large village, the absence of roosters crowing or dogs barking was one thing, but why did everyone wear identical paste-on fake smiles? Coupled with their pristine, wrinkle-free, new clothing, they resembled dolls displayed in a toy store's glass window. Even if they dressed up to welcome tourists, this was too much. Under the gaze of the crowd, the village chief displayed a puzzled expression. However, he seemed unable to control the muscles in his face, properly resulting in a rather stiff expression. His skin and muscles appeared detached, performing a true display of a grinning mask devoid of genuine emotion before the players. Humans possess 44 facial muscles capable of producing over 5,000 expressions. Any misuse of these muscles can lead to the uncanny valley effect. Despite the bizarre phenomenon before her, making Li Yueqiu's heart scream, to hurl a small stone and smash their heads, she had no choice. The villagers were crucial NPCs in this instance, and players needed them to complete their quests. Thus, avoidance was futile. They had to face it head-on. Before Zuo Cheng'an had a chance to speak, someone from Zhangzhuang let out a piercing blast indicating that the Breaking Wave Guild was not pure. Yang Yi pointed at one of the villagers, exclaiming in shock, "Old Wang. Damn, I thought you ran off with the team leader's little lover. How are you in this instance?" The villager referred to as Old Wang did not react, not even glancing at him. The village chief, however, was perceptive. While stroking his plump, age-spotted beard, he called out, "Wang Cheng, do you know this esteemed guest?" Upon hearing the village chief speak, Wang Cheng turned to look at Yang Yi for a moment and replied, "I don't know him." "What utter nonsense. Last month you said you couldn't pay your rent and borrowed 30 points from me. How dare you say you don't know me?" Yang Yi was extremely agitated, making a move to grab Wang Cheng's collar. "Quick, return my capital." Wang Cheng did not flinch or evade, allowing himself to be grabbed. However, a glaring red object intruded Yang Yi's vision, extinguishing his anger and cooling the blood rushing to his head as reason reclaimed control of his mind. How could he have forgotten? The game collects the corpses of deceased players and repurposes them as NPCs. This instance had only 7 players, all standing by, with the rest being NPCs. Even if he had been a friend in life, Yang Yi was startled and abruptly released his grip, retreating back towards his true companions. Only when he felt droplets sliding down the corners of his eyes did he realize he was drenched in cold sweat. Oh, what a rare event. In a myriad of instances, 2 acquainted players happened to meet, but sadly things have changed. I'm dying of laughter. Meeting a long-lost friend again only to find they are already dead. Ooh, I love this scenario. Isn't it just like a loving couple who have sacrificed one for the other to live, only to reunite in another instance, and then the man willingly commits suicide to become an NPC accompanying his wife? I've seen that many times. Just thinking about it makes me nauseous. They've survived, so why the drama? What a fool. Exactly, they survived, so why not just marry someone else later? It makes my head spin. Yang Yi and Wang Cheng were merely ordinary friends, their bond no stronger than some shared conversations. Otherwise, Yang Yi wouldn't have borrowed 30 points from him. However, their friendship was not deep enough to incite a reckless vengeance upon seeing the other had become an NPC corpse. Once he regained clarity, Yang Yi would only lament Wang Cheng's misfortune. A trivial incident, the village chief acted as if he had seen nothing, cheerfully beckoning the players to enter the village. Since you are all project testers, you are also the first batch of tourists to our Shenyang village. Our village will certainly provide you with the best travel experience. As he spoke, the villagers spread out along the road, clearing a path for the players. Under the unblinking gaze of the villagers, everyone moved toward the village. This was far from a good experience, especially with everyone sporting identical pasted smiles. Zheng Ren whispered to Zuo Cheng'an and Li Yueqiu, "Look, that little kid in split-crotch pants hasn't blinked since earlier. He doesn't even mind how dry his eyes are." "Dead people don't need to blink," Zuo Cheng'an replied. "Don't keep staring at the villagers." Although he acknowledged the warning, Zheng Ren couldn't help but sneak a final glance, only to see the kid in split-crotch pants suddenly rub his eyes. Then with surprising ease, he plucked one of his eyeballs out and held it in his mouth to moisten it with saliva before placing it back into the socket. He transformed into a cute little child with sparkling eyes once more. Zheng Ren quickly averted his gaze, shrinking his neck as a chill ran down his back and the soles of his feet, quickening his pace to catch up with Zuo Cheng'an and Li Yueqiu, no longer daring to glance around. After this encounter, his questions were finally answered. He finally understood why the chef who had chased him in the last instance, despite being an NPC, wore clothing from a real-world brand. The structure of Shenyang village is quite simple, with a small river over 3 meters wide at the foot of the mountain serving as a dividing line. On both sides of the river, houses are distributed evenly, and each household hangs a string of dried mushrooms or other grains that can be sun-dried and stored. Inside, there are more than 200 villagers with a total of over 40 houses. Following the small river, one can traverse the entire village without the presence of any complicated streets. The building materials for the houses are sourced locally, mainly consisting of wood, thatch, and stones. It seems to be an effort to avoid ground moisture or various pests, as every house is built on a wooden frame more than 2 meters high before the actual dwelling is constructed on top. Such building habits exist in the real world as well, but typically in those villages, bamboo groves surround them instead of forests. Moreover, the space beneath the frames is generally used for raising livestock. Sometimes when a person wakes up in the house and descends the stairs, they may even step on pigs or sheep that have come up to sleep on the stairs. However, beneath the houses in Shenyang village, there are no livestock, but instead cultivated fields seemingly growing something. As the crops have yet to sprout, it is unclear what kind of plants they are. Tan Hui pouted, saying, "It's dark and gloomy beneath the houses. What could possibly grow there? Moss, perhaps." Normally, when Tan Hui spoke, her number one admirer Yang Yi would chime in to agree. However, this time Yang Yi remained unusually silent, trailing behind the group, as docile as a capybara. Without anyone to play off of, Tan Hui couldn't continue talking and quickly fell silent. Zuo Cheng'an understood why Yang Yi had suddenly become so quiet. It was simply because when he had pulled the clothing of his former companion Wang Cheng, he had seen a red pouch on his chest resembling that of a mountain monkey. It was just smaller in size, and when covered by clothing it was unnoticeable. Yang Yi believed he had found a clue to a hidden task in the dungeon and was eager to make a fortune quietly. After all, the main quest of the dungeon is survival, which does not relate to solving puzzles. Yet there had been abnormal phenomena occurring within the dungeon that required players to explore for answers. What does this indicate? It suggests that hidden tasks lie within these anomalies. As long as one successfully finds the answer, its great evaluation is guaranteed. Considering the invisible bonus of the new dungeon, an S is unavoidable. It's worth noting that those who achieve an S rating are typically leaders of major guilds. Absolutely the soul of a team. Along the way, Yang Yi first indulged in fantasies about how obtaining an S rating would elevate his status in the guild, surrounded by beautiful women, and even Tan Hui, who had looked down on him, willingly serving him. He then forced himself to calm down and ponder how to trigger the hidden task. Combining information from players who had escaped the dungeon from the Breaking Waves Guild, after a certain time in the dungeon, players would develop red spots on their bodies. Before long, these spots would evolve into semi-transparent pouches resembling blisters with a very elastic surface that was not easy to burst. Previously, when in the safe zone, merely listening to the textual descriptions felt pale and lifeless. But now, with a visual representation, Yang Yi instantly felt that the flat information came alive. As for others who were aware of this dungeon information, either they were unaware that villagers had pouches similar to mountain monkeys, or their bodies had not exhibited abnormalities yet. In a short time, they could not conceive that the hidden task in the dungeon would relate to the red pouch found on the throat of the mountain monkey. Thus, he had no competitors in the entire dungeon. This must be heaven granting Yang Yi a chance for a turnaround. Little did he know, simply receiving the hidden task was not enough. It also required completing it and surviving to clear the dungeon for the tangible benefits to materialize. Otherwise, everything would just be castles in the air. Zuo Cheng'an knew more than Yang Yi. In fact, it wasn't just Wang Cheng, every villager young and old had red spots or pouches on their bodies, all uniformly located on their chests, perfectly covered by clothing. Some villagers even had pouches that had already progressed to the next stage with flesh buds protruding from the pouches sprouting like seeds from plants. This had already been observed by previous waves of players as the audience had used their eye cameras to inspect the villagers' bodies one by one. They even named the entire growth process of the flesh buds. When red spots appeared, it was called the sowing phase. When the red spots transformed into pouches, it was termed the latency phase. When the flesh buds broke through the skin, it was the germination phase. After germination, the flesh buds would elongate and bloom, which is referred to as the bud phase. However, beyond that, the audience had never seen, as no player had been able to survive to the flowering stage. Yang Yi was unaware of all this and was still feeling pleased with the little discovery he had just made. Zuo Cheng'an was aware of most of the entire developmental stages of the pouches, yet still could not trigger the hidden task. With the scant clues Yang Yi possessed, it was far too early for him to take on the hidden task. The viewers in the Xiangyang Village Resort livestream included some veterans who had watched players attempt the dungeon several times, but a larger number were newcomers entering the resort livestream for the first time, full of curiosity about everything. Naturally, they utilized the camera's ability to penetrate objects to address their questions. For instance, someone just asked why there were players among the villagers who had previously attempted the dungeon. Someone answered that this was an old tradition of the game. Deceased players, as long as they hadn't turned into a puddle, would eventually be restored and recycled into NPCs. Many people enjoyed watching the segments where friends reunited and lovers met. Of course, for every veteran audience member who could answer, there were also those who could not. For example, why do some villagers have large pouches while others have small ones, and some are even sprouting like bean sprouts? Where do mountain monkeys come from? How many times does a little kid need to roll their eyes in a day? Those questions veteran viewers simply could not answer, and they could only patiently continue watching. Unless a player clears the dungeon or completes the hidden storyline, they would only learn the answers through the player's experiences. Some viewers were enthusiastic about the process of exploring answers, specifically venturing into dungeons that no one had cleared, while others preferred to take the easy route. They would go to dungeons that had complete guides where all side quests had been explored. Clearly, most of the viewers entering the Xiangyang Resort dungeon were of the former type. Each one had an intense desire for exploration, eager to uncover the hidden secrets of Xiangyang Village. The latter type of viewers, upon discovering that the live stream was not only uninteresting but also filled with annoying puzzles, had long since fled to streams that celebrated slaughter as an art. Zuo Cheng'an had not seen such pleasing comments in a long while. A quick scan revealed that everyone was speculating about the anomalies in the village, presenting a variety of ideas with very few inappropriate comments surfacing. Some people watched the dungeon live stream fixated on the beauties' chests and backsides, meanwhile holding the entire script, ridiculing players who made foolish moves from a god's eye perspective. However, in a dungeon without a complete guide, they could not look down from a god's eye view. In such cases, acting pretentious could easily backfire, leading to self-inflicted humiliation. Over time, surely no one would want to linger in a new dungeon and feel stifled. It seemed that beyond the high rewards of dungeons that no one had cleared, there was this advantage as well. Unintentionally, they had filtered the audience, eliminating a large portion of the undesirable. With just this point, Zuo Cheng'an decided he would venture into more new dungeons in the future, not for any other reason, but for the sake of his own eyes. Otherwise, after reading too many negative comments, Zuo Cheng'an feared he might become dark himself, even though he had not been particularly clean before. Soon the village chief led the players through the entire village. Just when the players thought the chief would take them to the forest outside the village, he finally stopped in front of a wooden house. This wooden house, like the other houses in the village, was built on wooden frames elevated from the ground. The land beneath it was also cultivated, and the layout was identical to that of the villagers. The village chief stroked his beard and said with a genial smile, "It's getting late. The village has prepared a welcoming feast for everyone. The ingredients are rare, so don't miss out." With that, the chief's tone shifted from kindly to stern, his voice grave. After all, the welcoming feast is also one of the activities for tourists to participate in. As experience evaluators, you must take part before you can offer suggestions for improvement. Furthermore, the area outside the village is far from peaceful. I hope all evaluators will maintain professional integrity and do not, under any circumstances, step beyond the boundaries of Xiangyang Village. By the end, the chief's words came out almost one by one, each syllable striking the players' hearts like a heavy hammer. Everyone suddenly recalled the main mission of the instance: survive 10 days and 9 nights, and complete at least 3 tourist activities. This was a survival-type instance with added task elements. Its difficulty was a whole tier higher than a pure survival instance. Oh wow, I almost forgot. This is a survival instance, not a puzzle one. Players just need to stay alive, no need to investigate why the villagers are strange. Exactly. So why bother racking my brain over all that? What's the point of worrying about air sacs? They'll just sit back and watch the players fight it out. How boring. I thought the chief would pull off a dramatic zombie transformation. Deciphering is still necessary based on my 3,000 hours of livestream watching experience. Surviving 10 days and 9 nights and completing 3 tourist activities only earns players the most basic rating. Even with this newly opened instance and various hidden boosts, the highest is B or A. You have to find 1 or 2 clues about the instance's hidden storyline to get an A or A. Completing the hidden mission entirely can push it to an S. Alright, I the clever one have already guessed the hidden mission's name. It's shock. Blood-colored air sacs spread from person to person. Monkey to human transmission. Is this a matter of human nature? I think the hidden mission is to uncover why the village is full of living corpses. The above commenter must be new to Eternal Light Tech, right? The human NPCs in this instance are all living corpses, patched up dead players reused. Right, I downloaded it this morning, and this is my first live stream I'm watching. Be bold. The hidden mission is to kill all creatures with blood-colored bubbles on them. Watching the audience's wild guesses, Zuo Cheng'an fell into thought. The number of instances where players could obtain free attribute points was limited. Once that number was exceeded, no further attribute points could be gained from instances. To maximize benefits from instances, the higher the rating, the better. As for how to trigger hidden missions in instances, he actually had some experience. In the Uncle Muz's farm instance, he found the key clue, a photograph with the farm's original owner, which triggered the mission. By the same logic, to trigger the hidden mission in Xiangyang Resort, he would also need to find a pivotal clue. The known suspicious points so far were that the villagers and the mountain monkeys all had red patches or their advanced form blood-colored air sacs. But this was the result. The cause behind the patches appearing on them had yet to be found. Zuo Cheng'an estimated that when he encountered the cause, that would be when he could trigger the hidden mission. He currently had 2 ideas. 1, the clue was hidden in the cave the sightseeing bus passed through. 2, it was concealed within the tourist activities. The ideal scenario naturally would be that he triggered it upon entering the cave or during a tourist activity. But reality wouldn't be so smooth. The chief's warning not to leave the village likely aimed either to prevent players from wandering into the nearby caves, or to stop players from tampering with the activity sites in advance. Sneaking out of the village was too risky. Unless there was no other choice, he wouldn't attempt it for now. Thus, the best option for the moment was to wait patiently for the welcoming feast and follow the instance's flow. Zuo Cheng'an rubbed the dog's head of his Inkdu companion. Level 2 instances were such a hassle. Each run took nearly 10 days, unlike level 1 instances that could be finished in a day. Even if he knew not much time passed in the safe zone after returning, the subjective time in the instance was still real. Moreover, he felt that the time flow in Xiangyang Resort was nearly 1-1 with the outside world. Fortunately, the rented house's timer didn't tick while he was in the instance, otherwise he'd have to pay rent again for the place he'd just rented a few days ago. Zuo Cheng'an recalled that he hadn't officially gone through any level 1 instances. The Tower of Heaven and the novice instance didn't count, so he still had many level 1 instance slots for earning attribute points. If not for the impending Great Cleanse, he wouldn't risk the high-risk, high-reward level 2 instance. Why not just play it safe and develop slowly in simple level 1 instances? But with Red Eye as a ticking time bomb, he had to strengthen his abilities in the shortest time possible to increase his survival chances. The Great Cleanse was 11 days away. If the instance time was synchronized with the safe zone, then once he left the instance, he'd have little time to rest before facing it. 10 or 8 attribute points wouldn't give his strength a qualitative leap. Only by completing the hidden mission and earning an S rating, doubling the attribute points was their hope. If he remembered correctly, the attribute point cap for a level 2 instance seemed to be 10 points doubled to 20 with an S rating. If he could achieve some accomplishments during the instance, the gains might be even higher. Some accomplishments with not a difficult conditions had prerequisites that were semi-public. As long as one was willing to put in the effort to inquire, they could be found out. For instance, the first blood accomplishment he once achieved came from killing a hostile monster in the novice instance. If he missed the novice instance, no amount of kills later would count. The pioneer achievement was also simple, clearing an unopened instance once. Among players on the first ladder, this achievement was as common as 1 per person. It even had advanced versions Pioneer 2.0 and Pioneer 3.0, requiring clearing unopened instances twice and 3 times respectively, rewarding 3 attribute points each. Beyond these, there were combat achievements like 10,000 Slayer for killing 10,000 humanoid hostile creatures, Insect Killer for killing 100,000 insect-type hostile creatures, and instance-specific achievements like the Blue-Hatted Granny's Unwelcome Visitor, Excellent Employee of the Can Meat Factory, and Noble Guest of the Ancient Castle. However, these instance-specific achievements usually had strategies circulated, so only the first discoverer could get 3 attribute points. From the second discoverer onward, the reward decreased progressively, from 2 attribute points to 1, and then to a consolation prize of only 1 point. It was likely that the only thing left for these achievements was their collectible value. Whether the Xiangyang Resort has exclusive achievements remains unknown. Achievements like 10,000 kills are too distant, and relying on this method for attribute points is not very reliable. Therefore, the focus should still be on finding hidden quests. After warning the players against leaving the village during non-experience periods, the village chief instantly transformed his expression, restoring his kind and amiable demeanor. He warmly invited everyone upstairs into a small wooden house. Esteemed travelers, this is the place where you will be staying in the future. Li Yuechio noticed the thick layer of dust on the doorframe of the wooden house and opened the quest interface to look at the promotional slogan for the dungeon: 10 days and 9 nights. Luxurious accommodations. Bonfire parties. Where is the promised luxurious accommodation? She came here to experience a high-quality homestay. If there isn't any, then what was all the frustration she endured along the way for? What was it all for? Gently, a little girl with dreams of a homestay full of youth, kindness, and a willingness to help shattered. Zuo Cheng'an surveyed the wooden house, which like other residences in the village had a string of dried mushrooms hanging at the entrance, likely a food reserve for the villagers. Compared to the houses of other villagers in Xianyang village, this wooden house could truly be called luxurious accommodation. In terms of area, one room here could be equivalent to 7 or 8 rooms of the villagers, and its location is also the highest point in the village, offering the best view. So aside from being a bit dusty, slightly old, and having larger holes in the roof, calling it luxurious accommodation is not unreasonable. As they pushed open the large door in the center of the wooden house, the village chief led everyone inside. Upon seeing the internal layout, Li Yueqiu and Zheng Ren both displayed a familiar expression. Upon entering, there was a horizontal corridor, one side featuring cross-shaped wooden frame windows, while the other side had rooms lined up next to each other. To avoid confusion, each door had a number tag ranging from 101 to 107. Zheng Ren smirked and joked, "Next you won't be giving us 2 keys each, right?" The village chief's eyes widened. How could that be? Xianyang village never uses keys. Our villagers are simple and honest. They would never engage in such sneaky behavior. As he spoke, the village chief's face flushed with excitement, and his already loose skin appeared even more saggy. His nose, eyes, and mouth seemed to move independently, as if they had just met. Tan Hui, fearing he might become angry, rushed over to reassure the players with a few kind words. That's right, the people of Xianyang village are honest and don't pick up what is lost. Using door locks would simply be a sign of distrust towards the villagers. If it's good that you understand. The village chief scanned the players. Before the welcoming feast begins, I will send someone to come get you. The official experience of the tourism project will start tomorrow morning. I guarantee that you will have a fulfilling 10 days. With that, the village chief strode off towards a beautifully decorated little building in the center of the village. That should be the village chief's home. Due to the winding river, although the players' bamboo houses were at a high elevation, they couldn't overlook the entire village. A part of the village was obscured by bends in the river, causing the houses on both banks to also bend, with it shielded by the extra mountain. The hidden area was where tonight's welcoming feast would take place, so the players couldn't even observe the situation outside the small wooden house. To see the venue for the welcoming feast, they would have to venture into the village. Just thinking about the villagers' fixed stares and rigid expressions made several of them unwilling to voluntarily enter the village in the short term. Zuo Cheng'an adjusted the Eye of Truth to its highest setting, and indeed saw that the number of eyes around had decreased significantly, likely all having gone to watch the villagers prepare for the welcoming feast. Perfect by staying in place, he could observe the text-based broadcast from the audience. My goodness, such a large pot, it can fit a person. They really value the players bringing out such a big pot. Not innovative, the trick of cooking players alive has been used in countless other dungeons already. Oh, so they're going to stir-fry. I thought they were going to use the big pot to stew people. But why is this old lady stir-frying bugs? Is that also food? The old lady cooking seems to be a good chef as well, the stir-fried dishes. While disregarding the ingredients, they should taste quite good, right? Bugs are actually quite tasty. They have a fragrant aroma after being stir-fried. Why is there only vegetarian food? Is there no meat? Aren't bugs considered meat? I mean chicken, duck, goose, pig, cow, sheep. Wait, I just realized there are no livestock in the village at all. Or what do they usually eat? Isn't that going to lead to nutritional imbalances? Come on, what's the point of worrying about nutritional balance for the dead? As long as they can maintain their vital signs, it's fine. The comments in the bullet screen indicated that there were very few viewers paying attention to the main points while the players were busy dividing rooms. Thus, Zuo Cheng'an only glanced at the bullet screen to confirm that the villagers were preparing normal food and didn't pay much attention afterward. Zhang Zhuang had grown accustomed to showing off his power as a member of the Breaking Waves Guild, habitually ordering all players to divide the rooms. He reviewed the information in his hands. There were no issues with the players' accommodations, and any room would be fine. Therefore, he didn't mix things up much. Rooms 1234 were for the 4 of them, while rooms 567 were for Zuo Cheng'an and his 2 companions. Zuo Cheng'an didn't mind his weapon was called Little 7, so he chose room 7. Zheng Ren and Li Yueqiu, due to the nature of the novice dungeon, naturally had a fondness for rooms with larger numbers and had no objections to Zhang Zhuang's arrangement. Zheng Ren touched the wooden door marked 105 with tears in his eyes, exclaiming, "Finally, we get to stay in room 5. As for Li Yueqiu, she had long since entered the room. The 6 on the door gave her a tremendous sense of security. Indeed, the first dungeon experience in a player's life has a lifelong impact. The after effects are simply too strong. Zuo Cheng'an pushed open the door. Unlike the bare 5-square-meter shell of the Screaming Night dungeon, this room was a neatly rectangular space, measuring at least 20 square meters. Inside the room, there was a single bed, wardrobe, table, and chairs, all complete, and they even thoughtfully left a rack for luggage. Mo Do wandered around the room, surveying its future territory with his claws, making a clattering sound against the wardrobe door. Facing the room's entrance was a large scenic window, allowing one to see the boundless forest without stepping outside. Given the climate and environment in the dungeon, there would likely be mist surrounding the forest in the morning. It was just the time of sunset, and the sun in the dungeon world was about to set below the mountains with the glow evenly spreading across the tree crowns. This beautiful scene, disregarding the dangers within the dungeon, if Xiangyang Village were to be developed properly, it could truly become a nice vacation destination. Unfortunately, the windows of the accommodation faced the wrong direction, facing west, so there was only sunlight in the afternoon. As he drew closer to the windows, Zuo Cheng'an could hear Li Yueqiu in the adjacent room marveling at the same breathtaking view. How wonderful it would be to have a camera right now. Indeed, while wandering the marketplace, Zuo Cheng'an had spotted camera-like artifacts, numerous models ranging from long-barreled to compact designs. Yet such devices, capable of capturing still images and moving footage, often proved invaluable within dungeons, commanding exorbitant prices as a result. In rule-based anomaly dungeons, for instance, photographing the rules and developing the prints ensured players would never forget them, even amid paralyzing tension or mental blankness during the trial. Likewise, in puzzle-oriented dungeons demanding the retention of numerous clues, cameras offered an elegant solution: capture, retrieve, and arrange evidence at will. Of course, the most reliable instrument remained the player's own mind, who, once sufficient attribute points were allocated, and the body, sufficiently enhanced photographic memory, ceased to be the exclusive domain of prodigies. After rooms were assigned, and everyone grew accustomed to their surroundings, dusk gradually settled. Just as the village elder had foretold, a child arrived at the wooden cottage to invite the players to the village banquet. Having delivered his message, the boy dashed off without delay. With no turning back, the group armed themselves fully and stepped outside, less like guests attending a feast, more like warriors marching toward a dungeon's final boss. Zuo Cheng'an, by contrast, moved with effortless ease. He knew tonight's gathering was merely a standard welcome banquet, 12 meticulously prepared dishes accompanied by folk dances performed by local young women. Even the entertainment was served alongside the meal. What more could one possibly need? Piles of firewood suggested the banquet would last deep into the night. Overall, aside from the protein courses, various insects, the event presented no other apparent flaws. The village was small, crossing it on foot took less than 5 minutes. Thus, even at their most deliberate pace, all players found themselves seated on either side of a long communal table within 7 minutes. An elderly woman dressed in a vibrantly patterned floral shirt introduced each dish with warm familiarity. The game's meticulousness often revealed itself in unexpected places. Though it had forgotten to install handrails or seatbelts on the sightseeing vehicle, it had not overlooked assigning a custom seat, and even a dedicated bowl, for the uniquely designated player Imodo. Even the food in his bowl was prepared separately by villagers, plain boiled vegetables minimally seasoned. Beaming, the old woman appeared genuinely fond of the players. This is silkworm jelly, wild mushroom soup, fried yam, and this, rare indeed, is the firewood insect freshly caught by our children. Do eat heartily. She spoke animatedly, describing every dish in turn. Zuo Cheng'an glanced deliberately at the woman. His true sight ability proved far more potent than anticipated, not only revealing monster lineages, but even disclosing the names of human NPCs embedded within the dungeon. Her surname was Liu, her given name Nan Shan. Her demeanor marked her as part of the faction welcoming the players, while Wang Cheng embodied the opposing camp, his gaze heavy with undisguised contempt whenever it fell upon them. Freshly served dishes sat before them, but not a single player reached for chopsticks. It wasn't merely the sight of tangled, deep-fried earthworms or palm-sized steamed spiders that deterred them. Rather, the entire village, elders and children alike, stood motionless around the table, eyes unblinking fixed upon the players. They watched as if awaiting the moment the players began eating, and Grandma Lu's cheerful urging, "Please don't be shy. Eat up," only heightened their wariness, making them reluctant to taste anything. Such intensity inevitably conjured grim speculation: were the dishes poisoned, laced with fatal toxins? In matters of food safety, appearance became secondary. Zhang Zhuang and his fellow members of the Breakwave Guild remained utterly still. Their informant, a player who'd entered the dungeon just 1 day prior, had developed unexplained crimson rashes that itched violently that very first night. Dismissing it as trivial, he delayed action until the next day, when the rashes rapidly bloomed into pulsating blood-red cysts. Worse still, those cysts relentlessly siphoned the player's life force, feeding upon his vitality to sustain their own grotesque growth. He likely wouldn't survive until the dungeon's 10th day. Conclusion: death by slow absorption seemed inevitable. What form the cysts might ultimately assume, Zhang Zhuang and his companions could only guess. That player, unable to sustain the cysts' voracious demand, forcibly exited the dungeon on the second night, using precious points to heal himself in the outer world. Had his strength been greater, had he endured longer within the dungeon, the Breakwave Guild's intelligence would have been far richer. After exiting, the informant relayed his findings. The guild strategists immediately analyzed the cysts' origin, yet their conclusions remained inconclusive. The informant's weak command of language and logic, combined with the overwhelming volume of in-dungeon information and his brief 2-day stay, left him unable to recall or articulate crucial details. Most critically, he omitted the faint, elusive fragrance emanating from ruptured cysts, a vital clue. Without even establishing the foundational conditions, solving the riddle was impossible. Ultimately, the Breakwave Guild could only hypothesize that the crimson cyst stemmed from contamination, either in the dungeon's water supply or its food. Having spent only 2 days inside, the informant consumed nothing but dungeon water and a trace of moss. Yet even that minimal intake triggered catastrophic consequences. This time Zhang Zhuang came thoroughly prepared. Ropes were one measure, his storage artifact brimmed with provisions, food and water both rigorously vetted. Thus from the moment he sat at the table, Zhang Zhuang remained silent, refusing even to touch his chopsticks or bowl. The other 3 mirrored his stillness, ignoring the villagers, entirely immobile as statues. Neither side moved. Meanwhile, Li Yueqiu opened a private chat window in her mind, summoning Zuo Cheng'an and Zheng Ren. Li Yueqiu's stern expression: bad news. We're facing a prepared adversary. Zheng Ren: exhausted, I'm starving. Without dosage context, toxicity talk is meaningless. If we eat just a little, could it be safe? Li Yueqiu: dazed, I just want to eat. That roasted spider looks delicious, like crab legs, slurp slurp. Zuo Cheng'an did not join the chat. Instead, he activated his skill and scanned every dish on the table. Even if villagers hadn't tampered with the food, the ingredients themselves might harbor hidden danger. He first examined the most distinctive dish, roasted firewood insects, singled out and enthusiastically recommended by Grandma Lu. Its uniqueness warranted priority inspection. Apart from being recommended by the villagers, its appearance is quite special, with other plates piled high, as if afraid the players would not have enough to eat. However, this dish is merely a large white porcelain plate neatly arranged with 8 plump white meat worms, evidently corresponding to the number of players in the instance, 1 for each person, even including mo dough. Roasted fireworm, a rare specialty from Xiangyang village, delicious and crispy. Consuming it slightly increases the constitution attribute. Due to the scarcity of this type of fireworm, only the first 10 batches of tourists have the opportunity to enjoy it. Indeed, it is a good item. As for the mention of the first 10 batches of tourists, it refers to the first 10 waves of players challenging the instance right. However, judging by the expressions of Zhang Zhuang and his companions, it seems that the players from their guild in the earlier waves did not eat the welcoming feast, hence they missed out on the information about the fireworm. Otherwise, they would have long since picked up their chopsticks to grab some. Since it's not poisonous, Zuo Cheng'an picked up a roasted fireworm with his chopsticks and tossed it into his mouth. The exterior was somewhat dry from roasting, but it still contained a lot of juice, making it crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. A single bite caused the juice to burst in his mouth. To his surprise, the fireworm even had a fragrant mushroom aroma. After eating, he indeed felt a warm current circulating through his body, sweeping away the fatigue from the battle with the mountain monkeys earlier in the day. Zuo Cheng'an opened his personal panel and noticed that his constitution attribute had increased from 18 to 19. Seeing this, he picked up another one. Since the people across from him had no appetite, adhering to the fine tradition of not wasting food, he did not mind finishing it off for them. Unfortunately, the effect of the second fireworm was not as strong. It was no different from ordinary food. After checking the other food again and confirming that there was no poison and it was safe to eat, Zuo Cheng'an sent a message in the group chat: Zuo Cheng'an, the dishes are fine. The roasted fireworm I just had can increase constitution, but only the first one is effective. Hurry and eat while they haven't noticed you. Seeing this message, Li Yueqiu and Zheng Ren had no more worries and picked up their chopsticks to eat heartily. Zheng Ren, with a scorpion skewer in his left hand and a large fireworm in his right, was stuffing his stomach vigorously. Li Yueqiu was not to be outdone, quickly finishing half a plate of fried cicadas on her own, of course, not neglecting the fireworms. However, after tasting all the dishes on the table, she favored the bamboo worms even more, claiming they had a hint of sweetness. Seeing the two of them enjoying themselves, Zuo Cheng'an felt quite pleased. Not bad, they are not beyond saving. If they kept staring at the fireworms after he finished too, such unusual behavior would surely attract the attention of the 4 people across the table. However, if they mixed in other food while eating, it wouldn't be as obvious. They would only think Zuo Cheng'an found the fireworms tasty and recommended them to his companions. And they wouldn't suspect there was anything wrong with the fireworms. Wu Wu Mo Do squatted beside Zuo Cheng'an, gently nudging his leg. It was very obedient and would never eat food from unknown sources without instruction. Zuo Cheng'an picked up a fireworm and placed it in its dog bowl. Go ahead and eat. Woof. Although Mo Do preferred to eat vegetarian food, an occasional meat dish was just a change of taste. Moreover, this meal truly tasted good, evidently prepared with care by the villagers. Today, Mo Do also participated in the battle. Switching between dog and sheep forms consumed quite a bit of energy, making it urgent for a boost. After demolishing the fireworm, Mo Do's previously low constitution of 8 points rose to 9 points. With its appetite opened up, it didn't even lift its head to eat the other food in the bowl, swallowing everything directly without chewing. Seeing this, Zuo Cheng'an began to ponder whether he should buy a slow feeding bowl for his pet to correct its poor eating habits. Zhang Zhuang and his companions sat in their positions watching the people across, and the dog feast, heartily unable to help but swallow hard. They had also been tense all day, now feeling both tired and hungry. They could fall asleep as soon as they lay down, yet they had to force themselves to sit here and watch others eat. Zuo Cheng'an, feeling playful, pushed a plate of oil-sauteed mushrooms forward. Want to give it a try? The mushrooms were evidently freshly picked from the forest, varied in type, with red umbrellas, black umbrellas, floral umbrellas. All kinds. Yang Yi revealed a hint of desire, quietly reaching for the chopsticks. Slap. Zhang Zhuang smacked his hand away, sternly scolding. Useless thing, can't you even endure a little hunger? Have you forgotten that food in the instance is the most trap-laden? Or do you want to grow red spots on your body? Of course Yang Yi hadn't forgotten. He had entered more instances than anyone present. He had witnessed no less than 10 types of tricks played with food in instances. Getting poisoned immediately after eating was weak. The game wouldn't let players notice food issues so quickly they would act in the shadows. For instance, adding spices that only certain monsters can smell in the food to lure them to attack players, emitting special scents. Players wouldn't even know that they were targeted by monsters because they took a sip of soup. Also, the order of killing each night corresponds to the order in which players pick up chopsticks during dinner. Consuming food in the instance could lead to losing consciousness or being assimilated into hallucinations, and so on. Oh right, there's also the case of the Xianyang Resort, where consuming food leads to red spots appearing on the body, eventually turning into blood sacs. He recalled it all. Yang Yi's hand trembled and the chopsticks slipped from his grip, falling onto the table. He suddenly felt his stomach not hurting, the food not tasting good, and his hunger subsiding. He waved his hands repeatedly. No, we want to eat. Oh, is that so? Then we'll finish it all ourselves. Zuo Cheng'an pulled back the plate with a hint of disappointment. Umph. Zhang Zhuang wouldn't fall for such a simple provocation. Go ahead and eat. Even if it doesn't poison you, it can still trap you. Hopefully you'll be dehydrated by tonight and unable to participate in tomorrow's tourism events, leading to a plot kill in the instance. His determination was firm, but unfortunately there were people in the team who did not follow his commands. Throughout the journey, the usually taciturn Xianxiang picked up his chopsticks and started eating. Zhang Zhuang was momentarily taken aback, suddenly recalling that there was indeed such a person on their team. Then he remembered that he had been sitting right next to him all day. Xianxiang's presence was too weak. He could only reply with one sentence after speaking 10 to him, which was quite boring. Just as he was about to admonish Xianxiang not to drag them down due to gluttony, he suddenly thought of something and decided to let it be. Xianxiang had just joined the Breaking Waves Guild as a newcomer. He had obtained skills when opening the newcomer gift pack, and with good performance after completing a newbie instance, he had accumulated enough speed attribute points to reach the standard for challenging the Sky Ladder Tower, thus being admitted to the guild as an exception. After all, among the 3 major guilds in Safety Zone 7, the Breaking Waves Guild had the lowest admission standards. Due to the high attrition rate of newcomers in the guild, a fresh batch needs to be quickly absorbed every so often to fill the vacancies. As long as their attributes are acceptable, even those with poor evaluations in the rookie dungeon can join. Xianxiang is even among the standout individuals in this batch of newcomers. Initially, Zhang Zhuang had to recruit Xianxiang, who had just broken through to the first tier, simply to gather a total of 7 people for the dungeon. The intention was to use him to probe the killing rules within the dungeon, or to use his life to explore. Unexpectedly, at the last moment, Zuo Cheng'an and his companions emerged, disrupting all of his plans. However, it doesn't matter. He holds valuable intelligence that enables him to avoid those dangerous areas in advance. Today's mountain monkeys are merely an appetizer with the main event set for tomorrow. With the 3 of them acting as shields, he can keep himself safer. After becoming players, their enhanced strength means that people's sixth sense has also somewhat improved. Zhang Zhuang knows that Zuo Cheng'an and the others have sensed his hostility, especially the woman who robbed him of his first kill, who has already begun showing obvious signs of rejecting him. But so what? In terms of strength, all of them are at the first tier, and they also have the numerical advantage. He possesses absolute authority in this dungeon. If there's someone to blame, it should be himself for choosing to join the Xia Guild. Xianxiang's movement of picking food alerted Li Yueqiu, who thought the good things shouldn't go to outsiders. She noticed that there was still one more bug in the dish, and she struggled to swallow the leaf soup in her throat, trying to quickly snatch the last bug from Xianxiang's plate. Even if she choked, she wouldn't help the enemy. Absolutely not. Burp. Although she managed to grab it, her stomach had no room left, and only soup could barely go down. She looked at Zuo Cheng'an and Zheng Run, who were also already full, and asked Burp, who wants it? I'm full. I can't even eat a grasshopper leg. Zheng Ren quickly waved his hand, while Zuo Cheng'an picked up Mo Do's plate and said, give it to Mo Do, it seems like it hasn't eaten enough. Large dogs have big appetites, which is normal. Li Yueqiu's eyes lit up. Right. We can feed the dog. Mo Do should eat more. Grow tall and strong. Woof. Mo Do glanced over, feeling as though someone was cursing at it. The sun had long since set completely, and at some unknown time the villagers lit bonfires, the warm flames cutting through the darkness. If it weren't for the group of frenzied villagers around, this scene would have been quite cozy. Since the village chief didn't tell them to leave, they could only stay and watch the villagers dance, as if possessed by something, surrounding the bonfire as they performed their customary dance. The dance was nothing like they had imagined. In fact, it was completely the opposite, just a group of people high on toxic mushrooms dancing chaotically. To put it bluntly, their twisting dance moves resembled a bunch of seaweed. If such a tourism project existed in the real world, it would surely be met with backlash online. What's more, it looked like the red spots on this villager's chest had spread. Damn, the red spots on this person's chest have expanded. Players in the dungeon cannot freely express their opinions like an audience. Especially Zhang Zhuang and his companions, they hadn't eaten at the welcome banquet and had already sensed something was off in the way some villagers were looking at them. At this moment, they dared not mock the villagers' traditional dance, clapping and cheering instead. Anyone who didn't know would think they were at a sports event. The village chief was quite responsible explaining next to them. However, in the noisy environment, his voice was muddled. Even if the players focused their full attention on listening, they could only grasp the gist, and the specific meaning had to be guessed. It seemed the village chief was introducing their dance, but it was far too noisy. The crackling of burning wood, the villagers singing, and the howling of mountain monkeys in the forest combined with the chief's heavy accent and the air escaping from his speech made it impossible to discern anything. At this moment, someone in the barrage released information they had gathered after watching 4 batches of players venture into the Xiangyang village dungeon. That's right, it's me again, the Tofu King who loves studying games and vows to explore every dungeon. I arrived a bit late and only caught 4 batches of players challenging the Xiangyang village dungeon. From the information already uncovered, we can ascertain that the villagers are worshipping a deity and have derived many local customs from it. This dance that resembles twisting plant vines is one such custom. The villagers believe this can facilitate communication with the deity and receive blessings. Perhaps players should join the villagers in dancing. If they dance beautifully, they might earn the deity's favor. What favor? I see them going crazy on the spot. Deities aren't that easy to meet. Exactly. In the level 6 dungeon of Hall No. 1, I saw an NPC summon a deity's projection. Over 200 players at the 5th tier all committed suicide by smashing their heads. They didn't hesitate at all. Damn, I've heard of that. It's the very popular level 6 dungeon called Holy Fire Rebirth Rite. Zuo Cheng'an caught sight of a reckless bullet comment muttering that cursing into the void naturally yielded no reaction. If you didn't think of their name, how would they know you were cursing them? He never expected that a mere level 2 instance, ostensibly a simple survival challenge, would harbor a hidden quest bearing the shadow of a deity. But that didn't quite add up either. Even a projection of a god could skyrocket a dungeon's rank to level 4. If the Sunny Resort instance truly contained a deity, it would have long ascended to level 7 or even level 8. How could it still be lingering among the level 2 dungeons? The villagers believed their dance was an offering to a deity, but perhaps they were merely venerating some peculiar existence. In the real world, there are villages that worship oddly shaped stones or abnormally large animals as mountain gods or guardians. Perhaps Sunny Village was the same. Their worship was not directed at a god, but at some special creature. Zuo Cheng'an recalled the root-like vines in the cave. Both in form and species, they bore a striking resemblance to the villagers' dance. Was it coincidence, or was the deity the villagers worshipped actually the main body of those vines in the cave? Regardless, the cave he had passed on the way here was now firmly on his must-visit list. The dance continued late into the night. Zuo Cheng'an and his 2 companions were fine, having eaten their fill and enjoying the cool mountain breeze. Setting aside the dungeon's eeriness, it was truly a pleasant summer retreat. Zhang Zhuang and his group, however, were growing restless. They had gone the whole day without food or water. While a first-tier player could endure a day's hunger without serious harm, it was certainly uncomfortable. When the last of the firewood burned out, the village chief finally allowed the players to return. Before leaving, Zuo Cheng'an's gaze lingered on the villagers who had performed the dance. The bullet comments had mentioned that those with red spots had seen them spread, those with sprouts had them lengthen. Was it because of the dance that the foreign growths on their bodies were stimulated? Or was it something else? It couldn't be that the deity had truly answered them, could it? Suppressing his doubts, Zuo Cheng'an overheard Li Yueqiu questioning the boy leading them. Hey kid, what's tomorrow's activity? The boy was sucking on his eyeball. Hearing someone speak, he reinserted the eye into its socket and looked at the speaker. Li Yueqiu had grown accustomed to the villagers' lifeless dead eyes, and her urge to smash their heads had diminished considerably. The others, though walking separately, were all eavesdropping. They were equally curious about tomorrow's tourist activity, hoping to prepare properly for the night. Just as they assumed the boy wouldn't answer, he opened his mouth. Tomorrow, we're going canyon rafting. He actually told them. With this information, the players' minds began to churn. Zhang Zhuang frowned. This was different from the intel. The Wave Breaker Guild had entered the Sunny Resort instance twice. Though the longest anyone had stayed was 2 days, they had managed to gather some intel on the order of activities. According to the intel, they should be treasure hunting in the dense forest tomorrow, with canyon rafting scheduled for the day after. Why, when he entered the dungeon, had the first day's activity become canyon rafting? Had he done something special that caused the forest treasure hunt to be butterflied away? Such sudden changes in dungeon flow were not uncommon in newly opened instances. Given the area explored in the current intel, the Sunny Resort instance was relatively large, even among level 3 dungeons. The larger the area and the higher the level, the more variations a dungeon could have. If all these changes were documented, the sheer volume would be unimaginable. It was said that guides for many high-level dungeons were as thick as dictionaries, making memorization impractical. For a massive dungeon that had only been opened 6 times, players had likely explored less than 30 of its content. Minor discrepancies causing changes in the dungeon were perfectly normal. It was precisely these random elements that brought unknown dangers, which is why the game rewarded bold pioneers richly. Zhang Zhuang began to review his actions from the day, searching for where he had gone wrong. After all, low-level players, no matter how cautious, could never follow a guide with absolute precision. And players capable of grasping the full picture disdained being puppets of a walkthrough. Zhang Zhuang speculated that the most likely causes for the dungeon's deviation were either their swift defeat of the attacking mountain monkey pack during the day, or Zuo Cheng'an and his group consuming the feast's food. According to the intel, the player who provided it was weaker and failed to repel the mountain monkeys, promptly resulting in casualties and enduring 4 waves of attacks. After entering the village, they also refrained from eating any food out of caution, surviving solely on moss and wild herbs gathered during the activities. He guessed that either triggering 2 or fewer mountain monkey attacks or eating the feast food would alter the order of activities. The moment the guess formed, Zhang Zhuang laughed at himself. The 3 factors seemed completely unrelated, forcibly stitched together by his imagination. Clearly, he had no talent for solving mysteries. It was better to simply focus on completing the survival task. He concluded that the order of activities in the dungeon was entirely random, and the first 2 instances being the same was merely coincidence. That there was no third occurrence and his own experience differed was perfectly normal. Unable to find any clear leads and feeling the pangs of hunger, Zhang Zhuang called the others together to eat and discuss the next day's plans. In the Intel Canyon, rafting was scheduled for the 3rd day. Fortunately, the player who had brought out the information had learned many details about the rafting activity before leaving the dungeon, so they weren't completely in the dark. The rafting site was located downstream of Sunny Village's river. The water column within the village grew turbulent once it merged with the main current. Foaming waves and whirlpools came one after another. Both banks were lined with boulders and cliffs, and crashing into them would result in bloody injuries. Even the best swimmers would struggle to surface if they fell into the water. Even the fish once caught in the current would be dragged to the riverbed by the whirlpools. Under such treacherous conditions, and without any safety measures, players would have to navigate a 5-kilometer stretch on a crude raft, all while fending off attacks from dungeon monsters. In truth, rafting was relatively simple for players. Those entering a level 2 dungeon were at least first tier. At this level, their physiques far surpassed ordinary humans, and holding their breath for 10 minutes was effortless. As long as they withstood the water's force and maintained stability, grabbing onto rocks along the bank to save themselves was easy. Even if they fell off the raft, they could cling tightly to the logs to avoid being swept away and separated from their companions. While Zhang Zhuang and his group ate and discussed precautions for the next day in room 105 next door, Zuo Cheng'an and his companions were doing the same in Zheng Ren's room. Originally, they had planned to meet in Zuo Cheng'an's room, but he disliked his private space being invaded by outsiders, so the discussion was moved to Zheng Ren's room. Thanks to Zhang Zhuang, Zuo Cheng'an had learned some details about tomorrow's activity through the prying eyes of the audience in the bullet comments. The rafting site is downstream of the river. The vessel is a wooden raft. We might encounter fish monsters and the mountain monkeys from today. Everyone be careful. After hearing Zuo Cheng'an's words, Zheng Ren and Li Yueqiu didn't dwell on it, simply assuming he had a special channel for such dungeon information. After all, once a dungeon had been opened and players had survived, information would inevitably leak out. The Dove Guild was no mere decoration, especially since this instance had already been opened 6 times. Zuo Cheng'an then elaborated on a few more details before returning to his own room. He lay on the single bed with Mo Do curled up beside him. He had intended to organize his tools, but as soon as he opened his personal panel, he noticed his mental value had dropped from 82 to 77. In just one short day within the instance, his mental value had already decreased by 5 points. So it turned out that mental value wasn't calculated by the instance itself, but by the time spent inside it. If it continued to drop at a rate of 5 points per day, in just 6 days his mental value would fall below 60. At this thought, Zuo Cheng'an felt not fear but excitement. He had always been curious. What exactly was this so-called aberration? Or rather, what form would his aberration take? Some players turned into serious things like zombies, demons, or spiders. Yet others grew utterly ridiculous things like celery or green peppers. Back in the safe zones, Zuo Cheng'an had specifically inquired about aberrations. Everyone said that an aberration meant one's body would sprout limbs belonging to monsters, turning them into mindless beings driven solely by the urge to kill. Usually these limbs were also linked to the player's deepest fears. Even if one became a peppermint covered in green pepper bumps, it would still be a highly destructive and aggressive peppermint. In survival instances, it was fine. Mindlessly killing everything in sight ensured survival. But in puzzle or quest instances, losing one's mind meant losing any chance of clearing the instance. Deepest fears. That must mean psychological shadows, right? Zuo Cheng'an couldn't quite figure out what his deepest fear was at the moment. Was it the horror movies he watched as a child? But now that he knew they were all special effects, he wasn't afraid anymore. The same went for monsters. Since being pulled into the game, he had encountered plenty of perilous moments, but those were more about tension than fear. What could it be? A peaceful night passed. The second day of the instance arrived. No surprise attacks occurred during the night as expected. Li Yueqiu crawled out of her bed with 2 massive dark circles under her eyes. Though it was comfortable to finally sleep on a bed after so long. She had spent the entire night worrying about potential monsters or the eerie villagers breaking down the door in the dead of night, so she hadn't slept well. She silently vowed that tomorrow night she would throw a tantrum if necessary to barge into Brother Zuo's room. and then borrow Mo Do to sleep with her. The three of them had already planned everything when they parted ways last night. The instance required each participant to take part in 3 tourist activities. That meant players could actually choose not to go canyon rafting, but since they had at least some intel on canyon rafting, it was safer than the other options. At least they were prepared for what to expect. The same couldn't be said for the other tourist activities. Not knowing exactly how many tourist activities there were, they decided to stack up on numbers first. Completing the 3 required activities would allow them to relax for the rest of their stay in the instance, free from constant anxiety. Zuo Cheng'an pushed open his door to find Zheng Run and Li Yueqiu already waiting in the hallway. Seeing Li Yueqiu's dark circles, he suddenly remembered that last night he had forgotten to tell them the house was perfectly safe and no attacks would occur. After all, the previous resident, an old man, had lived there until his death without any issues. Although it was a level 2 instance, as long as one didn't investigate the hidden quest, the difficulty was entirely concentrated in the dangers of the various tourist activities. If a player's attributes were too poor, they would likely die during these extreme sports. Conversely, if a player was strong enough and chose to ignore the hidden quest, overlooking the villagers and the village's anomalies, then this instance offered safe accommodation, delicious food, and a beautiful natural environment. Combined, it became a relaxing, brainless resort perfect for unwinding. Seeing the two in the hallway, Mo Do wagged his tail and let out an arf woof as a greeting. Li Yueqiu, who had a favor to ask of the dog tonight, ingratiatingly scratched Mo Do under the chin. After a day together, Mo Do had developed a favorable impression of this human and seemed to have accepted her. Zheng Run, on the other hand, showed no signs of fatigue. In fact, his complexion had improved. He had always been easygoing and not as sensitive as Li Yueqiu. After sleeping on park benches and streets for days, finally being able to lie on a bed last night had given him the most restful sleep imaginable. This was truly a life fit for humans. What was that safe zone even worth? They chatted for a while until Zhang Zhuang, Tan Huihui, and the others emerged from the same room. Zheng Ren's eyes widened as he pointed at them. You all slept together last night. Damn, your Wild Waves Guild is wilder than I thought. Zhang Zhuang flushed with embarrassment and anger. Get lost. Careful, or you'll eat something here that poisons you. Among the 4, only he had a storage item containing food and water, so the others had no choice but to go to him for breakfast. Zheng Ren shrugged nonchalantly. He was just messing around to ease the tension. It was as if there were cameras installed around the players. As soon as they stepped out of the room, a villager was already approaching them. Judging by the size, it was the same child who had called them to the welcome dinner last night. Just like when they were led into the village last night, the child held a torch, seemingly intending to perform the smoke ceremony again. Yang Yi saw the child and was entirely focused on figuring out how to get a discreet look at his chest. Yesterday, he had only noticed the blood-red air sac on Wang Cheng's chest. During the dancing after the welcome dinner, he pretended to stand up and stretch, sneaking a peek at the scantily clad girls dancing near the bonfire. Since it was a covert glance, his view was limited, and he could only barely make out a hint of red. Under the bonfire's glow, he couldn't tell if it was due to the firelight or an original color on the skin. Though anxious, he couldn't make any obvious moves and could only suppress his questions. Today, with only the child coming alone, it would be easier to handle. Yang Yi put on a fake smile, straightening the child's collar while trying to get chummy. What's your name? Did the adults at home send you? The child tilted his head, no longer as shy as yesterday. My name is Huahua. The village chief sent me to call you for breakfast. Yang Yi focused intently on the air sac beneath the child's collar, paying no attention to what the child said. Asking for the name was just a casual remark. Whether he was called Huahua or Huahua made no difference, but it had nothing to do with the hidden quest. Zuo Cheng'an, standing closest to Yang Yi, heard clearly. A village that supposedly worshipped plants would actually name a child Huahua. Weren't they afraid the deity would crawl into the village in the middle of the night? To make sure he hadn't misheard, Zuo Cheng'an used a skill to check the child, and indeed his name was Huahua. Remembering that there were other children in the village, he continued asking, Then what's your best friend's name? Huahua nodded proudly and answered, Xiaoyan. Huahua suddenly bounced on the spot in excitement, startling Yang Yi. However, Yang Yi had also achieved his goal. Huahua's chest had an air sac, or rather it wasn't exactly an air sac, but more like a palm-sized patch of blood-red skin slightly raised in the middle. It was completely different from what he had seen on Wang Cheng's chest the day before. Could it be because of the child? If the air sac grew larger with age, he hadn't noticed any obvious bulge under the village chief's clothes. Little did he know, once the air sac reached a certain size, it would shrivel and be replaced by a tiny flesh sprout hidden completely beneath the fabric of clothing. Zuo Cheng'an asked Huahua a few more questions. Today we're going canyon rafting. What about the following days? Huahua recalled the village chief's arrangements and replied, Today Uncle Chum will take you rafting. Tomorrow Aunt Lu will take you mushroom picking. The day after tomorrow is a rest day. The day after that, second sister will teach you dancing. The day after that. Huahua struggled to remember what was planned for the day after that, so he changed the subject. Breakfast is almost ready. Let's hurry up and eat. The rafting spot is far away, so we shouldn't waste time. With that, he took the lead and walked ahead. Reminded by the child, everyone realized that the highlight of the day was experiencing the tourist activity, so they stopped dawdling and followed. Perhaps because they had eaten breakfast early and no longer had to watch others feast on an empty stomach, the members of the Zhang village group all looked in good spirits. It was the same location and the same table as yesterday, but the number of dishes was slightly fewer. The rare delicacies like bamboo worms, centipedes, and faces-eyed tarantulas were absent from today's table. In their place were more homely dishes: stir-fried, wild mushrooms, cold mixed leaves, and greens. Of course, the meat dishes still included grasshoppers and cicadas. Seeing no bamboo worms, her favorite Li Yueqiu lost her appetite. She picked at her food and was about to put down her chopsticks when Zuo Cheng'an pointed to a plate of mushrooms with a peculiar color and fuzzy caps. "Eat more of these." Zheng Ren leaned in and wrinkled his nose in disgust. "I tried this mushroom earlier. It tastes awful, a total dark cuisine." Zuo Cheng'an shot him a glare. "Just eat more when I tell you to. I won't harm you." Seeing Li Yueqiu already reaching for the mushrooms with her chopsticks, Zheng Ren patted his full stomach. He was already 11 full, but still forced down another bite of the mushrooms which Cheng'an had pointed out. Following his experience, listening to Brother Zuo was always the right choice. Since Li Yueqiu wasn't full, yet she took several more helpings of the fuzzy mushrooms which Cheng'an had specifically mentioned. After breakfast, Wang Cheng, whom they had met once the previous night, coldly led the players downstream along the river. Though he had once been a player, after dying once his past memories had vanished. In Wang Cheng's mind, he was a native villager of Sunward Village responsible for guiding tourists who came to the village to experience rafting. Thus Yang Yes' attempt to strike up a conversation and pry into the village's secrets was futile. The group moved quickly, extremely quickly. The sun had barely risen, and in what felt like just an hour they had already traveled over 10 kilometers downstream along the Sunward Village River. Even the players who were in decent physical shape began to feel a hint of fatigue. But Wang Cheng, leading the way, seemed unfazed. He moved swiftly over rock slopes and bushes, his face neither flushed nor breathless, his pace unwavering. Having been warned before departure, the group was afraid of missing out on the activity and dared not fall behind. The gravel path was rugged and the riverbank was exceptionally slippery. Without professional hiking boots, one misstep could lead to a fall. Strangely, Wang Cheng, wearing only straw sandals, seemed rooted to the ground, each step steady. Even on a large slope tilted at 50 to 60 degrees and covered in moss, he walked upright and with ease. Knowing this was not the time for questions, everyone gritted their teeth and kept up. Finally, around 10 o'clock in the morning, Wang Cheng stopped beside a thatched hut. Inside the hut were 3 rafts of varying sizes and several oars. These would be the tools for their upcoming rafting adventure. Wang Cheng's tone and demeanor were nothing like those of a resort staff member. His service attitude was abysmal, as if he were merely completing a task. "You'll set off from here in a while. Just follow the river downstream, and you'll return to the village. Don't try to cut corners. Apart from this water route, if you take any other path, even backtracking, you'll never make it back to the village." Tan Hui couldn't help but complain. "Is this how you treat tourists? Is this how you run a resort?" Wang Cheng gave her a cold look. Not all villagers agreed to open a resort. Dirty, noisy outsiders only disturb the gods' rest. Go on and play now. If you don't return to the village before dark, you'll be lost here forever. Though it was a warning, his tone suggested he wished they would stay there forever. With that, Wang Cheng hoisted a small single-person raft and rowed it downstream. Watching him skillfully maneuver the raft, dodging rocks in the rapids, one might think rafting was easy. But he was right. Some villagers were indeed warm to the players, while others harbored a subtle hostility. Thinking it over, the villagers who were friendly to the players handled the cooking and daily care, ensuring the players' lodgings were safe and the food was delicious and non-toxic. However, those who led the players on tourist activities were the hostile ones, seeking to eliminate the outsiders through their methods. Thus, the activities the players participated in were all dangerous. Based on the information from Huahua today, they were led by the hostile Wang Cheng, but tomorrow the friendly Aunt Lu would take them mushroom picking. Zuo Cheng'an knew who Huahua meant by Aunt Lu, the only villager surnamed Lu who was also the head chef responsible for cooking for the players. Barring any surprises, mushroom picking shouldn't be as dangerous as today, with its threats of abandonment, monster attacks, and eternal loss. It would be a normal experience activity. As for second sister, the day after that, although Zuo Cheng'an could see each villager's name through his true sight skill, he didn't know which villager Huahua referred to as second sister. Without identifying her, he couldn't judge her attitude toward the players based on memory. He would have to take it one step at a time. Zuo Cheng'an had already thought of several reliable methods to clear the dungeon. However, with a duration of 10 days and a pattern of resting every 2 days, there would be at least 5 activities, making it impossible to experience tourism projects led by villagers who were hostile towards players each time. He just needed to choose days when villagers who welcomed players would be leading. This would minimize the dangers of the tourism experiences. Furthermore, as long as he took precautions to avoid contracting rashes, he could safely clear the dungeon and obtain a basic score. Watching Wang Cheng drift further away, the players no longer wasted time and began to lift the 2 remaining rafts out of the thatched hut. The 2 rafts were identical in size and shape, and there was no need for competition. Zhang Zhuang and the others had prepared before entering the dungeon. As soon as they pushed the rafts into the water, they skillfully paddled away from the shallow shore and floated downstream. As for Zuo Cheng'an, Li Yueqiu and Zheng Ren, the daft one. "What should we do, Brother Zuo? I've never rowed a boat, I can't do it." Mo Do Wolf. Zuo Cheng'an. Coincidentally, he couldn't either. But the dungeon wouldn't change its rules just because players were unskilled in certain abilities. Even if they couldn't row, they had to participate in this activity where safety was zero. In short, the three guys who had never rowed a boat along with a dog managed to turn the raft in place a few times before finally catching the swift current in the center of the river and setting off, albeit bumpy. Yes, they set off while turning in circles. In the first kilometer of drifting, the surface of the river and the trees along the banks were calm, with no monsters appearing. The players' troubles lay in the ever-present whirlpools in the water and the sudden boulders blocking the middle of the river, not to mention the unexpected drop-offs of 2 or 3 meters. After several capsizes, Mo had already transformed into a drenched dog with wet fur sticking to his body, greatly reduced in size. The others weren't in much better shape. To prevent being swept apart by the current, they took out the cloth rope they had used yesterday and tied themselves together. However, there were benefits. The challenging rafting course accelerated the growth of the 3 novice rowers. They had to improve as lacking skills could cost them their lives. The paddles they had taken from the hut had already been swept away by the water. Now the 3 used branches broken off from the shore as tools to propel the raft. Zuo Cheng'an used a branch to prop against a large exposed boulder on the left bank, forcefully steering the raft away from a whirlpool area. Just as he thought he could relax, he noticed 3 damaged health bars appearing beneath the seemingly empty surface of the river. 34, 71, 41, 68, 22, 94. It seemed that each of them had sustained considerable injuries likely inflicted by Zhang Zhuang and his group who had passed them earlier. Their overall strength was slightly superior to Zuo Cheng'an and his group. They either didn't want to clear out the lurking monsters for those behind, or were in a hurry and didn't want to waste time battling them. It was likely a bit of both. The 3 injured health bars trailed steadily behind the raft, neither too close nor too far. Whether the raft sped through the tumultuous rapids or progressed through the calm river segments by manpower, they did not fall behind. It seemed they were waiting for the right moment to attack. Watch out, there are enemies following behind, Zuo Cheng'an reminded. Mo, you stay at the back and keep watch. Woof! Mo stood at the rear of the raft, his eyes alertly scanning the water surface. They had entered a relatively long and calm open water area. If nothing unexpected happened, the 3 unknown creatures trailing behind them were likely to launch an attack in this zone. Danger was secondary, wasting time was the most crucial issue. According to Zhang Zhuang's intel, the rafting distance of 4,000 or 5,000 meters was a straight line. In reality, the river wound and twisted, and the actual distance to be traversed was far more than 4,000 or 5,000 meters. They had already wasted a lot of time on the road due to their unfamiliarity with operating the raft. Now the sun was beginning to set in the west, and whether they could return to the village before nightfall was in question. Although the raft was sturdy, it had endured capsizes and collisions at the start without issue. This did not mean it could withstand repeated attacks from monsters. If the creatures sank the raft, then relying solely on swimming would truly leave them without hope. They needed to maintain their speed while also protecting the raft from sinking. This both X and Y dilemma was truly troublesome. The surrounding water flow began to gradually intensify. Before long, they would leave this calm and open area and enter a zone with small cliffs of varying heights. At that point, the monsters trailing behind would also have to focus on battling the current, leaving them no energy to attack. Clearly, the 3 creatures were aware of this as well and did not miss this last opportunity. With Mo's urgent series of woof woof warnings, a 6-meter-long aquatic giant revealed its true form. This was a crocodile with a sharply pointed snout, and judging by the shape of its mouth, it seemed to survive by catching fish. In reality, crocodiles that survive by eating fish do not grow too large, generally maxing out at 4 meters. As for in the game, bang! A tail over 3 meters long struck fiercely at the side of the raft. The raft suddenly sank. The few wooden pieces that were hit creaked ominously under the strain, likely to fall apart with a few more hits. On the tail that briefly emerged from the water, triangular holes and needle marks left by a syringe were still visible. The violent shaking made the 3 players and 1 dog unsteady on the raft. The lightest Mo was thrown into the air only to be pulled back by the rope around his belly and landed in a soft embrace. Li Yueqiu caught Mo. Just as she saw that he was still lively, she set him aside and grabbed the branch, desperately sliding the raft forward. Among the 3, Zheng Run and Li Yueqiu were responsible for propelling the raft, while Zuo Cheng'an managed the steering at the front, barely coordinating well enough. After a brief exploration, a series of conical ripples appeared on the right side of the raft, clearly caused by some creature swimming rapidly in the shallow water. Simultaneously, similar ripples appeared on the left and behind as the creatures assessed their prey's general strength before officially beginning their hunt. In front of the 3 6-meter-long giants, the small raft was utterly defenseless. If they were on land, Zuo Cheng'an and the others might have been able to fight the crocodiles, but in the water, under the constraints of the dungeon's rules, their chances of victory were slim. Fortunately, these were just 3 injured monsters. If they were at their peak strength, their only hope would be to quickly leave this open water area and enter a narrow, fast-flowing river, using the terrain and current's advantages to swiftly distance themselves from the 3 monsters. Zuo Cheng'an glanced at the health bars in 3 directions and pointed to the right side. When that jungle crocodile surfaces, focus fire on it first. Don't worry about the others, just create some distance for now. The direction Zuo Cheng'an pointed was precisely the jungle crocodile, with just over 20 health remaining. As per the usual tactic, they aimed for the weakest link to reduce the enemy's numbers first. Hearing this, Li Yueqiu and Zheng Ren amidst their paddling had already retrieved their tools. Li Yueqiu took out the flying pebble. For long-range attacks, the flying pebble was indeed the more effective choice. However, plans changed faster than they could adapt. Before the jungle crocodile on the right, with its health barely above 20%, could move, the one on the left launched the first assault. Its elongated snout clamped down on a corner of the raft instantly, sending splinters flying and shearing off a piece. As the crocodile prepared to bite again, Zheng Ren thrust his spatula deep into its throat. That was not the end. Zheng Ren, leveraging the strength of his waist and arms, began to furiously stir the spatula inside the crocodile's gullet. The metallic tang of blood spread through the crocodile's mouth. As it recoiled in pain, Li Yueqiu unleashed her skill. She raised her leg high and brought it down on the crocodile's head with a resounding bang. Bang. Two dull, heavy impacts. Two fist-sized depressions appeared on the jungle crocodile's hard skull. In Zuo Cheng'an's eyes, its health bar, which had been at 34.71, plummeted to just over 10%. It went from being the second lowest health to the absolute lowest. If not targeting this one, then who? Madu. Bite it. Remembering the grudge from the tail whip, Madu lunged viciously, clamping its jaws onto the crocodile's head as it tried to retreat into the water. Despite the vast difference in size, Madu's strength attribute was not lacking. However, without a solid foothold, the entire raft began to show signs of being dragged along by the jungle crocodile. The momentary delay Madu provided was enough for Zuo Cheng'an to rush over and deliver the final blow. Raising Shaoqi, he brought it down with tremendous force onto a prominent depression on the crocodile's skull. A crisp crack sounded as he, relying on brute strength, brutally drove the blunt ruler into the crocodile's skull. With a vicious twist, the health bar atop the crocodile's head vanished in an instant, and its entire body went limp, losing all strength to struggle. As the carcass of the jungle crocodile slipped beneath the waters, Zuo Cheng'an, without pausing for breath, rejoined the battle against the other two. By now, Zheng Ren and Li Yueqiu had completely abandoned any attempt to paddle, focusing solely on preventing the remaining crocodiles from approaching the raft. Li Yueqiu's willow branch whistled through the air. Whenever a crocodile dared to surface, she was there to meet it. On the other side, Zheng Ren, aided by the flying pebble and his spatula, managed to hold the line despite his shorter attack range. However, the crocodile, with over 20% health, realizing it could not breach the spatula's defense, abandoned its biting attacks. Instead, it submerged, attempting to capsize the raft with its bulk. Zheng Ren shouted in panic, "Damn it. No fair." Li Zi quickly hit it with a rock. Zuo Cheng'an swiftly took over Li Yueqiu's position, engaging the crocodile with over 40% health, freeing her to focus entirely on hurling stones. Li Yueqiu did not disappoint. Before the submerged crocodile could use its body to overturn the raft, she cast the flying pebble ahead of time towards the water surface. The pebble dived underwater, precisely locking onto a wound inflicted by the syringe on the crocodile's body, and struck it with force. The water's resistance slightly diminished the pebble's speed, but it successfully thwarted the crocodile's attempt to capsize the raft. The successful strike further aggravated the injuries of this already weakened crocodile. Had the flying pebble struck an area protected by intact scales, it would have failed to reduce its health bar or even cause it any pain. Yet it was precisely because its body was covered in countless fresh wounds, and the flying pebble's ability to automatically target an enemy's weakness, that it knew exactly where to land a critical blow. This property of the flying pebble was an unexpected boon. Considering the price he had paid for it, Zuo Cheng'an had gotten a tremendous bargain. If the stall owner who specialized in reselling had bothered to use the flying pebble in a single dungeon, he would certainly not have priced it so low. It would have easily sold for around 180 or 90 points. Having fulfilled its purpose, the flying pebble returned to Li Yueqiu's hand. It did not linger long before being hurled again, this time by Zuo Cheng'an, whose throwing force was far greater. As it flew through the air, it produced a series of piercing sonic booms. The pebble shot into the water with a swoosh, heading straight for the vital heart of the submerged crocodile. Propelled by a different fuel, its momentum was relentless. It not only pierced through the crocodile's abdomen in an instant, but also shattered its beating heart. The remaining 18.94 on the crocodile's health bar was rendered meaningless, failing to grant it even an extra half-second of life. Watching the health bar vanish beneath the water, Zuo Cheng'an mused inwardly that if the vital point was destroyed, even a full health bar was useless. With both weakened monsters eliminated, only one tough opponent with health just over 40% remained behind the raft. As it prepared to muster all its focus for the fight ahead, the trio and the dog on the raft, to its surprise, suddenly and uniformly put away their weapons, grabbed their oars, and paddled with all their might. This caused the raft to lurch forward, speeding into a narrow waterway. Unbeknownst to them, carried by the current, they had already left the open waters and were just a hair's breadth away from entering the swift-flowing channel. The priority was to finish navigating this waterway. Who would want to stay and fight crocodiles any longer? Meanwhile, Zhang Zhuang's team had already entered a river section flanked by towering forests on both banks. The absence of rocks that could shatter their small boat should have been a relief, but the monkey heads or necks occasionally peeking out from the treetops kept them on edge. The 3 jungle crocodiles they had dealt with earlier were formidable, but their small numbers made them easy to handle. They even had the leeway to spare their lives, creating trouble for the teams behind them. But these mountain monkeys were a different story. There were hundreds of them, and they only died permanently if the air sac beneath their throats was ruptured. Otherwise, even with their limbs severed, they would writhe and crawl forward, attacking with their necks, an extremely troublesome foe. Zhang Zhuang commanded, "Ignore them. Paddle at full speed." "Yes, sir." With 4 members in their team, they could paddle faster than Zuo Cheng'an's group. Had it not been for the significant delay caused by the crocodiles, they might have almost returned to the village by now. Even a high-speed sightseeing bus couldn't shake off the mountain monkeys. Naturally, a raft paddling on the water, no matter how fast, couldn't escape the monsters on both banks. Squeak, howl, roar. From the jungle on the bank, some unknown mountain monkey gave the signal to attack. Instantly, the entire troop erupted into frenzy. One after another, they fearlessly leaped onto the bamboo raft. Countless numbers collided with each other midair or were knocked into the river by the players' oars. But this did nothing to curb the mountain monkey's urge to attack. In the heat of battle, the 4 fighters failed to notice that the blood-red air sacs of the monkeys that fell into the water were rapidly deflating, reverting to the red spot state of their previous form. Due to the chaos, Zhang Zhuang and the others did not notice this, but the audience in the bullet screen clearly saw it. Is this a laundry pod? It dissolves upon contact with water. I don't know if you noticed, but I was previously following the villager Wang Cheng, and his clothes were soaked. His chest pouch had also shrunk considerably. The items on the mountain monkey are identical to those of the villagers. Now that they react the same way upon getting wet, it confirms this point. But plants generally like water. Why are they avoiding it here? Waiting for the expert to clarify. The most perilous section has passed. The large rocks in the riverbed have diminished, allowing Zuo Cheng'an to steer the bamboo raft less frequently. Thus, while distracted by reading the bullet screen, he coincidentally witnessed the live broadcast of Zhang Zhuang and the others battling the mountain monkeys. Naturally and smoothly, he observed the blood-red pouches shrinking when exposed to water, confirming their suppressed growth. No wonder the villagers dance around the bonfire. The flesh buds and red spots on their bodies become extraordinarily active. What invigorates them is not the villagers' dance to worship the deities, but the flames. Or rather, it is the high temperature. No wonder there is a custom of smoked offerings in the village. It is not to dispel the viruses carried by outsiders, but rather a part of accelerating the infection process. If players are sown due to inhaling too much fragrance before entering the village, then being scorched up and down by villagers with torches upon entry, coupled with the bonfire party at night, the seeds will surely be activated. Zuo Cheng'an recalled the information Zhang Zhuang had mentioned in the room. Their guild's players had encountered 4 waves of mountain monkeys due to their low strength upon entering the dungeon. Therefore, it is highly probable that they had already been sown before entering the village, although no symptoms had yet appeared externally. After being triggered by the villagers' small combo of attacks, they would find the red spots on their bodies quite normal that night. Unsurprisingly, this smoked offering would occur every morning and evening, and the seeds would definitely thrive. Refusing the smoked offering seems impossible. The best choice is to avoid infection. Thinking this way, many things start to make sense. Why are the village children named Hua? Because the heat emitted by the flames allows the seeds on their bodies to grow rapidly, making it seem as if the deities have descended. Thus, villagers regard the flames as the avatars of the deity. Not only is the village named Xianyang Village, but they even named their children Hua Hua, Yen Yen, and Xiao Yan. Congratulations on triggering a special quest. The deity of Xianyang Village. Quest objective: investigate the true identity of the deity of Xianyang Village. Quest reward: skill parasitic spores. As Zuo Cheng'an realized that the red spots on the villagers would become active due to the heat, a notification sound echoed in his mind. The hidden quest spoken of by players and the special quest prompted by the game are essentially the same thing. They are just referred to differently. The familiar horizontal line and cursor appeared. It was yet another task requiring him to input text. There are 3 chances to input, and the rule that errors will result in automatic clearance is exactly the same. Looking further down, the reward is actually a skill. In terms of difficulty, the hidden quest of the Xianyang Resort Dungeon is slightly harder than that of Uncle Mew's Farm. At least Uncle Mew's Farm had hints, but here there are none, making it nearly impossible to start. For ordinary players, this is a challenge where they cannot even find a clue. The only way to know the name of the deity worshipped by the villagers is to inquire within the welcoming faction of villagers. However, this is a sensitive topic that involves faith, and the villagers will certainly not easily reveal it to the players. To gather information, they will have to exert quite an effort. Whether by trying every possible way to increase the favor of a specific villager or by pretending to worship the deity of the village, either way it will require a lot of time and energy. The dungeon allows players 10 days likely because the hidden quest requires substantial time.